A very merry Draftmas to all of you. This is day 2 at Kingdom Bar and Grill here in Overland Park, celebrating the draft, hanging out with my dear pals Maddie Lane, Craig Stout. Matthew, feels good to be here for day 2. I'm really excited. This is one of the. I think this might be the best day. I think this might be my favorite day of draft season.
Well, I'll tell you here in a couple hours when the Chiefs have made their picks if it's my favorite day this year or if it's not. As of right now, we're going into this day pretty good. You know, I feel good after yesterday. We spent a lot of time today grinding through, shredding some tape on the Chiefs' 2 picks of Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis. I don't think any opinions change, but I mean, we feel good about it, right, Craig?
Yeah, we feel pretty good about it. You know, going back, looking at some old stuff, looking at the way that they were implemented, you know, we'll have all of that on KCSN Daily, the Substack. Go subscribe to that. You're going to get film breakdowns. Those are coming for you this week. Those 2 guys, everybody that the Chiefs are drafting coming up here. Go and do that. But we are excited. I'm excited about those 2 players. I'm excited about the players that they're going to add today.
Yeah, and you know, I listened to Brett Veach's press conference, guys. I didn't go to bed till 2:30, almost 3 o'clock. That's part of the process. Like, you know, you guys do the same thing. Like you're running on that adrenaline, and you want to get the press conference quotes in, and you want to try to maybe watch a little bit of film and watch some, you know, the guys that you got. And one of the comments from Brett Veach, he felt it seemed like he felt a sense of in some ways completion. Like he knows he got corner and edge taken care of. Kind of feels like today could be all over the place. It could be value falling to him at pick 50. It seemed like there may not have been necessarily specific players he was targeting, like when it came to positions entirely. I think we have a pretty good feel that they're going to take a receiver pretty early here, and it's a good chance that maybe the receiver value is where it needs to be for them to take one. But I'm not going to be surprised by anything tonight.
I think that was something Brett Veach kind of talked about, though, was just being at the point now where getting these 2 picks, getting Trent McDuffie, who they didn't think was going to be there, getting George Karlaftis, you know, there at pick 30, they don't have glaring needs now. They now have a complete roster. They can step onto the field and, you know, field a complete team that they feel good about going into the season. So they're opened up. He almost looked like, one, Brett Veach looked really happy in all the videos and all the presses we saw. He looked like he really enjoyed his picks.
Yeah.
And 2, I think there was a sense of relief, like you said, but not so much just of like, okay, I got those 2 positions out of the way, but more of kind of like this, all right, now the whole draft is kind of at my disposal. I don't have to go chase anything down. I can quite literally sit there and take value at whatever comes to him. I think that's going to be important because all the rumors today, receivers off the board, hot. Receiver after receiver after receiver to start round 2. We'll see what happens. Like, that could be wrong, but if that's the case, the Chiefs don't feel like they're in a need to a spot to go chase it down, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's the best part about addressing the cornerback position, about addressing the edge position with 2 projected starters, guys that are going to be able to come in day 1. Now, as Brett Veach said in his press conference, he gets to sit back and play to his board. He doesn't have to reach. He's not looking necessarily at positions of need anymore. He can take the best player available on their board, which is still going to include needs, but they're going to be able to not be so narrow in the focus in day 2. We've seen that Brett has done a really good job in his time as the Chiefs GM of keeping it broad, keeping their ability to just kind of let the value fall to them. I think that there was a clear focus going into day 2 of the draft of having that, because that's where we've seen him kind of capitalize on some of that. Juan Thornhill, Creed Humphrey, guys like Nick Bolton, waiting, letting the value come to them, and really profiting off of that.
All right, we are here at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park. Come hang out. There's still a few tables available. This place is filling up pretty quick, though. As people get off of work, we're having a lot of fun. A lot of Chiefs fans are here again. If you're watching this online, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment. Tell us who you want to see the Chiefs take in day 2 of this draft. It's going to help us as we kind of grow this show. We're having a lot of fun here, and it's been great. To be here for draft weekend. And it's starting to pack up a little bit here, boys. We're about 10 minutes away from this draft starting. And I mean, I think, you talk about the receiver run. There's a chance the Chiefs could still move up. There is a chance that the Chiefs could still move up. One of the things I want to shout out Brandon Kiley, who is all over it today, looking at, like when we were talking to him a little bit today, just kind of looking at some of the scenarios. Trade up doesn't always mean you're trading 2 assets for 1 pick. It doesn't always mean you're trading 2 picks for 1 pick. There's some things that the Chiefs could do today with 50 and 62 in the second round. They could pick swap. And what essentially that means is you trade 2 picks, you get even value for 2 picks. So you're moving up a little bit, moving back a little bit with, kind of going both directions. That's actually what Brett Veach did with the first trade up in the history of his tenure as a general manager. That's what he did. With the Breland Speaks selections. I think he wound up with 54 and 100, trading some picks in between those to move back and up. So that's an option that you could see. Some talks that the Giants might be looking to trade back potentially, and that's a target potentially for them as well. Hey, maybe throw one of those 7th round picks that Matty doesn't care about in the mix as well. I mean, a 3-for-2 kind of pick swap. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you might as well put those in there, right? That is something to watch the Chiefs, because like Brett Veach in his presser leading up to the draft talked about the value that he saw between pick 30 and pick 60. He marked that as a spot that he thought was, worth going after. Now, the thing is, if you're picking at 62, just outside that range, how valuable is that pick to them? Maybe they do want to wait and see what's there in case someone's fall. Maybe being just outside of that range that he identified as being a strong range, maybe he does want out. And part of that getting back, maybe it does include moving up 6-7 spots from pick 50 just so you can increase your chance to get a receiver, one of these edge rushers that looks to be at the top of a lot of guys' boards. So there's a lot of movement they can do. I think the first 5 picks of this round 2 are going to tell us a lot here, right? Like, I think after you get through not just the first 5, but like these first 5, when you're coming off with Tampa Bay, Buccaneers coming right off the top, Vikings, Tennessee Titans, New York Giants, and the Houston Texans, I think that's going to kind of set the tone for the rest of this round. I mean, that sounds silly to say the first 5 picks are going to set the tone, but 2 receivers go out of that group or 2 quarterbacks go in that group. That's a vastly different staging point for the second round.
Absolutely. And we saw that a little bit yesterday as there was a run on receivers. All of a sudden, teams got antsy. Lots of trades up in the middle of round 1.
Lots of trading veterans.
Lots of trading veterans. Lots of movement of players, movement of picks. And it was almost exactly because of that wide receiver run. So I do think that those first 5 picks are going to be indicators. That could be the swing point where the Chiefs maybe decide it's time to move up, or maybe some other teams decide to move up.
The Chiefs didn't move up for George Karlaftis, the edge out of Purdue, pick 30 in this draft. We have some highlights of him. We'll give you a little bit of look at what the Chiefs got with their second first-round pick in the 2022 draft, getting a look at him right there. And Maddie, I know you watched a lot of tape with Craig, with our pal Bearcat. You got to watch a little bit of the 2019 tape as well. Kind of a different player, different stylistically, kind of different movement skills between those 2 years. Talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, no, this is something, if I had any indication of, or not indication, but if I had any say in what they do, I'd have George Karlaftis play closer to his weight in 2019. I would have him play closer to his weight that it seems like he tested at, which was, I think, 263. And he said that was the lowest he had been since he got to Purdue. Please play at that weight, because that's when he got there. As a freshman, you can just see his body looks different, but more importantly, he moves so much better as a freshman than he does as, a junior in 2021. He clearly added weight. It helped him as a run defender. He clearly got more stronger. He got more technically sound. But as just a raw prospect, I would take 2019 Karlaftis over 2021 Karlaftis, because he just simply moved like a lot better of an athlete.
I mean, if you watch a lot of the 2021 tape of Karlaftis, you see a player like Andy Reid and Brett Veach described, relentless motor. He's going to just come at you all game long. He's going to be he's going to physically overwhelm you at times, because he's just going to keep coming all game long. What we saw in 2019, the movement skill was different. That first step was different. The ability to get up, the ability to slide, everything, all these things that we kind of treasure about, edge rushers and successful edge rushers. He had some of that. Like, it's still there. I mean, he's still a little stiff, but there was definitely a better athletic profile, a better movement skill. They clearly bulked him up. That way he could become a better run defender. But you saw a player in 2019 still had some room to grow from a technique standpoint, but he did grow in that regard at Purdue. Now all of a sudden you see a player a little bit lighter, a little bit better mover. I mean, I would be I shouldn't say more excited. I'm excited for Karlaftis, but I would be more excited, even more excited, if we found out maybe Spagnuolo and Veach want him to play, Cullen want him to play at a little bit lighter weight, because I think that you're going to get a little more production out of him there.
It's definitely more exciting.
Yes.
Well, and if you look at how, I mean, he was lighter at his pro day.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked, I mean, some of the clips that you see from him look a little bit better, a little less rigid. So the movement skills a little bit better when he's playing at that lighter weight. So let him play down in the 260s. I think that's a great idea, and I think that's smart. And, I mean, yeah, you get the 2019 version of him. One thing that we are doing here throughout draft week, and it's been really fun to see everybody kind of helping support the legacy of Terez Paylor. And it's been really awesome. What we're doing is we're doing a raffle. We're doing a raffle for a Nick Bolton jersey, doing a raffle for a Travis Kelce jersey, doing a raffle for a signed Patrick Lavon Mahomes mini football helmet. And how you can get into this is you go to the KC Sports Network Venmo, you donate $10. For every $10, actually, you get an entry into the raffle. So you give 100, you got 10 chances to win one of these jerseys. But all the money is being split between PowerMizzou.com's scholarship program for Terez and Howard University's foundation, his endowment there at Howard University. So trying to support and continue the legacy of Terez Paylor. So go check that out. KC Sports Network Venmo to donate and to get in on potentially winning one of these great Chiefs prizes. So we are getting very, very close to this day 2 of the draft, starting about 3 minutes out.
Just a couple minutes out.
Oh, can't wait. I mean, this is such a fun day because you spend so much time, and we spend so much time talking about the first round, and rightfully so. I mean, we covered day 2, but when you finally get to day 2, it feels like a sprint because you actually have 32 players out the door and incapable of being part of the rest of the draft. And so, I think it's just, you really can't predict day 2 and day 3. And I think everybody has that understanding. Like, you're not going to really be able to do that. Well, now we're kind of sitting here. We know what's off the board. We're sitting here kind of figuring out, okay, now what does day 2 look like a little bit? There's such a short amount of time between round 1 happening, round 2 actually hitting. And so, yeah, there's just a lot of unpredictability. There's some good players still on the board. There's a lot of good players still on the board. I really like the Chiefs' options at 50 already. You think you can count backwards, especially if quarterbacks come off the board here. If you count backwards, you're looking at a pretty nice little pool of players to like.
I initially thought that I was with you. Like, round 2 is very fun. Day 2 is very fun. It's a lot of excitement because we don't know what's happening. Like, you might be able to pick out a few, good team fits here and there throughout this round, but nobody has a good general rule of thumb. I will say this, though, the more I kind of looked at it, I don't know if the Chiefs are going to be in a great spot at 50. Like, that's what I said at the beginning. If quarterbacks come off the board, if running backs come off the board, then you're looking real good. Mm-hmm. But if this starts out receivers and receivers and edge rushers in the top, I don't know if it's the best look. I've always kind of thought this draft plateaus a little bit about pick 40, 45, and counting through this, I don't know if it looks significantly different than I anticipated right now in terms of that being the cliff. So I'm interested to see how it starts. I want to see some quarterbacks off the board. I want to see running backs, because in that 45 cliff that I kind of initially thought might move back to 48. It might move back to 50, and then you start feeling a lot better what options are going to be available. Absolutely.
I mean, it's going to be very crucial that those positions that I think that we're looking at, especially wide receiver, I think every Chiefs fan is kind of laser focused on wide receiver right now, needing to add one today. I don't know if the Chiefs are, but if they are, you can't have 2 of them go off the board in the first 5 picks here, because then I think it is a moment where you have to trade up. You have to give up some of your capital to be able to do that. I wonder if Brett Veach is sitting there really reading these first initial ones right now, really reading what got the Tennessee Titans, what are they going to do? Are they going to
Double dip at
receiver after trading away A.J. Brown? That's a situation where they could. The New York Giants could add a wide receiver. The Houston Texans need literally everything. They could add a wide receiver. I mean, there are so many ways within, before even pick 40, we could see 4, 5, maybe even 6 wide receivers come off the board. I know that's rough to say, but it could shake out that way.
I mean, I think that gets rid of that tier that you're really excited about.
Yes.
I think what's going to be fascinating is a couple of the guys we're talking about have some injury history. That you've got not Christian Watson, John Mechie, I think, is kind of the bottom of that tier, and I know we've debated what tier he should be in. And George Pickens, both with ACLs. I know Mechie's recovering, and George Pickens has recovered, but there's always that. It's still recent. It's still a recent injury, so. There's some it's not a clean evaluation on George Pickens when it comes to everything. When you look at the totality of it, I think that's part of the reason that he's still here in day 2 of the draft.
So I got a question, Kent. I haven't got to see you as much as I got to see Craig so far today. So I haven't got to probe this opinion around you.
Oh no,
Deebo Samuel.
Don't use probe.
Deebo Samuel. I'm probing. Deebo Samuel. What would you trade for him now?
I mean, I'd give up 1562 right now.
Okay.
If they wanted it, yeah.
Would you give up next year's 1?
No,
you wouldn't give up a future 1, just a future 1 for Deebo Samuel.
I am emotionally tied to that first round pick next year.
You can recoup it.
I don't know if you can recoup it. That's too much. That's too much risk. I'm too emotionally in on that.
Really?
On that first round pick.
Okay. We don't need to go any farther because there's no chance Frisco trades him for those 2 picks.
50, they're not. I mean, they essentially turned down. They essentially turned down. I think roughly the value of like a mid first. So I don't think the Chiefs can really provide that, even with a future 1. I'm not sure. We are really excited to announce a partnership that is just getting announced. KC Sports Network and Tickets for Less has reached a partnership agreement. We are really excited about that. Some really cool stuff is going to be happening for Chiefs fans and also for some kids with Boys and Girls Club of Kansas City. We are going to be doing the My First Game campaign, giving out 4 Chiefs tickets to every home game this year to support or to give some kids that have never had an opportunity to go to a Chiefs game the opportunity to go to a Chiefs game. Tickets for Less is helping us with that. It's a really cool collaboration. And there's some cool stuff that's going to be happening for Chiefs fans as well. Trust me when I say it's going to allow us to do some really cool things. I would make sure you're subscribed to the KCSN Substack. You can actually, I believe, click on a link below in the description here. You will want to be part of that group, I think. But we are so excited
While
for
you're
another
clicking that link, you should click the like and subscribe button down there at the bottom of this video, too.
Maddie, you're a professional.
Listen, I got it. I made the producers happy, so we're good. We're good now, right?
The producers table is like freaking out. BJ's fist pumping. Scott's actually like looking up from his computer and smiling, which is like as big of a reaction as you're going to get out of him. Man just stays chill the entire time. We got BJ Kissel. We got Tucker Franklin. We got Scotty Dub. Scott Ward hanging out here and doing all kinds of great stuff behind the scenes. If you're seeing all the social media stuff that we've got going on all the time on KC, and that's Scott.
The KCSN people that you don't see are the ones that are doing the best job right
Absolutely.
now. Right?
Absolutely.
Like, it's not us. It's the ones you don't see. They're sitting over here to our left a little bit. They're the guys doing the best. So if you're at the Kingdom Bar and Grill, make sure to come up to them. Tell them they're doing a great job. Tell them how great they are.
Buy Tucker a selther, and he will chug it on site, I'm sure.
Ooh.
And the second half of the third round will get very sloppy.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys, first pick of this day 2, who's it going to be? Is it one guy? It's the very first pick right off the rip for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Do they trade out? What's it going to be?
It's going to be Logan Hall. It's going to be a Logan Hall. I think he makes a lot of sense. There's been a shift in the betting odds at Vegas. He is the odds-on favorite now. Typically, we see teams re-rack their boards, and then rumors start to come out, and now all of a sudden we see, that these guys come in, they become the odds-on favorite. I just think it's Logan Hall, and he makes a lot of sense for what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are trying to do.
Brandon, you should like and subscribe and do it twice, and then go find another computer and do it on that one with a different login, as many as you can find, your phone, your mom's phone, wherever you can get it.
I'd love to see the comments on. I'd love to see some of the comments on what you guys think the Chiefs should take at pick 50. Actually, let's do this. Who do you think the pick is at 33 too? Do you think? Let's see. Let's get some comments in there. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe button. It's going to help us tonight as we continue to grow the show. Amazingly, 1,300 plus people were watching the show at one point, which is, guys, that's incredible. Thank you all so much. If you did watch last night, we really appreciate it. I actually talked to some of the people that are Kingdom Bar and Grill tonight. They were watching the show and decided that they had to come hang out with us tonight. So that's just incredible. There's still a few tables left. It is, you can kind of hear in the background, it's starting to fill up. The buzz is palpable. We got a lot of people ready to watch the Chiefs make some picks tonight. And it's curious. I'm just curious what happens here. If they're going to be active participants in the trade market, what is going to happen? So,
Kent, who are the Bucks taking? I need your answer too. You can't just piggyback off of Craig's.
I think it's a trade out
for the Bucks.
I think the Bucks trade out again, and someone comes up and gets Nakobe Dean.
Interesting.
I mean, the value of Nakobe Dean at that spot is tremendous. Like, you can justify that a little bit. I think he is an impact linebacker. We've seen teams make some significant investments at the second level. I could see a team come up for Nakobe Dean.
A wild card pick for the Bucks. Trey McBride. We heard some late rumblings that he was a guy that could be on their short list. I think he's most NFL teams tied in one, not all, but most. He's kind of a guy that jumps in and is ready to play right away. I just think I would go with Logan Hall as well. But Trey McBride would be kind of my next guy that I would throw in there. So, if you guys have some guesses here for pick 33, please throw them in the chat. We'll bring them on. We'll let Kent tell you if they're good or bad. We'll let Craig agree, disagree.
Why do I have to be the bearer of bad news if I don't like something?
Just say you like them all.
We have 69 likes currently on the KCSN live
strange
draft
amount
stream.
of likes.
Yeah.
Real strange.
Strange.
So, thank you. Someone, I would appreciate a 70th like still. Here at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park. Come hang out if you haven't. And we'll be here tomorrow, too. We are live for every single pick of this draft because we're sociopaths. But, we should be getting some teams on the clock here pretty quick. Pomp and circumstance happening before the draft. I believe Tony Gonzalez, Falcons great Tony Gonzalez, will be making a pick.
Why are you stirring the pot?
I don't know.
Why are you stirring the pot? Why are you stirring the pot about the Falcons great?
Because we will be live for every single pick of this draft, and you've got to have a little bit of fun, or else things are just going to get out of hand. I think we're getting pretty close to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers being on the clock.
Yeah, I think we got the Goodell Dog and Pony show going on real quick.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
We're going to start.
Yeah. All those legends out on the stage, I believe, and Falcons legend Tony Gonzalez. So someone wants Craig Stout to be president in 2024.
No,
he's old enough though. He's old enough to be eligible, so that's at least good. It could happen.
Listen, Craig's got a lot of unaccounted time when he goes up to space and comes back. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think it'll work.
It sounds exhausting. I don't have that in me.
You might look worse than Veach after one term.
Listen, I will tell you what. Brett Veach is the happiest that he was ever in any call ever with that Trent McDuffie call. It was incredible to watch. Like, the man was practically tap dancing in the hallway. He was so excited for Trent McDuffie. He was ecstatic, and that's awesome to see. Like, we get jazzed about these guys. We see a lot of those calls. They tend to be pretty muted, We see, like Clark Hunt, having Trent McDuffie.
Oh, that was my favorite thing that I heard.
Yeah, just
we're very excited to have you on this football team.
But we see a lot of these coaches be very measured. To see Brett Veach that excited,
he should be.
You fully believe it's like that dude was not supposed to be there for them. This was not a scenario for them.
He absolutely crushed day one.
He did.
I don't think you can nitpick at a couple players maybe that you could have taken instead of George Karlaftis, for instance. But I think they did the right thing. And that's why I was so excited, because I think they did the right thing and they got a guy that can contribute on day one. Maybe that's a low bar. I don't know. I was thrilled. And then they went and got a guy that they clearly did not think was going to be there.
Yeah.
They said he was. They didn't play scenarios in their head where Trent McDuffie was available to them. They just dismissed it as a thought. So, situations change. They go up and they make an aggressive move to go grab a guy that very obviously was a round one pick for them. So what a great start for Brett Veach. Still sits here with 3 picks on day 3, 5 picks on day 3 picks on day 2. I'm sorry, 5 picks on day 3. it's going to be fun, man.
It is.
It's going to be fun, and we are on the clock here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are getting ready to select.
We have officially started. So
we will be tipping picks throughout the night.
Oh, good call.
Just letting you all know, especially tonight. Why would we do that? Why would we wait when the picks are going to be flying hot and heavy?
Yeah, the picks come in fast enough. As we see them, we'll talk about them. We might miss one or two, and we'll have to bunch together, but we'll make it work. Question, do the Chiefs end tonight with pick 50, 62, and 103? Do they make selections at just those 3 picks and only those 3 picks?
I'm going to say yes. I think Brett Veach wants to make 3 picks in this draft. I think that the board will fall favorably enough for picks 50, and then after that, I think they're just going to let the rest of the board fall to them at 62 and 103.
I tend to agree, but like if you ask me if the Chiefs are making 3 picks tonight, I'm saying yes, they are. But you keep an eye on the pick swap idea. I think that's smart, and I think we've seen this team do it before. And if they want to move up a little bit and move back at the same time using 2 picks to split them, I think that would be a decent move there. So wouldn't be stunned if they do that, and wouldn't be stunned if they throw a 7th or 2 in there to try to make it work as well.
And I would gladly part with those 7s. I don't think that you need.
Maddie would part with all 4 of those 7s.
I would part with all 4 of those 7s to maybe move up 1 spot.
If BJ says, "Hey, if the Chiefs trade all 4 7s, you guys get to end early."
No,
BJ's thinking about it at least.
You can't do that because they'll trade back in for Bo Peep Keys.
It's true.
You got to stay alive to the very end.
We're gonna be sitting there. BJ is trying to mimic the Alonzo Mourning gif right now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock still. We are trying to find out if we can get the tip or the pick tipped for all of you, and if we do, we will certainly let you know. But as of this moment, we do not.
The pick's not in yet, at least according to any trackers either. So we might not know yet. In the chat, let us know. I didn't get to watch it. How was the Chris Angel performance before the draft started? What do we think about that?
Also, why?
Vegas, baby.
You're doing it wrong, Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
I can't wait for Carrot Top to announce a pick.
I'm just sad that they didn't ride a boat out on the Bellagio fountains. Like everybody said it was a bad idea. I loved it. Should have done it. I can't believe that. But lots of Chiefs take 2 picks, 4 picks. There's some 3 in there as well, but we're seeing some mixed reactions there.
Some people thinking 4 picks tonight. That would be fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how. You might have to dip into next year's assets unless you're trading back. And even some of the trade backs are going to be difficult for you to recoup a day 2 pick, I think.
Yeah,
from 50.
You probably have to. Yeah, you would have to trade back maybe at both spots and jump back a little bit to recoup extra
and then move up.
Yeah,
with day 3 assets.
Yeah, 4 would be tricky. I'm intrigued by it. I'm interested to see what happens. There's a chance that the board doesn't fall great and you're just going back to collect guys, but I don't know if the Chiefs are at collecting guy range.
Oh, Brent Shepard says Craig repping Colorado Breweries. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's grab a beer next time I'm in Colorado.
All right, the Bucs pick is in. I don't know it, but the Bucs pick is in, so we are now on alert.
So they stay in 33 is always the catbirds. Okay, I do have the pick with the 33rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. And by the way, everyone, we are tipping picks here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected defensive lineman Logan Hall out of Houston.
Craig was right.
Not all that surprising.
It's a great pick. And again, Vegas knows. And it's in Vegas. They know. They're sitting there, and somebody could have overheard it. He makes sense. Lots of versatility. Maddie's talked a lot about Logan Hall and his ability to play inside, outside. That's coveted by a lot of teams. It's coveted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He makes so much sense in that front. I think he's going to be a good player. I think he's going to be a fun player for them.
Oh, for Todd Bowles, that's a perfect pick. Here's a guy, you want to play him as that strong side defensive end. You want to line him up as a 4-eye, as a 5-tech on their strong side, as they kind of do that amoeba moving front and stuff like that. Perfect guy. He can slip into 3-tech on pass rushing downs. I think it's a great pick for a team. I would have really liked to have the Chiefs taken him as well, but I'm not saying more or less than Karlaftis. He's just a good player. So I'm happy the Bucs, he got off the board here. It's the right spot. And look at this man. He's 300 or 280 pounds, and he's just kicking up like that. That's not normal.
Well, and Maddie, I know you presented, an interesting debate as we were kind of wondering if, an edge that will fit Steve Spagnuolo's typical prototype would fall.
Oh, the
You threw-
Packers have traded up. I gotta say that.
You threw the idea out of
With the
kicking him
Vikings.
outside. You threw the idea of
Yes,
kicking him
sorry.
outside at Logan Hall. So yes, it looks like the Green Bay Packers have traded up.
Are the Vikings looking to trade with every single team in their division in this draft?
Apparently.
Because
so.
we get them so rarely, and now they've traded with the Lions, which a trade that they lost value in, unbelievably somehow.
Analytical influence.
Yeah, and then now all of a sudden you've got the Green Bay Packers moving up here. Who do we think the Green Bay Packers are moving up
Receiver.
for? You think it's a guy
Is
named
it Pickens? Is it Watson? Is it Sky Moore? I don't think Sky Moore fits their mold. It's got to be Watson or Pickens, right?
maybe Watson, maybe David Ojabo, a guy that we know, we've heard that Green Bay is a fan of.
Whoa.
Now that a defensive end has come off the board, maybe it is Ojabo.
The Packers traded picks 53 and 59 to move all the way up to 34.
It's a pretty big jump.
They gave up. I'm gonna look here. 53 and 59. They gave up a lot. They gave up about a value of a mid fourth round pick extra, and they gave an excessive amount of draft capital, 25 points more, to go up and get a specific player. You got it. I think we have the pick, and we're gonna double check.
We're gonna confirm the pick, but yes, they have
Because reading all right. So per BJ's lips, we are trying to read. We're gonna double check here.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So the Green Bay Packers have traded up with the Minnesota Vikings at pick 34 to take wide receiver Christian Watson out of North Dakota State.
Yep.
I'm glad they did this, honestly.
Yeah.
I did, 50 was a fine value for him, but I'm okay with him getting off the board. I think there's a learning curve there. It's a big risk. That said, Green Bay does a great job developing young, raw draft prospects.
do.
So, hey, they see something they like. Maybe it's there, and I'm just not seeing it the same way as everybody else, but I'm cool with this.
And not only that, a local kid. Like, they're going to sell a lot of jerseys for Christian Watson. He doesn't even have to change colors. He's already wearing the Packers
All his
colors.
undershirts are good.
Yeah, he's good to go here. So it makes sense for them to go up and get a guy, a weapon for Aaron Rodgers. Been pounding the table for it for how long? This is a move to make your quarterback happy. Go get an athletic freak. I mean, he is an athletic freak. You can see it on these highlights. And if you're watching these highlights, you're watching this live stream, like, subscribe, comment, get down in there. We're going to have highlights. We got highlights for all these players. As you pick, you get a good idea of who they are. If you appreciate that, get down there, hit that like button. It's good for us. It's awesome for you too. So please do that for us. Christian Watson, how else you guys feel?
Well, I mean, if you go and watch his Senior Bowl performance, he showed a lot more.
It's very good
to be intrigued by, and I think there's probably a bump from what he did at the Senior Bowl because he was one of the better receivers there during that whole week. He was routing dudes up. His releases were, I think, outstanding. You got to see a guy with that kind of size, showing that kind of quickness through his frame, and it was really impressive. Now, I agree with you guys when you say, hey, he doesn't play to his size. You're right. I agree with you. But you also can't coach that size either.
Yeah.
No, you can't. And you can technically coach someone to use it, but if he doesn't want to, he's not going to. So I don't think it's a bad spot for him. I think the Packers trading up that much to get to pick 34 is a little wild for Christian Watson.
Very strong belief in Christian Watson to be making that kind of aggressive move. And
Especially-
they probably believe that he's ready quicker. I mean, honestly, they believe he's ready quicker.
Okay, here's a question. Why would you not just keep MVS over going to trade up for Christian Watson? Like, what's the difference in those two players? I mean, I get it that one's younger, you have more control, but Christian Watson's upside is what MVS was for you.
Absolutely. And you're gambling on the athletic traits. Guys with his athletic traits are rare. They really are. So if he hits, like this is a potential top 5 kind of guy just because that size, that speed makes him ridiculously difficult to defend. And it's not like we're not talking about a guy like DK Metcalf where maybe there were some questions about his rigidity. Maybe there's some questions about his agility. Like you watch his Senior Bowl tape, you see a guy with some fluidity, the hips, the feet.
Oh, yeah.
He moves differently from guys his side. I am always a proponent of, taking guys that move different. When you watch tape and you see a guy that just moves different, or you watch the Senior Bowl, you see a guy that moves different, go get that guy because rare body types win in the NFL 9 times out of 10. I get making a move like that to try and get a rare body type.
Guys, I got the next pick.
All right.
The Tennessee Titans came up at pick 30, not came up, but the Tennessee Titans were on the board at 35. We thought they might be going quarterback. No. Auburn cornerback Roger McCreary comes off the board at pick 35. That's an interesting pick after taking Elijah Molden last year.
It
very
really
similar player.
is. That's going to be a very small secondary, very short arm secondary, right? McCreary's at least a little taller than Elijah Molden is, but a guy with ridiculously short arms. Like we talked a little bit, last night with the Chiefs taking Trent McDuffie. Roger McCreary has much shorter arms. He's got under 29-inch arms, and that athletic profile and guys like that, they don't get picked in day 2, day 1 of the NFL draft. This is the first time since 2010 that a guy with that short arms has been picked like that. Now, that being said, Roger McCreary's tape is phenomenal. It really is. Like, you can't watch him and say, oh, man, you really see that lack of length show up. He is explosive to the ball. He gets across receivers really, really well, even longer guys. So it isn't a hindrance on tape here, but it is yet another gamble. Well, taking a guy that doesn't typically pan out.
We're looking at a few outliers here that we've kind of been talking about. I know Matty doesn't like to deal with outliers, and I get it, and I understand it. But at the same time, sometimes the tape is just too good. You take a swing on some of these guys. The New York Jets are now on the clock. The Giants have traded back, so the pick didn't travel very far.
Is that a good?
Yeah, that was a good joke. But yeah, the Jets are now on the clock at pick 35.
I just wanted to touch real quick on exceptions and stuff like that. The thing with McCreary that separates him a lot from McDuffie, different level athletes, right?
Oh yes.
That's what the difference. McCreary doesn't have the athleticism to make up for the size limitations. Like that's why I think you see him go 35 and some like maybe me being a little bit more questionable, whereas McDuffie can go 21 and it can be a good pick because McCreary ran in the mid 4.5s. Nothing about his athletic testing was particularly good.
Got a 31 and a half inch vertical, like not even particularly explosive. So here's the question that I'm going to pose: do you play him at safety? Do you look at playing him at safety? Elijah Molden got reps at safety there in Washington. Maybe you try and go with this hybrid, a little more versatile defense. Guys that can kick down in the slot, can kick out deep. Maybe they're thinking a little bit outside the box with a pick like this.
Well, and you saw some of those safeties that we kind of talked about fall out go into the back end of the first round. So there's something to take into consideration there. Maybe then, that's in that same range. All right, we have the Jets pick at 35, Maddie.
The Jets trade up with the New York Football Giants. They trade up in a draft to draft a running back, Breece Hall, out of Iowa State.
There's the first one off the board.
This is what you want. As a Chiefs fan, this is what you want. You've only got one wide receiver in this first group of picks. You got, 4 picks in now with the Texans on the clock. Only one wide receiver's off the board, and the quarterbacks haven't started yet.
Correct.
You still have a chance for that quarterback run. So this is a good pick.
All right, let's take a look at Breece Hall. Look at that cut there. He's interesting because he tested better than I think the tape really says, and that's not to disparage him as the athlete. Excuse me, because there are some plays where you see him running away from people. You kind of have to gauge: is this real long speed, or is it just situational? Maddie, take it for a second.
You're good, buddy. And so Breece Hall, you can pull up some analytics that really like him. You can find some if you look hard enough that think he's kind of okay. So I didn't see it when I was watching Breece Hall. I'm not going to lie. I thought he looked a lot like David Montgomery, not even as athletic. Now, he obviously tested a lot more athletic, but I see an okay visioned, okay burst, okay long speed guy with not as good contact balance. Didn't fall forward as much. He's a zone. To me, he's a zone runner through and through that has better, workout testing numbers than he does on the football field.
I mean, he's got the argument to that. He has 41 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons. The production is there. Sometimes we see guys like this transcend some of the, athletic ability, transcend some of that stuff. He's a good pass blocker already, so he's got that in his arsenal. He's going to be able to line up and play as a slightly bigger back here. I mean, he's 5'11", but he's 217 pounds. He's well built. He's a bigger back. He's going to be able to run behind his pads and pass block. And you got the production there. So I do think that it's not a surprise that he's the first running back off the board by any means.
Not after he tested the way he did.
Right.
Yeah, that really pushed him up. I mean,
right.
you drafted a running back first based not on his tape, but on his athletic measurements.
Yeah.
That's a tough pill to swallow, especially in a trade-up.
I think. All right, so Maddie, you had the comment when at pick 10 where you just said basically, if the Jets don't take a pick here to help Zach Wilson, they don't believe in them. Well, they made a pick for Garrett Wilson at pick 10, and now they've moved up to get Breece Hall. They are going all in on Zach Wilson.
They are,
and
they're going all in on this whole draft.
They're going all in on this whole draft too, but they are being very intentional to try to try to help support Zach Wilson. And I think Breece Hall is a very good friend to Zach Wilson. Yeah. So yes, you're trading up for the low positional value position. We can have that debate and that conversation, obviously. And I agree with a lot of the sentiment, but maybe you're overpaying a little bit to make sure that you are securing a guy to help your young quarterback. They're trying to build something around him.
They are trying to build something. They are trying to support him. And you know how you can support us? Liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, all those things. Let the people know that you're watching this. If you're enjoying this, hit that like button, share it around, and then give us some comments. Let us know in the comment section here who you want the Chiefs to get. How are you feeling at this point? What is your overall comfort level with the Chiefs' next pick based on how the board has gone so far? And while you're on the way down there, just make sure you hit that like button and the subscribe button.
We have the next pick in the draft.
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, this draft today is cooking with fire. This thing is flying off the board. We'll probably eventually fall behind as we talk about some of these picks. We might get a little bit behind the leaks, but we'll try to catch back up. We do have another one. Before we get there, like we said, we are going to be tipping picks. We're going to talk about them before you see them on the broadcast, just so you're aware. But Kent, you are up with the Texans pick.
With the 37th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans have picked safety Jalen Petrie out of Baylor. I like the pick. Safeties are falling off in the 30s. There's been some safeties, been some defensive backs falling off in the 30s.
Yeah.
That's an interesting. I know. I really like Jalen Petrie a lot. He started as a linebacker at Baylor, Maddie.
A very undersized linebacker. And then Dave Aranda comes in, and after Petrie was a good linebacker, Aranda comes in. He moves him out to this slot safety role, and you can see the highlights rolling right now. But, a long, very physical guy for a safety. He's a guy, you're seeing here, he's flying off the edge. He's a great blitzer. He'll take on blockers. I think at the NFL level, he might only be 200 pounds. I think some teams will be okay with playing him as their weak side linebacker. And that might be a team like the Texans. Romeo Crennel's kind of adapting his defense. Maybe he feels okay with this smaller version of this linebacker. And then a nickel can kick out. So much versatility in his game.
Yeah, I loved Jalen Petrie. He was a guy that I would have been very comfortable with the Chiefs taking. I think he's going to be able to play safety. I think he's going to be able to play kind of that hook defender. I think he can kick out and play a little man coverage against some guys, and I think he's going to be able to stop the run. I think he's a little bit of a do-it-all defender in the middle of the field. I don't know if you want him playing deep too terribly often, but he can certainly do it in split safety looks. He is going to be a little bit of a chess piece, and you've got to get creative with how you use him. But if you can be creative with him, I think that he can be not only, a really good defender, but a splashy impact defender in that Houston defense.
Yeah, you like the fact that he has the physicality from the linebacker background, but I think his instincts and coverage are really, really good for a guy that played linebacker. And, his route recognition, I think, is really, really good. I think he's a better athlete than people give him credit for. I think that's one of the conversations that we had during the draft process about him. And going top 37 picks, I love that for him because I do really like this football player. There's not much that you don't like. I think this is a really solid pick. The Houston Texans are making a lot of really solid picks. I know, taking an interior offensive lineman isn't the sexiest thing, but they've compiled some assets and they drafted the ceiling with Stingley. And they've drafted a couple really solid football players after that. So
this draft's wild. The Giants trade out of pick 38 now. And the Falcons,
they're just trading back and collecting picks right now.
The Falcons trade pick 43 and 114 to move up 5 spots to pick 38.
I have the pick.
And the Falcons are taking.
They are taking, with the 38th pick, edge Arnold Ebiketie.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Out of Penn State.
Really
that's a great pick.
Good pick. That's a guy that I would have been comfortable with the Chiefs taking, or a lot of teams at the end of the first round there. I think he's got the technical ability. He's got the length. He's got athleticism. I think that he's going to be at worst, a really solid edge in the NFL, especially in a 3-4 scheme. Going to be a really solid edge in the NFL for a long time.
He's going to Dean Pease.
I know,
Dean
man.
Pease is going to sit there and do some, I mean, not even just wild stuff. I mean, that's a perfect place
It
for
is.
a guy like Arnold Ebiketie with that explosiveness off the snap, his length. They don't, you can be a little undersized and play in that system if you know how to use it. Like, I think that's a really, really good pick by the Atlanta Falcons, especially to get him at this point in time.
Yeah.
I get the trade up. So I'm interested now, though, as I kind of go look through the draft stuff here. I wonder who they were just specifically trying to get ahead of. The Seahawks, maybe? 'Cause
Maybe.
they took a tackle in the first round, correct?
Correct.
So maybe jumping the Seahawks a little. Oh, no, they were already, they were behind them. So jumping the Seahawks, maybe the Bears. Just that's a good move by the Falcons.
I really like that move a lot. I really like Arnold Ebiketie. He would have been a player that if he was still floating around at 50, I might have pounded the table for the Chiefs to double up.
5 spots for him.
I mean, yeah, I would have doubled up at that point. Tried to get 2 really good edge players for your defense. Really, really good pick there.
All right, so we didn't have a trade in the first 10 picks of the draft, correct?
Correct.
All right, per Tom Pelissero, unprecedented action. Now up to 12 trades in the first 38 picks of the 2022 NFL draft.
Wow.
It means in the last 28 picks, we've had 12 of them exchange hands or change hands.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable. So a lot of action. The Chiefs have not made a move yet in the second round of this draft. And I mean, the way it's sitting for them, I don't know if they're going to need to, Matt.
It's looking pretty decent so far, right? Like, we haven't had that run on wide receivers that, I
No,
talked
this is a
about
good board.
at the beginning yet.
You got to think quarterbacks are coming off too.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, clearly nobody likes him. Clearly, somehow, Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback that anybody's slightly sold on.
Shocking.
I don't.
I was watching a little bit of coverage today, just watching the first round back. And Kenny Pickett, his hand, this is real. He's showing in convincing teams. His hand is actually bigger when it's on the football. Like, somehow the way he holds the football.
Because he's got a double jointed thumb.
Because he thinks his thumb, extends and wraps.
So when you put it flat on the ground, it looks like the measurement's bad. But when he puts it on his hand or puts it on a football, it actually allows him to hold the football a little bit better. I found that hilarious. But it worked because he's the only first round quarterback.
Only quarterback off the board so far.
I've been saying this. Like, how many of these guys in this quarterback class are you willing to go all in on? And there's none. There's no guys that I was willing to go in on.
Kenny Pickett would not have been in my top 4 to go to even attempt. So I don't. That's why I'm struggling with that one.
All right, so we are doing something pretty cool here while we are watching the draft. We're trying to continue the legacy of our friend Terez Paylor, an incredible man, an incredible void left with his journalistic abilities in Chiefs Kingdom. What we're doing is we're trying to support 2 of his charities that are kind of continuing his legacy with PowerMizzou.com. With Howard University, there are 2 scholarship programs. If you donate $10 to the KC Sports Network Venmo, you will get entered to win a Nick Bolton jersey, a Travis Kelce jersey, a signed Patrick Lavon Mahomes mini helmet. Those are the 3 prizes that we are raffling off. We'll be announcing the winners on Saturday. KC Sports Network Venmo to go enter into those. Every $10 you spend is a entry into that raffle. So thank you all so much for watching us here on day 2 of the NFL draft. If you're watching, please hit the subscribe button. It helps us as we are continuing to do this coverage. We will be here all night. We will be here all day tomorrow with every single pick in this draft. Hit the subscribe button. Maddie, I think you have a pick, don't you?
I do, but before I get to that pick, I just got to say, if you guys want more coverage of the draft and these players the Chiefs pick, head on over to the KCSN Substack. So that's kcsn.substack.com. Subscribe there because, the next few weeks is just going to be draft content after draft content after draft content until Craig and I decide to get real nerdy over the summer and talk about scheme things potentially the Chiefs might change to. So head on over there and make sure you subscribe. But the Bears, with their first of 2 picks here coming up pretty soon, take Washington corner Kyler Gordon. They take Trent McDuffie's teammate at pick 30, I believe was 38.
38.
So run on defensive backs at the beginning of the second round. Chiefs jumped in before all of this. looking really smart all of a sudden.
It's kind of interesting when you look at it. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like they maybe a projected run in here in the 30s. They just said that's the instincts that Brett Veach had in day one. You need to give him a lot of credit. He kind of started the run on defensive backs at the very top of pick 21. And he traded up for a guy he had a first-round grade on. You're seeing all these guys fall off the board. Value at wide receiver is continuing to fall. The Chiefs are about 11 picks away. They're sitting really pretty with all but Christian Watson off the board. You still got Sky Moore. You still got George Pickens. Still got John Mechie III. I'm trying to think about missing any more that you might be looking at pick 50. But 3 receivers here. And, maybe he's getting squirrely and is starting to look at, potential trade-ups now. You never know. I mean, the Seahawks, I think, have 2 picks coming up here pretty quick as well. So
and they like to trade back. That's a team that – what do you think about Kyler Gordon? We can get to the trade scenarios. What do you think about Kyler Gordon?
I think he's a good player. I think he's not a great player. He definitely was the guy that, opposing offenses targeted instead of Trent McDuffie. Like you see maybe his stats, his box score stuff looks a little bit better than Trent McDuffie because teams opted to throw at him rather than McDuffie. They opted to run at him rather than McDuffie. One of the underrated things about McDuffie is his ability to play the run and the way that he plays with leverage. So teams opted to go at him. He held up fine. He held up pretty well within that Washington scheme. It's a very NFL-friendly scheme. We see time and time again, NFL teams love these guys, love getting these Washington corners. So he is certainly ready to step in, but definitely a step down for sure from a guy like Trent McDuffie.
So, real quick, sorry. No? Nakobe Dean's still on the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There was some late rumors of some possible injury stuff with him because he couldn't test and stuff like that. I think he was one of the guys that may have flagged a little later for an injury. So, I think that he's just – that's what it is. That's a smaller linebacker that may have injury concerns. Listen, Seahawks. Is that not a perfect fit for Nakobe Dean to replace Bobby Wagner?
That would be a very Seahawksy pick.
Fit?
Yeah.
That feels like I just wanted to touch on Kyler Gordon real quick too.
Someone just bought Tucker a seltzer.
Nice, let's go.
There's first one.
Let's get it, Tucker.
I think you should stand up and chug it for the man.
Oh wow. So Kyler Gordon, we were watching a lot of Washington defensive backs today. I straight up say it. Kyler Gordon got picked on sometimes. He didn't always look great. I get why he's a step down from some of the other guys we saw. I get the ability. I get the upside, but I understand why he's a round 2 guy versus some of these other corners that have been going on.
Yeah, understandably. So we are sitting here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. We have a special guest in the house.
Uh-oh.
Our man, Jeff Allen.
He's here.
Is in the building, hanging out all the way from Texas. Jeff, what's good, man?
having me. I'm happy to be here.
Dude, we're so excited to have you. I mean, you came all the way down from Texas to come hang out with us. Appreciate you.
I didn't really come to see you guys. I came for barbecue. I'm sorry.
That's fair. That's the only reason I come in from North Carolina, really. Like, they tell me how to do the show, but I'm just here for some barbecue.
So, all right. So, what have you had already?
I just got here like 3 hours ago. So we're at Kingdom Bar and Grill, so I got me a brisket, brisket sandwich.
A little brisket sandwich, a little brisket action there. That's good. Well, Jeff, your pick's coming up here pretty quick. Pick 44.
Pick 44.
I just want to know, so did you have – what was your expected what was your draft expectations going in as far as what round? Did you think you might have a chance to sneak in the back around 1, or what was the vibe you were getting from your team?
Well, I heard anywhere from round 1 to 3, so I knew it was going to be in that range, late first round, anywhere to mid-third. I was hoping for the best. Didn't get picked day 1, went into day 2. Not knowing who was going to pick me because all the teams I was speaking to picked, and I was just sitting there like, okay, maybe I'm going to 3rd round, and the Chiefs called.
Nice. So, all right, so you didn't really have a ton of talks with the Chiefs before you got picked?
I never interviewed with them. I didn't talk to them at the Senior Bowl. I didn't talk to them at the Combine. No communication at all.
So what's that like, just like the first time once you get drafted, the first time you talk to them is that quick phone call that you get to, and then I assume you go out there the next day, right?
Yeah.
Like, just how's that going? You never talked to them at all. Now you're just going in to introduce yourself.
It's really just getting to know everyone. Getting on the phone, making sure you remember people's names, making sure you know who the owner is, and just getting into town. Yeah, like seriously.
They're telling you beforehand, like, all right, it's Clark Hunt,
Yeah, it's talking to the media, and just getting to know the roster and the team and what the expectation is for you. Pretty much my role was, we're going to bring you in to compete. Got a lot of good veteran guys, and, we'll see what happens.
So you didn't have any contact with the Chiefs. What was it like to have a secret admirer?
It was pretty creepy. No, I'm just,
I mean, like, you got to be a little weirded out. It's like some teams can't calling you with an 816 area code number. You're like, what?
It was pretty creepy. I will say this, though. Knowing what I know now, I understand why. So then Scott Pioli was the GM.
Yeah.
He comes from New England. I did get interviewed by New England leading up to the draft. And their big thing was, don't tell anyone about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is secret. We don't want anybody to know. They wanted to get everyone off the radar. You know, they do things under the table so no one knows.
So that like transition from day one to day two, like were you just a mess the whole day?
I was. Day one, I kind of figured I wasn't going to go first round. So I didn't have a ton of family around. It was just immediate family. I had my wife or my girlfriend at the time. My mom, my sisters, that was it. Day two, though, was a big party. I was like, I better go this day. Because everyone's here. I have the news crew out here. It'll be really, really embarrassing if I don't get picked today.
Good vibes, huh? You had good vibes about that day.
Yeah, definitely.
You wound up going. Once we get pick 44, if you want to hang out through pick 44, we're gonna let you announce it because that is your pick, my
I
man.
definitely want to announce that pick.
There we go. We got to do that. We got to do that for
We've
sure.
hit a little bit of a lull, I think, with the Seahawks up twice. So, we're a little bit ahead of the broadcast here, but
We're leaking picks.
and yeah, so we're moving through this now. We're just kind of waiting to see it out. So, what are you doing to keep yourself busy when you were waiting? Just when you're, the draft's going on, what are you doing to keep busy during that time?
Man, I was stress eating. I was eating everything around me, all type of snacks, hot wings. My mom makes masticholi. It's freaking amazing. Swedish meatballs.
Oh,
so
man.
I probably ate about 10,000 calories before I got picked.
Man, I gotta get myself to some of these draft parties, and this sounds great.
No, it's really a good time, man. If you get a chance, go to one. It's a lot of fun. It's stressful, but it's fun. That's a good time. It's time to celebrate.
Yeah. Any so like I don't know. We haven't really asked you about what your thoughts on the the Chiefs 2 picks are. They go grab a corner. They trade up for a corner. They go grab an edge. What do you think about the two guys the Chiefs got so far?
I love them. I love them both. I think they filled the need and they're good players. Don't think we could have done any better with our position. I like that they moved up to go get a corner, which we need. I thought we were going to go edge first.
Yeah.
Because I really do think we need to fix the pass rush. But they got a good guy, how to produce. So I'm excited to see what he does.
Yeah, it was pretty funny here yesterday because they traded up. They get on the clock. We have this bar's pretty packed yesterday, and even a little bit more as people are trickling in now here at the Kingdom Bar and Grill. And it just went dead quiet when Trent McDuffie came up there because everybody was expecting an edge. They expected Jermaine Johnson. They expected George Karlaftis, and it just got dead quiet in here when they announced the pick. And it was just like everybody was just like mentally processing what just happened, and they still go get Karlaftis
They got
later.
them both.
Right, and this was like perfect. Like it was the perfect first round. I mean, Brett Veach is killing it so far.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely I love what he's done to this point. This has been my favorite Chiefs draft so far. Maybe it's just because they actually have first round picks to make. Maybe that's a little bit of it, but
I'm hoping we get a receiver with this next pick at 50. So
yeah, I mean, the way the board's fallen so far, it seems like there's a good chance they might get some of these receivers.
maybe Pickens,
Is Pickens your guy?
That's my guy, man. I like his toughness.
Yeah.
I think he has an edge to him, and I think we need that in receiver room.
Right, I get it. Some people don't like him because he's mean and he plays wide receiver, so we don't like that. No, that's what I want in my wide receiver. Go be mean to those little corners.
Well, and we've done a lot of work, and so he's our wide receiver one on the board for the KCSN draft guide, and it's mostly Bills. I mean, we do it like all film. We don't really try to take into consideration the off-field stuff or the medicals because that's not fair for us to try to paint a broad brush with everybody. So from a pure film perspective, and you look at the projection, the guy that he was, early on in his career, pre-ACL. I mean, if you get that version of him, I think he's got the highest ceiling of any receiver in this class. And I think that's what I really like. You can't, 6'3", 205 pounds, that kind of athleticism, tracking the ball over his shoulder, ability at the catch point. You keep checking boxes for him.
You can't teach that.
No.
And the thing about him, if we do pick him, he comes into a great organization that's stable with a lot of good veterans. It's only going to help him. It's going to progress his maturity. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's the biggest part with these guys, right? I mean, we're sitting here on a couch talking about it, but we don't get to go in the locker room and see how important it is to, the assistant coaches, the training staff that's around, or just the other players and who's willing to talk and work with guys. And that's something that none of us on the outside have an idea. And I'm sure you've been on a couple different teams with different guys. And that makes as big of a difference as anything else.
Definitely does. It's a winning organization, which means there's a winning attitude. They know how to do things the right way. And you have no choice but to adapt or you're going to get left. You're going to get cut. Not just left.
We have the Seahawks 40th pick in the draft. So I believe this is the first of two picks that they'll be making here. With the 40th pick, the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected Minnesota defensive end Boye Mafe. I like the value here. I think that's a pretty smart move. I think this is about where that value should have gone. A Big Ten guy, Jeff.
Big Ten,
have
you
you had a chance to watch any Boye Mafe at all?
Yeah, I mean, he destroyed Illinois a few times, so that's why I know that name. But Big Ten, we're known from the trenches.
Yeah.
O and D line, you get good guys out of there.
Yeah, no, and so this is a round where I think it's a good spot for him. He's a super explosive guy. I think he's still developing some of his rush plan and stuff like that. So, they talk a lot about him with the Chiefs in the first round. I'm happy the Chiefs went the route they did with Karlaftis. I think he kind of fits. We talked about the team culture, what Steve Spagnuolo wants them to do. I think he's a better fit. But I think it's a good pick for Seattle. They get a guy that likes to pin his ears back and literally just rush. I mean, that's perfect for that Pete Carroll style of defensive end that they love out there.
Definitely. And I'm going to hit on George with this. His motor is out of this world.
Yeah.
He probably has the best motor in the draft.
Yeah,
that's something to build off of too. I think your motor is a reflection of your football character too, and I think there's strong correlation there. Guys with high motors are typically the guys that are putting in work to be able to have that motor, to have that level of consistency.
Great leadership. It's going to help the team. Everyone's going to be inspired by that.
Yeah, you've probably watched a little bit of Karlaftis too, haven't you?
Like I said, I watch Illinois every Saturday, so
yeah.
I would catch these guys, putting the whipping on us sometimes.
So here's just a random question. How unfun is it to block a guy that has that kind of motor and power? So you're 3 seconds into the play, and this dude's still throwing heavy hands and going 100% that deep into the play.
It's terrible. It's one of those things like, God, are you going to slow down? And I hate comping guys. And I know the guy went to Purdue, but Ryan Kerrigan was a very similar guy.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about first play was the same as the last. Oh. And that's something that's treacherous for us. So.
Yeah, no, and you get to some of those long drives, if you're just moving, especially in the Big Ten, there's a lot of long drives and stuff in there. You get to play 13 and he's playing the exact same in the fourth quarter as play 1 in the first quarter. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, and they rotate, so it's not fair for a lineman. We play the entire game, and they come in situationally sometimes and play, maybe 80% of the snaps. So.
And
that's my excuse.
Always let them know. And you always got to let them know that, too.
You got to let them know. That's my excuse. I'm tired. You're not.
I was going to ask you, while we have you today, I saw a little bit of the Vidarian Lowe's story at Illinois.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to talk to him at all or get to know him at all?
I've spoken to him briefly, via social media. But he's a good kid, and he's a good football player.
Yeah.
I think someone's going to get a really good guy, possibly a day one starter, someone that can develop into a long time starter.
There's a lot of versatility, I think, to do.
Yes.
He's played some tackle, and I think he played a little bit of his tackle. I think he played tackle his last year at Illinois as well.
2 seasons.
Yeah, and so, that seems like a trait that the Chiefs have typically liked.
Yeah.
Guys that have that tackle ability. Maybe the measurements aren't necessarily the tackle measurements that you like.
That's an Andy Reid guy.
Exactly.
A Swiss Army knife. That's what we like to call him. A guy with, good length that could be a hybrid type that could play either guard or tackle. It only adds value to you. We can do more. The more you can do.
All right, so I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm slightly distracted because the Seahawks did the most Seahawks thing possible. With pick 41, they came back and they drafted running back Kenneth Walker out of Michigan State. Now, good football player.
No quarterback, huh?
No quarterback. I'm confused.
Drew Lock's the guy.
And they say they apparently like him, but they just brought back Rashad Penny, who finally had a good year this last year. He looked like he was really picking it up for him, so they bring him back. And then they come out, draft Kenneth Walker, who's my running back 1. I like the player, but it's just a very Seattle move to come out with no quarterback.
They're going to run a ball 60 times a game.
Well, yeah. Drew Lock's their quarterback. I'll say it. I want to shout out the NFL for giving us all these Big Ten guys while Jeff's hanging out with us.
I know, man. I think it's just a big coincidence. That's all.
Yeah. No, I think you hooked this up. You probably snuck them some cookies.
Oh, definitely.
I see what you did.
It's easy to get Goodell to do whatever you want when you give him cookies.
So, Kenneth Walker, probably the best pure runner. I think Breece Hall's a little bit more versatile player. You've got the frame that, I think Breece Hall's going to be able to sustain a really big workload. I think Kenneth Walker definitely can too. And as a runner, probably the best pure runner in this class, I think. Really, really good vision. Pretty good. Ability in space, you're seeing some of the, there's some wiggle to him. At the second level, good vision at the second level, anticipation of defenders kind of closing and stuff at the second, third level. Really fun runner, I think he hasn't really got to show his ability in the passing game all that much.
He transferred in for 1 year, right? He just transferred in for 1 year, and he picks up a new offense immediately. I know, great program there at Michigan State. They're going to give you a chance to be a great runner if you just can do it. And He clearly showed he can do it. It's 1 year, so his pass catching ability, some other stuff he can do, his versatility, I think you're going to see that expand a little bit here kind of as he goes into the NFL.
It's crazy. I mean, we're looking at the board here. I think there's going to be a run on receivers here.
We've been saying that since this round started. So, hey, fingers crossed. George Pickens, man.
I mean,
and that's good for us if there's not a run until 50. So I'll take it there.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what 135, how far up 135 will get you.
Yeah, so we're waiting on the Colts pick at 42. So we're just a couple picks away from Jeff's pick here. He's going to hang out with us through there. You can announce that pick.
Jeff, I'm going to tell you, man. If the Chiefs traded pick 135 and 50, that could get them to pick 44. So if the Chiefs see a run on receiver starting and they trade up into the Jeff Allen spot of the draft.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Let me get my phone. I'm going to text Goodell.
Hey, more
text Goodell and Beach.
Tell them more cookies are coming if you trade up to 44. Yeah, when they make the announcement, it'll be like or you could just, maybe you could bribe Cleveland. Cleveland has acquired pick 50, pick 135, and 3 dozen Cookie Society cookies. That might be enough.
And that's a huge stretch, man. That's a lot of value right there.
That's
cookies.
That's an overpay. Maybe they
pushed them over the
cookies.
edge.
Come on, man. Is it a dozen or a 6-pack?
What flavors you got going right now?
Right now, tomorrow's the last day of the month, so the menu's about to switch over. But we have cosmic brownie cookie. We have a lemon bar cookie, an oatmeal cream pie cookie.
Good God.
What else do we have right now? A birthday cake cookie and a carrot cake cookie.
It's like my pantry as a kid flavors right here. Like it's just straight out. Oh man.
The Vikings have traded to pick 42.
Okay.
They've traded up to pick 42. I don't know if this is a receiver.
I don't know what's going on right now. The Vikings are moving all over the place. So
they're moving everywhere. Thank you to everyone that's been donating to the Therese Paylor's Foundation. We're almost at $3,000 in donations, helping support, continuing the legacy of our friend Therese Paylor, the PowerMizzou.com scholarship program, the Howard University endowment, which is just, God, it's so awesome. Cool. We're trying to help raise money for those. If you go to the KC Sports Network Venmo, you give $10, you donate $10, you donate $100, you're going to get an entry for every $10 that you donate to the Therese Paylor Foundation. That Nick Bolton jersey that's sitting right over there by Jeff. Yeah, hold it up, Jeff.
Hold it up.
We got to get a model over here.
Hey, this is one of my favorite guys right here.
There you go. Yeah, so you got the Nick Bolton jersey, the Travis Kelce jersey, the football helmet, the signed Patrick LaVon Mahomes football helmet. You got some really, really cool prizes that we'll be announcing the winners of those on Saturday. So continue to donate there. Casey from KC. His fittest, how many bench reps could Jeff do?
I could probably do about 32.
What?
32 or 25.
Now, are these Illinois Pro Day 32, 35s? Or
no,
these?
So at the Combine, I did 28.
Okay.
But I really did more. They counted 28.
Yeah, shortage.
All right, Jeff, I'll be honest with you. I'm more interested in how many you could do right now.
Probably 4. I haven't lifted a weight in like 18 months. My question for Jeff Allen is, who is his favorite teammate? Oh, my God. Don't put me on the spot like that.
Now you're going to get in trouble.
I am going to get in trouble. My favorite teammate was all of them. I loved every single one of them equally. We're going to keep this politically correct. All right. Cookie question for Jeff. Most amount of cookies he has ever eaten in one sitting. All right, so we have 4-ounce cookies. So these things are like 3 cookies in one. I've probably done about 6 or 7.
Oh, let's go.
I'm sick for like 2 days.
How many calories in one cookie?
It depends on the cookies.
Yeah.
The average is probably like 450.
Oh man.
I will say, so I've had some of these cookies. I had the salted caramel one, put it in the microwave for like 10 seconds or so.
Warm up.
Oh my God.
The warm up action.
They're incredible, man.
Oh.
You got something over there.
Okay, so we do. We have the pick 42.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Vikings trade up to select Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback out of Clemson. Had some core muscle injuries.
That was my guy, man. I like that dude.
Yeah, if you can watch a little bit of his tape here. A ball producer. I mean, that guy gets his hands on the football.
Yeah.
Really comfortable catching the ball away from his frame like a receiver. If it weren't for his core muscle surgery, I think he would have gone in the top 15. Maybe the Chiefs would have been trading up for him at pick 21 because I think he's got that kind of ability.
Definitely good football player.
When we did the KCSN draft guide, I mean, he's sitting right there just below Derek Stingley. Like, he's the one guy that we had, in the same realm. He's just another guy that we really liked. It sounds silly, but kind of an easy philosophy for some guys. You just watch them and they kind of move differently on the football field. And, he's one of those guys to his body control in the air, how just controlled and fast he is all at the same time. Love him as a player. The core muscle injuries that he's had over 3 years now, it's gone back a couple seasons. That's tough to deal with. I'm sad because I don't think the Chiefs seem to be trying to avoid some injured guys here as of late. So I didn't know if he'd be interested or they'd be interested. And it seems like the Vikings come up before we kind of even get a note here.
That's interesting that the Vikings traded back. I want to figure out how far they moved back. Maybe I think they might have been. I don't. Do we know what the picks were yet? Are they still sitting in front of the Chiefs is what I want to know. So, the Minnesota sent picks 53, 77, and 192 to the Colts for 42 and 122, which is interesting to me because the Colts are a team that needs a receiver.
Yeah.
Another team off the board.
And they backed out.
Did they backed out.
Did they love Christian Watson? Was that their guy then?
Was Christian Watson their guy?
Interesting.
Do they feel like they're getting I'll just play this scenario. Do they think they're getting Sky Moore and the Chiefs are getting George Pickens? Do they have a beat on the Chiefs receiver that they're taking at 50?
Well, I got to get this out. The New York Giants have made their pick next. So we're one pick away. So after this pick, Jeff gets the next pick after this one. Yeah, so
pick 44, baby.
So we're pick 43. The New York Giants take a wide receiver. But Wan'Dale Robinson out of Kentucky, formerly of Nebraska, I'm kind of surprised here. I did not think he would be going before Sky Moore or George Pickens. Now, I love Wan'Dale Robinson. He's one of my guys. But
I'll say that's your guy.
Before Pickens, before Sky Moore, this seems a little early to me. So that one caught me a little off guard here.
And especially since, the pre-draft process maybe hasn't been the most kind to him because as an athletic tester, he wasn't, particularly strong. But, you're seeing a guy that, a slot receiver that can operate and win in a lot of different ways, and a little bit of wiggle to him. Not the biggest guys. You're kind of, you can watch on this. You can watch the frame right here. I don't need to tell you that looking at him. But Matt, this is one of your guys.
He is, and we were watching George Karlaftis today before we came in here, and we watched some 2019 film. We watched Nebraska. I immediately turned to Craig when I saw number 1 out of the backfield make guys miss. I'm like, hey, that's Wan'Dale Robinson, I can guarantee you, because he essentially only played running back for Nebraska, goes to Kentucky with Liam Cohen for 1 year, has a huge year for him. He became the 7th guy in SEC history to have over 100 catches and 1,000 yards in one season. So, there's a guy I love. It's just a little bit of a surprise. That one took me off guard.
You think it has something to do with Tony?
Oh, that's a good connection.
That's a good thought.
Yeah.
This is why you're here, man.
This is why Jeff Allen's here.
I guess Craig's out and Jeff's in for the rest of the time. This guy, I didn't even think about that. But they have Sterling Shepard's a slot-sized guy. They have Tony, who does a lot of the same stuff.
Thing that he does.
That Wan'Dale does. That could be a little insurance. Maybe Tony's on the move. That's an interesting pick, but I like that connection. So we're going to keep our eyes out because if we see the pick coming up, we're all going to talk about it early. We are tipping picks because the broadcast on this day gets behind, but we're going to let Jeff announce it once we get there because this is his pick.
Jeff Allen, if you were just watching, former Chief, 2012 draft pick, right?
2012, 44th pick.
2012, the 44th pick in the 2012 NFL draft. The 44th pick is on the clock. We're letting our guy Jeff make this pick. And I'm just gonna say that we're gonna make the 44th pick presented by Cookie Society because I'm just making that call right now. I don't know why. Let's just let's just do that. But we're gonna keep refreshing to try to see if we can tip this pick for everybody. And but if you're watching this right now, hit the like, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, tell us who you think the 44th pick in the draft is. And unfortunately, you can't, Jeff. You're not eligible. You can't get pick 44 again. I'm sorry, bro.
Listen, I'll crumble if I go out there right now.
Okay. Okay.
So, the broadcast, I think, is still on.
The broadcast will continue to be behind us. We're going to be
pretty close, though.
Well, hopefully we can get out ahead of them again. So, yeah.
All right, so what do we think? If the Browns are up, it's another team could go wide receiver. I know they traded for Amari Cooper, but you lose Odell, you lose Landry, at least as of right now. Who knows if he'll want to come back to play with a different quarterback. I don't know what they got going on there. but they could go receiver. They should be a trade back team after they traded all those picks for Watson. Like you think if people want to come up, this would be an interesting spot as well. So yeah, we're going to keep looking around for this. I'm a little nervous that this is a wide receiver. Yeah,
it has to be. They're a pretty complete team.
Yeah, I could see this, and I mean, maybe this is where they get a little risky here. I mean, they've already been pretty risky this offseason.
They possibly could go edge too.
Yeah. Clowney hasn't been re-signed there yet. So I mean, that helps Myles Garrett. I mean, Myles Garrett's still the guy, but that helps him to have another guy across. So if they have an edge player, they really like.
For Jeff, my brother-in-law is a huge KC fan, and we called in to order a Cookie Society cookies, and Jeff signed an autograph and stuck in the delivery. So just wanted to say that, hey, man, it's about customer service. It's about going the extra mile. You mean everything to me.
Look at this man.
It's been so, Jeff, I'm not just saying this, man. It's been so cool to kind of see all the, all the accolades you guys have received, all the attention you guys have received. It's been fun to root for you.
I really appreciate it, man. I can't take any of the credit. This is all, the rest of the team back in Texas and my beautiful wife. I just eat a lot.
Yeah,
eat a lot of cookies.
She's the superstar in the family.
Somebody has
honest.
to taste test it all, though, right?
Yeah,
that's an important role, man.
That's
an important role every time.
I'm the last check. If I say it's good to go, it's good to go.
So if you guys get a cookie with a bite missing out, that's Jeff's version of autographing them from now on. It's just one bite.
One bite, man. That's all.
So you guys are in the lab making cookies. How many cookie concepts do you test?
Any given month, when we're trying to figure out new flavors, she probably goes through like 15 to 20 different ideas.
Oh man!
You get to try them all?
I get to try them all.
Let's go. Do you do it from home? Like you guys tested from home, or where are you guys doing?
She tested at home.
Okay.
Starts it at home, like she did in the beginning, then takes it to the kitchen.
I just want to understand how you said you haven't lifted a weight in 18 months, and you got all these cookies sitting around your house.
I run every day. I do like Orange Theory.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. All right. Hey, thank you, everybody, for watching us. The Chiefs are getting very close to being on the board. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Come hang out with us if you are in the area at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Okay. The pick has been traded. The Browns are trading the pick to Houston.
Okay.
You were a Houston Texan, weren't you?
It's not the Chiefs, but it's close.
I told him a 6-pack. If I would have told him a 12-pack, we would have gave him the Chiefs. My bad.
All right. We do have the pick. We have the pick, Jeff.
Let me see.
Let's go here. Jeff Allen, the 44th pick in the 2012 NFL draft.
Nice.
And it's presented by Cookie Society. We have it.
Presented by Cookie Society. The Houston Texans select wide receiver from Alabama, John Mechie at 44.
Wow.
Good pick.
Oh, man.
That's a great pick.
It is.
That is a great pick. I mean, I'm not that surprised that he wound up going as early as he did. I know the ACL injury, but man, he was just an uber productive. Like you talk about polish, you talk about productive receivers, guys that are going to be able to step in pretty quick. I think John Mechie, we talk about Chris Olave. I think I kind of consider John Mechie in that kind of mold as well.
Yeah, similar player. Really good route runner, very technical. I mean, I'm sure Caserio gets on the phone, calls Saban. They have a few connections. He's like, hey, what do you think of him? And, Nick Saban loves John Mechie. Like, it's one of his guys from this team. He's been there for a while. So that goes a long way. But, I mean, we're going to see the highlights as they start playing here. Very good. One of the things about me, he's not the same kind of player, but the way he runs routes reminded me of Michael Thomas coming out of Ohio State. It's very robotic. His head never moves unless he wants it to. It's everything so deliberate. So, like, I like the pick. Jeff, you seem like you enjoyed it as well.
I like the pick, too. I think he's a playmaker.
Yeah.
And he would have been, shout out to my guy TP, rest in peace. We miss you. He would have been on the All G's team, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right, dude.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, that's a great mention. Hey, I know we just mentioned it, but the Therese Paylor Foundation at Howard University and at powermizzou.com, we're trying to raise money to help support them. I think we've raised about $3,000 for those causes. Every $10 that you donate to the KC Sports Network Venmo gets you an entry into a drawing that we will be announcing for a Nick Bolton jersey, Travis Kelce jersey, signed Patrick Mahomes helmet. So, we're just trying to continue our guys' legacy, and obviously it's pretty emotional for us. And every time, I try not to think about it. I've during draft season, I think about him every day. Like, and that's not even the joke, man. And just trying to support him. Yeah, we'll be announcing the winners on Saturday on this show. You don't have to be listening to win.
But you
But
should be.
maybe we should hold you all hostage, and you guys have to sit through 4 rounds of draft coverage with us.
What else are you doing from 11 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday?
Jeff, I'm glad you didn't have to wait till day 3 to get your name called, because I couldn't imagine,
I'm
man.
so thankful, man. I was biting my nails the whole day.
Well, I mean, you didn't have to. I mean, by our indications here, you didn't have to bite your nails too long.
No, man, I was very thankful, and I'm happy that I was able to play as long as I did. And got drafted by the Chiefs. One of my favorite places in the world is Kansas City.
Yeah, well, we're glad that you're getting to hang out with us here, man. And yeah, we're kind of partial to Kansas City too. How many years did you wind up playing in the league?
I played 8.
8. That's incredible. People don't realize
8.5. I mean, if you count like getting cut and stuff like that.
I didn't. I'm not bringing that up. I'm not even going to follow up on that.
Everybody gets cut, man. It's not anything to be ashamed about.
Yeah.
It's not if, it's when. When is it going to happen for you? So.
Right. It's going to happen eventually. I can't imagine. That's such a long time. I like Ken's saying here. I don't think people understand just the wear and tear, not during the season, getting ready for the season, emotionally, mentally on you, your family, everyone close. Like, that's a long time to be in the NFL. The average career, I think they've come out as 2.5 years or something.
Yeah.
Like, that's a long time.
Yeah, I'm definitely thankful that I was able to last as long as I did.
Do you miss it still, or are you at the point? Okay. Yeah.
I 100% miss game day. Like, I don't think that will ever go away. I don't miss the preparation and the meetings for meetings. I miss the locker room a ton. But outside of that, no.
So, I mean, do you do anything? I mean, obviously you're doing the stuff with us. What outside of just, all the stuff you're doing with KC Sports Network do you do to try to stay connected to the game?
Well, as of late, it's been business.
Sure.
Dealing with Cookie Society, so I've been head first in that, not really paying attention to football outside of doing the podcast.
Sure.
But now this year, I'm getting freed up a little bit more. So I'm going to be tailgating. You're going to see me in some Chiefs games.
Let's go.
I'm going to be all over the country at NFL games. I still got buddies that play across the league. So I'm going to have a good time this year.
You were pretty tight with Whitney Merciless, right?
Yeah, Whitney Merciless was my roommate in college. I got buddies everywhere, man. I just was talking to my buddy Mitch Morris, former Chief.
We had Mitch on the show during the offseason.
Another one of my buddies, Greg Mance.
Yeah.
They FaceTimed me before I came on. They're teammates now, and they were talking about cookies. And I was like, I'm going to be up there for a tailgate and buffalo wings.
Oh, hey. Are you going through a table?
Yeah, I'm going through a fucking table. Excuse my language. I'm going through a table. You're going to see me on Twitter.
We're hanging out at Kingdom Bar Grill in Overland Park, Kansas, here at day 2 of the KCSN draft party. We have a lot of people hanging out here, having a lot of fun. We're here with our guy, Jeff Allen, in from Texas. Definitely not for the barbecue. Definitely just come sit under a bunch of lights and hanging out with us. But, it's been a lot of fun hanging out with Jeff and watching the draft. And, I mean, the Chiefs are getting close to being on the board.
What are we at right now, 45? We're waiting on 45,
Waiting on pick 45 right now.
The Baltimore Ravens on the clock, waiting on 40. Hey, that's 5 picks. We're almost there. You could pick out 5 guys you want right now and see what's coming out of it. So we're getting to that point where as a fan, you start to get nervous and excited at the same time, and it doesn't help. It's nice and 80 degrees in here, so it's already a little sweaty, and then we're getting a little nervous and excited at the same time. It's getting a little wild. Yeah, we're about halfway through the first round or the second round of this draft. Looking forward to seeing what the Chiefs pick. They got 2 picks. And the funny thing is, the picks are going to start getting hot and heavy because you go from 50 to 62. That gap's going to be pretty quick. So we'll be sitting there talking about and breaking down pick 50, and before you know it, the Chiefs are going to be back on the board again. So this has been pretty fun, man. If you hit the like and subscribe button, we got Jeff for a little bit longer. If you want to ask some questions for Jeff, because he's been more than open with us.
I'm here for the entertainment, man. I'm here to have some fun. Let's have some fun. Ask me anything.
Any questions? So if you keep asking him who his favorite teammate is, you might have to answer it eventually.
I was going to say, you got to ask him anything but who his favorite player is.
I'll tell you my least favorite teammate. I'm just not.
Everyone.
I'm not going to do that.
How many teammates hit you up for cookies?
How many teammates did what?
Hit you up for cookies?
All the time, man. All the time. I get one at least. 1 or 2 a week.
They're mooching.
I know those offensive linemen keep you busy.
I'm like, man, you guys are millionaires, man. Why are you asking for free cookies?
I know those offensive linemen keep you busy, man. I know it.
Definitely.
Okay, we got the Ravens pick. Good pick. The Ravens, they're sitting there. They take Michigan defenseman David Ojabo.
Okay.
Coming off the Achilles tear through the process. So, yeah, you might lose a year. He's not probably going to play until the playoff push this year, but super athletic, high ceiling pass rusher. He's got all kind of the traits you need. It's just, it might take him some time to get there. And the Ravens, I mean, can you think of a better organization to really teach a guy that's in that situation?
He's a great fit for the Ravens, unfortunately. He's a great fit for the Ravens. There's some highlights of David Ojabo there. I'm hoping, Jeff, that there's none against Illinois for you, buddy. But I mean, this is a super productive pass rusher. I think he's kind of a guy that's a little underdeveloped. He's still scratching the surface. You think about Jason Owa last year, or Adafe Owa, I guess. We want to let's use the name he's wanting to use. Yeah. Because he went by Jason, I believe, for most of the process, and then now he's going by Odafe. I think kind of a similar situation with him. The Michigan, their career arc is pretty similar, except for the Achilles injury now.
I'm pretty sure they played high school, or they went to the same high school. I think Owa would have been leaving at some point. Ojabo was a freshman or a sophomore, but I think they came from the same high school. He kind of saw. I think that was part of the story. Is Ojabo saw what Owa was kind of able to do without playing much. He's like, wait, maybe I can do that too. Let me go from soccer to football. And I just love to picture Ojabo sitting there watching Quiddy Pay, watching old videos of Frank Clark from Michigan, and just practicing his hand tech because he said he had to learn everything from scratch.
I just got a text from Craig. He thinks my chemistry is better with you too. Getting a little bit jealous, so I'm going to swap it out so I don't do any more damage.
That was Jeff Allen, former Kansas City Chief and cookie maven, and an awesome guy. It's been so much fun hanging out with him. Shout out to Jeff. Glad he got to make pick 44 with us while we were hanging out here celebrating and watching the Chiefs draft. Again, go check out Cookie Society. Give yourself a chance to get the best cookie you will ever have in your entire life. And I say that blindly without any note. Like whatever type of cookie you get will be the best cookie that you've ever had. I promise you. We're sitting here at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas. A lot of people showed up. It's been really cool to see everybody out here again. Looking forward to the Chiefs making a selection. Thank you to everybody that's been watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button if you are watching right now. Leave a comment. Tell us who you want the Chiefs to potentially take. The board has fallen extremely well for the Chiefs to this point.
It really has.
We're gonna check and see if we have any updates on picks at this point.
I don't think so. I don't think we've gotten to that point yet because we're kind of sitting here. The Ravens just came in. We got the Lions are up on the clock now. Okay.
Oh, we do have the pick. The Lions have caught up.
The broadcast
has caught up. The Detroit Lions have selected defensive end Josh Paschal out of Kentucky, a guy that we all kind of liked as a potential fit for the Kansas City Chiefs. When we kind of came up with some of our ideas about discussing, if they're going to go grab a speedy edge rusher, maybe deviate away from some of their plans at the edge position, or maybe they taken a David Ojabo, but they need contributions in year one. Josh Paschal was a guy that we definitely targeted. He goes before the Chiefs pick at pick 50, so another probably pretty good instinct there from Brett Veach. If the Chiefs had taken him at 50, I don't think it would have been all that stunned.
We're getting a defensive end run. We predicted a potential wide receiver run, and we are getting a hard defensive end run here, so that's good for the Chiefs. He's a perfect guy, I think, a fit for them. If you want to tell me there's two kneecap biters playing defensive end and you tell me it's Aiden Hutchinson and Josh Paschal, okay, I'm not going to fight you, so you're going to take my kneecap, right?
Craig's mic's not on.
Hey, there we go. Yeah. Hey, welcome back.
Thanks for kicking Jeff off with us, Craig.
And listen, I would gladly relinquish my seat to Jeff every minute of this broadcast.
We had way more fun with him.
I understand. I have been trying to tell everybody this for a long time. Anyway, no, it makes sense. Brett Veach, all of a sudden, I'm sure you guys have been saying it. I said it before we jumped off here, really has played the board well here. We've seen a defensive back run. We've seen a defensive end run now. So they got ahead of this.
They did.
The wide receivers position looks pretty good right now.
Sky Moore is so close.
Oh, Sky Moore is so close.
Pickens.
Or George Pickens.
I'm floored that John Mechie went before Sky Moore.
Maddie, I wasn't here. I'm sorry that Wandale is gone. Buddy.
I will sacrifice getting Wandale on the Chiefs if it means Sky Moore gets there.
Okay, fine.
Yes, Wandale going before Sky Moore is kind of surprising.
Yeah, I don't have a great explanation for it, if I'm being honest with you. Actually,
and Wandale's your guy.
I take that back. Jeff brought up a really good point about maybe that leads into something about Kadarius Toney. He brought that up, and that's actually a really good point because I think Sky Moore's a better player, but if you want to recreate the purely the yak, the stuff you can do from behind the line of scrimmage with Wandale Robinson, or from Kadarius Toney, Wandale Robinson makes a lot more sense than Sky Moore, who's a little bit more of a pure wide receiver. So I get that. I mean, we're, 4 picks away from the Chiefs right now?
My immediate reaction to Wandale was Kadarius Toney is done.
Yes.
Like that's what it was.
So that's why you and Jeff are better than Kit and I, because we got like 2 minutes into an explanation of the pick before Jeff mentioned it. So, like, you two are apparently the best.
No, Jeff is the best.
Wow.
So I that was my immediate reaction. But, we saw Mechie come off the board as well. Those are 2 guys we watched literally this morning as guys that are potential options for the Chiefs at 50. Just kind of, prepping again, making sure that we know what we're looking at. We know what we're talking about here a little bit. So it is a little bit surprising to see those guys go off the board over Sky Moore, a guy that we certainly like, and George Pickens, a guy that we like.
I'm looking at the board here. Someone's going to have to.
I'm looking at the pick.
Oh.
For Washington.
Yeah, for the Washington Commanders. The Washington Commanders sit pat and continue to draft defensive line and take Fedarian Mathis from Alabama in the 2nd round. That's a little bit of a head scratcher. Is Deron Payne on the? There was rumor that Deron Payne was getting close to the block. Is there a team coming after him? Because this is an interesting choice. This team's already 4 deep. I know they lost Matt Ioannidis, so maybe it's a direct replacement there. But Fedarian Mathis is a good footballer. He's good at football, but man, this seems a little early.
It does, and I'm a little bit surprised that he went before Travis Jones out of UConn.
Wow.
And
what's up with that?
And before the Oklahoma defensive tackle as well, Perrion Winfrey. I am a little bit surprised that he went before both of those guys, but he is a really good player. I mean, again, these Alabama defensive linemen basically come out tailor-made for the NFL. They're ready to go. Fedarian Mathis is no exception to that. He's a guy, Matty, I know that you were interested in the Chiefs adding maybe a little bit later in the draft, certainly not this early, but
round 3, yeah. I thought towards the end of round 3, you get this solid. I mean, you're seeing him right here on the highlight package right now, right? Long arm guy, good base. He's a strong player, good run defender. It's just, I don't know if there's a ton of upside there. I think it's an interesting pick this early on for a team whose strength is already the defensive line. That's just the big head scratcher. I actually thought there was a huge gap between Winfrey, Travis Jones, big gap before Fedarian Mathis kind of floated around on his own. So him coming off before them, yeah, that's surprising to me.
So I'm going to say it again. Nakobe Dean is still on the board.
Oh, man.
Yes, he is.
And Brett Veach loves to take linebackers in the 2nd round.
He loves to take value.
And Nakobe Dean is value. I am not going to be disappointed.
That's what I was just going to ask. What is the level there?
That's just great value. That's a round 1 type linebacker.
Medicals are best linebacker in this class.
I mean, he might be. He's an impact player. You're looking for splash players.
That's true.
That he is a super splash player. He's a guy that can be your dime linebacker. He's a guy that can play as a will for this team. You can get probably close to 40% of the snaps for him without him even playing in the nickel, where Willie Gay and Nick Bolton are going to play. Nick Bolton can still be your Mike. You can still have a Will. Like Willie Gay can play the Sam. Nakobe Dean would fit, and he would add a ton of juice. And I realize linebacker, not a position that people are really looking at and really excited about, especially with the wide receivers that are on the board. But, man, value-wise, they've got enough of a need, and they would get enough snaps out of him that you could really wouldn't have to twist my arm very hard for Nakobe Dean.
You don't have to twist my arm at all.
No.
Would you give that pick an A?
Yeah, I would give that pick an A.
I would too.
The value is too good.
I'll A- it just because of value and the needs for the team. And the needs of the team. I'm not excited about Dean. His job was so he's better time. Okay.
That's fair.
Charlie Rogers saying that.
Okay, that's one of the comments. And I get it. He definitely was kept clean a lot. But here's kind of the thing. You watch that defense, there's like 3 things that you see. 1, Nakobe Dean's the guy calling out most of the stuff. He is the one that's leading the front 7 especially. He is the guy everybody else bases their play around.
He's a leader.
2, when they need a play, he's making it. Him or Lewisine were the guys making a play when they had to have it. The few close games they had, third down, Nakobe Dean's coming on a twisting stunt that he's timing perfectly. They needed a run stuff. Nakobe Dean shooting a gap and making the play. They put him out wide on a running back, one-on-one coverage on a backside curl, pick six. Like, he's the guy that made plays when they needed it. I get that it was easy where he played. I don't disagree, but his natural instincts, athleticism, and leadership, he's a round one linebacker if he quite literally was 2 inches taller.
Yeah, 5'11". He's under 6 foot. He's 5'11", 229 pounds. But my goodness. I mean, just real quick, the Chiefs continue, like we talked, like they're stacking together high character football players, love football, leadership qualities, good football players too, by the way. I mean, Nakobe Dean checks a lot of those boxes.
He definitely does. And he is a young player, as we've seen Brett Veach go after as well. I will play devil's advocate here. Why I have shared my thoughts on Nakobe Dean and how I would be fine with it, but I will play devil's advocate here. The board is very kind to linebacker right now. There are not a lot of linebackers off the board. You don't have to reach. I think that if you are looking at linebacker, and I get that Nakobe Dean is a different tier of that, but if you are simply looking for a guy to try and absorb those snaps, you can get one later. And I think you can still get a pretty good one. I really actually like the linebacker depth in this class.
It's a good class.
It's a good class. I don't think that you have to reach for Nakobe Dean. I would be a proponent for drafting Sky Moore, George Pickens, over a Nakobe Dean, even though it would make my job more fun because Nakobe Dean on this defense would be just absolutely crazy fun.
So
we have the 48th pick in the draft.
Okay.
So the Chicago Bears at pick 48
that's the guy I was interested in.
have selected Jaquan Brisker, the safety out of Penn State. Guy we kind of talked about potentially at pick 50, kind of going right around in that range.
He made a lot of sense. When you took a corner that might flex from outside to inside, you're looking for a safety that has the versatility to play deep, to play in the box, and all this stuff on the back end. Brisker brings that. He's a good athlete coming out of Penn State, good size. He can play the run well. He's very competent and smart in coverage. He's a safety that just kind of checks every box you want out of a team that's going to play multiple different coverages and everything like that. So great pick. I think it's a good pick for Chicago. Why do the Bears absolutely hate Justin Fields? Was that the Bears pick?
Well, hey, this is a new regime, so maybe the new regime doesn't believe in Justin Fields.
No, you don't get that job if you don't believe in Justin Fields.
Yeah,
I would tend to think not, but
you don't get that job if you don't believe in Justin Fields.
Ryan Poles at this point has not taken a receiver to help support.
No, he hasn't taken a single offensive player.
Or an offensive player.
No, I know. I get it. I get where you're coming from. You have to build this team around. Are they a sneaky Deebo Samuel trade team with future draft capital or something?
Maybe.
Is Robert Quinn included to trade out to player for player plus? I don't know. It's just I'm trying to find a way how you go through 2 picks if you're Ryan Poles in your first year and you have added nothing to help your franchise quarterback.
Now, that being said, 2 good defensive backs. We know Ryan Poles does like defensive back. He comes from that kind of school of thought. So also an offensive line guy, but they seem to be okay, and the value isn't great there. But let's talk about the board.
Well, I will just say the Chiefs, the Kingdom Bar and Grill. If you heard a clap here a few minutes ago, that was them learning of the Jaquan Brisker news.
Yes.
So when Jaquan Brisker came off the board, where we all thought maybe the Chicago Bears are a team that might be looking to go grab a wide receiver, didn't. There was excitement here in Kingdom Bar and Grill because the safety went off the board. So now we're sitting here monitoring. The Chiefs are very close to being on the clock. Pick 49, we are still waiting to hear on. And then once we learn of pick 49, we will start talking about the Chiefs. But I mean, this board is sitting very pretty right now. Pick 49, I believe, is the New Orleans Saints.
Okay, this is what we're looking at. If you're a Chiefs fan right now, I'm gonna speak generically for everybody, but Chiefs fans right now, you want Sky Moore, you want George Pickens, and you are gonna have the option to get one of those 2. Guaranteed, you have the option to get one of those 2 if you're a Chiefs fan, and that's what everybody wants.
Yes.
And what happens to the city of Kansas City if that doesn't happen?
Ooh, there's going to be riots. I mean, it is going to depend on the player.
Well,
based on the reaction to our Nakobe Dean conversation, if it's Nakobe Dean, there's going to be a problem in Kansas City. But
I'm just going to say this before the Chiefs do get on the clock. If the Chiefs pass on some of these guys, there's a reason. And it might be that they don't like the tape, but maybe it's something that we don't have great vision on. We don't have the visibility on. Medicals, character. Like those are two big factors that we are largely blind to. Even maybe players that aren't necessarily considered injury risks. There are underlying things that get found when you look at these medicals. And so you don't have the full picture. It's projecting and predicting how this player will perform in the National Football League, even if he's been an Ironman in college. That's not always necessarily a great thing for your draft stock. Think about Alabama players, for instance, some of the Alabama offensive linemen. So it's something to consider. I try not to get too disappointed when certain players are on the board.
Right.
In day 2.
Yeah.
You got to be a little bit more measured because there are reasons. The talent for some of the guys we're talking about, Nakobe Dean, Sky Moore, the receiver out of Western Michigan, obviously George Pickens, undeniable talent. If they don't get drafted by the Chiefs, there's a reason. Maybe some of those guys aren't even on the board for the Chiefs.
I mean, I will say this. I don't think the Saints are going to take a wide receiver. They just traded up for one. Like, they made a big trade up for one. Do you think that the Saints take a wide receiver? This could just be whoever the Chiefs want at wide receiver if they are going to take a wide receiver at 50 right now.
I don't think it's likely. Here's something that gives me a little bit of a pause, though, right? The Colts traded back specifically behind the Chiefs, and the Colts, a lot of buzz around them has been wanting a wide receiver. Does Ballard have a read on something the Chiefs might be up to? And should that make us a little nervous that the Chiefs might not like either the wide receiver they do, and maybe that's ruling someone out.
Correct.
Or do they not have an interest in a receiver right now? It's interesting to me that the Colts are connected to receiver, and then they get out of Dodge.
And it could be as simple as they know the Chiefs like Pickens. They like a guy like Sky Moore. They feel comfortable trading out behind
Or they have multiple guys they like. It's
Correct.
Very possible it means absolutely nothing. It's just that does give me a slight bit of pause.
Some of the info leading up to the draft, you start believing some of the stuff that comes the week of the draft when it comes to information.
Chiefs are officially on the clock. The pick is in. I don't know, but the Chiefs are officially on the clock.
We are at Kingdom Bar and Grill here in Overland Park, and the Kansas City Chiefs are officially on the clock.
Let's go.
At pick 50. They did not make any move up. They are sitting pretty with this board. You're going to get our live reaction of this pick as it happens and some instant analysis as it happens. So we are kind of waiting to see what happens at pick 49. The New Orleans Saints have just taken Alontae Taylor, and now we are waiting to see what the Chiefs are going to do. There's some receivers that are available for them right now.
I don't know how we're supposed to be live and not just react to Alontae Taylor going to the New Orleans Saints.
It's okay. We'll deal with it later.
We can talk about that here in a little bit, but the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock.
We are on the clock.
Go.
And we will be tipping the pick here.
Kingdom Bar and Grill.
There's some people excited about it.
So we're going to tip the pick when we get there. The Chiefs are on the clock. Start putting in the comments now who you want to see. Who do you want to see from the Chiefs? Or you can tell me who you're upset if they take. I mean, right? Like, there's a lot of options. Good.
I'm going to start. I'll start here. I want George Pickens or Sky Moore with this pick. I would also be fine with Travis Jones. I would be fine with Nakobe Dean.
Drake Jackson, he's one of your guys.
Drake Jackson, a guy that I like. Now, that being said, I think I'd be upset if they went tight end here. I really do.
The way the board's sitting right now, I agree. There hasn't been a tight end taken yet.
The value at tight end
What
could
if they want
simply
their
be
guy?
there. I understand that, but the value is there at 62.
Look,
personally, I would wait.
We just listed 5 very good football players you just talked about, and the Chiefs pick at 50, and then they pick at 62.
Correct.
There's a lot of, there's a good, Chiefs are going to be sitting pretty at 50 and 62 the way the board is sitting right now. And if there's there's a run on quarterbacks at some point, there's that too.
Clearly nobody likes them. I mean, right? Clearly nobody is a fan of these quarterbacks. I mean, we're sitting in a great spot. I'm glad Craig brought up some other guys here because, you have Travis Jones, you have Nakobe Dean, Drake Jackson. Like, there's players. We're big fans of Sam Williams out of Ole Miss. Like, there's a lot of guys. Jalen Armour-Davis, another corner out of Alabama. I'd be stoked. Like, there's so many options here. I'm excited for the Chiefs to get this in because I'm a little antsy right now.
I am too. There's so many good players.
So many good players.
And I'm trained as an old school Chiefs fan to just prepare a little bit for the worst. I
tweeted out, I said, the board's sitting pretty for the Chiefs, and I'm ready to be hurt.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of where I am right now, even though Brett Veach right now has absolutely killed this draft. This board is phenomenal at 50, has not sacrificed assets in day 2. I love the board for the Chiefs' needs. I love the board for what the Chiefs have. I'm very, very excited to see what the Chiefs are going to do.
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna try to keep our expectations tempered. We're trying to keep it a little bit measured here because you don't want to get too excited. Everybody, there's so many people here clamoring for George Pickens, which I totally understand.
I do too.
And I don't want y'all to be afraid if they don't, or sad or frustrated. I think the expectation level on George Pickens is extremely high from what I'm seeing on social media.
Yes.
People are begging for George Pickens here.
He's been the Chiefs fans' draft crush. Like, I hope I'm wrong, but like we've kind of theorized that Brett Veach was talking about a specific guy that they might not like. We'll see where it goes. Like I am crossing my fingers. I'm hoping for George Pickens. He's been my guy for a long time here. I know a lot of Chiefs fans are in the same spot. I think that's what we're all kind of wanting at this point in time. But I mean, we're waiting. We're waiting for this pick to come in. We're waiting to see.
It's taking a while.
What it's
I'm
say.
nervous.
Are you a little nervous?
I'm a little nervous.
Are you thinking maybe they're fielding some calls here?
Well, it says the Saints have traded the 50th pick, and I wonder if it means that they've traded I wonder if Everbeer means that the Chiefs have traded for. The Saints have traded for the 50th pick. The
Correct.
Chiefs have traded out.
The
Chiefs have traded out.
Listen,
pick 50.
Let's look at this here. We just said the board was great. We are very happy with the board right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this would be the first trade out and trade back in the history of Brett Veach.
Wait, no, and now it says trade. The Patriots are on the clock. The Patriots are on the clock.
Okay, the Chiefs have traded pick number 50 to the Patriots.
So they moved back 2 spots. Or, no.
Albert Greer says the Saints have traded for the 50th pick in the draft. Either way, the Chiefs had moved out of that pick. Again, the board
Patriots
is
are on the clock.
It
was the Patriots. The Patriots have set up. And I get it. Like the board, hey, look, if Brett Veach is looking at the board, I mean, the board's sitting so well for them. Why not move back?
If the Chiefs just traded away from the wide receiver that everybody wants, I think that might even be worse than them not taking the guy that people want.
There are going to be people that are going to be mad about that. But, again, the board being good. Like, if it's this good, like we listed off 5 or 6 players that we would be extremely happy with there, maybe you see the value there. Collect some more assets. I know we've talked about the holes in this. Let's see what they get in this draft.
And the return. I want to see the return. I hope it's a good value.
So the Chiefs only traded 4 picks back.
Correct.
So they traded 54. The Patriots sent 54 and 158 to the Chiefs for the 50th pick. They're sitting right behind the Minnesota Vikings now, who have pick, or not the Indianapolis Colts, I believe, who have pick 53.
So they're closing that gap, right? But they closed the gap on day 3. They got to pick kind of in the middle of their day 3 picks now.
Right.
So, now we don't got to sit. When you come out here to Kingdom Bar and Grill with us tomorrow on Saturday to watch day 3 of the NFL Draft with us, you're not going to sit through 4 hours of dead time with no Chiefs action. They have now filled that with another draft slot, making it a lot better to slide on in. So we're waiting. We got 4 picks.
So let's look at the teams now. So the Patriots have traded up. So let's just look at the teams trading now, or that would be picking now between 50 and 54.
Now, here's the thing. If a wide receiver comes off the board quickly here,
maybe you move up.
I think the Chiefs make this move. I don't think you make this move if you don't have 4 guys you feel good about.
Which they probably do because they're 4 guys.
The Patriots trade up for a wide receiver. Patriots come up and take a wide receiver. Tyquan Thornton out of Baylor.
Wow, great for him. The fastest player in the draft.
And so Tyquan Thornton's a guy we gotta actually see him live and talk to him at the East-West Shrine game out in Las Vegas. We gotta actually sit down, have an interview with him, talk to him, see him play in person. Like that was one of the things. We're seeing some highlights here coming up now. Here's the guy. Yeah. Here's the highlights that are coming up. You're going to see the fastest wide receiver in the class this year.
Absolutely.
And he was outstanding. I mean, you watch him. If he gets a free release, he just glides across the field. He really is a vertical stretch guy that creates a lot of problems for defense, a smooth, explosive receiver, and really natural ball skills, I think. And we got to see him up close, like you said, at the East-West Shrine Bowl. Man, he put on a show. He was one of the best players there, if not the best player there. Shout out to Eric Galco.
Yes, sir.
The 50th pick in the NFL draft is Tyquan Thornton, a guy that he had his eye on at the East-West Shrine Bowl. I don't think it's the last East-West Shrine Bowl guy you're going to see today on day 2, probably not even in round 2. They had an absolutely great group, and Tyquan Thornton is very obviously the highlight of that group. You're getting to see some of his ability here. A vertical stretch guy, but really did a good job winning at the catch point. Maybe not the biggest guy, but that frame long, lanky, good ball skills, and elite speed.
Do you want to know the player comp for him from the KCSN draft guide? Well, actually, this is my comp. I think it's the KCSN draft guide one too. Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah.
And he's skinnier. He's a little bit smaller, but what you see is a super good blocker, a super physical blocker, great vertical route runner, ton of speed, ton of leverage when he runs his routes. Like, that was the comps. Like, it's a pick that relates to the Chiefs a little bit. And they had to be nervous trading to the Patriots and seeing wide receiver being announced.
I have breaking news here.
Yes, sir.
Per Aaron Ladd, Trent McDuffie will wear number 21 for the Chiefs, and George Karlaftis will wear number 56.
Oh,
Derek Johnson.
interesting.
So
we talked about that earlier today.
I would have been more animated if it was like big break.
No, yeah.
Or if it was like really good numbers. Like, we wanted to see single digits. Come on, no, don't look at that. Single digits.
Trent McDuffie was pick 21, and he took pick 20 or number 21. I love it.
He couldn't get 22. I wanted single digits.
Now, let's talk about Tyquan Thornton in New England with Mac Jones.
He's a good vertical ball thrower.
I know he's a good vertical ball thrower, but boy, you're having to rely on a lot there. I mean, I know that they need a guy to take the top off. I know that they need a wide receiver. I'm very curious to see how he fits in that offense.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, we have.
That's not anything.
Oh, okay. So we thought we had a leaked pick here, but we do not. Thank you all so much for watching this right now. We're at Kingdom Bar and Grill. And we have a Shrine Bowl interview that we want to do to show you of Tyquan Thornton, the receiver out of the New England Patriots.
Baylor University, wide receiver.
Play fake, Bohannon. Here's the deep ball. They want to put some touch on it. Thornton's out there. Money. Touchdown, Baylor. Bang.
I always keep a smile on my face. A lot of them say I'm funny. I'm a comedian. I'm going to make you laugh, joke around with you. But, like, when it's time to work, we're going to work. I'm real competitive. But I'm like, they all say great things about me. Just stepping on that field, we all got to know it's time to work. We joke around in the locker room. You got to have that great energy, pouring bits of yourself into your teammates. But like going through them hard times with your teammates on the field, the switch got to get turned on. I got to dominate every snap. Can't be covered. Think about how I'm finna do my release. How to DB in the stands. If his feet tight. But just looking at all the little things. But also just having that confidence that I put in the work. And that my work gonna show too. So you always gotta have great concentration, and strong hands. Sometimes you gotta snatch the ball away from the DB. Turn your body. So just putting all them things together. That's just how you make the perfect catch. My contested catches. I put a big emphasis on it. Getting stronger in the weight room and being stronger at the catch point. And I feel like I got better at it. But some DBs have little tendencies. Some like to take plays off of have slow feet, bad hips, and I take note of all that, because I'm big on my releases at the beginning of the route and, speed fluctuations throughout my routes. Devontae Adams, man, I feel like his routes on display, I'm always watching him, he always making each route look different. So I try to model my game after him. My mom, she's my superhero. Growing up, she had to do a lot for us, me and my siblings, she played that role. She made sure we had food, clothing, and she just kept on working for her children. And I love her for that, and everything is for her. I might start crying, because just know all the work I done put in, seeing the growth that I done made from freshman year to senior year, all the adversity that I had to overcome, I'll probably just bust out and cry.
All right, that's New England Patriots receiver, Tyquan Thornton.
It was awesome. It was awesome to get to talk to him.
All right, we're looking for the next pick in this draft, and I think somebody that came off the board, maybe not. We do have the 51st pick in the draft. Cam Jurgens, the interior offensive lineman out of Nebraska, pick 51 to the Philadelphia Eagles.
They traded up with the Bengals.
Did they?
I think so, right?
No, the Bengals were not. No, the Eagles were on the clock.
Okay.
The Eagles were on the clock.
Sorry.
So you're sitting here. You're 2 more picks away from from making the selection. Now you've got the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got the Indianapolis Colts. I think the Indianapolis Colts are probably taking a receiver.
I think so too.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, maybe they do take a receiver to try to pair, with Kenny Pickett. I don't know. They've got some quality receivers there already, so maybe they can get away with it.
Oh no!
What?
The Chiefs have traded back to do their thing, and the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted Georgia wide receiver George Pickens.
Oh.
Okay. I think we got to be very clear. This is going to be a somber for a second, but we got to kind of pivot off because we've talked about it. The Chiefs might simply not have had George Pickens on their board.
Yes.
They brought him in for a medical visit. They had him in to talk to him. I'm not saying they did or didn't. There's a chance that the interviews didn't go the way they wanted. Brett Veach was very specific during his presser that they do a lot more work than we ever will know, than we will ever know, and sometimes guys don't do good in that.
Brett Veach said the words, there's information that we have. So when people look at the board and say, oh, you should have gone with that guy, or oh, that guy was available, why didn't you take him? We have more information on him. And it was specifically when they were talking about the wide receiver position. And we posited that it might be George Pickens at pick 29, at pick 30. They have traded back now, and now all of a sudden we are in this position where George Pickens is off the board, a player that most Chiefs fans wanted. We did.
All right, we have our pal Eric Galco, director of hanging out with Taekwondo Thursday. Let's go, buddy. Eric Galco, my man.
I'm at the Wynn Sportsbook, so you guys probably can't hear me that well, but
Oh, no, we got you.
Taekwondo Thornton, let's go.
Yo, dude, hey, no, we can hear you great. Congratulations on that pick. And I mean, it's so well deserved. I think he had an outstanding process when he was down there in Las Vegas at the East-West Shrine Bowl. I think he had a fantastic week and then followed it up with the NFL Combine. It's been a great process for him, and he's earned it.
4.28, he's added weight, he's a good route runner, he's great in the red zone. I'm a little surprised he went as early as he did, but I actually learned this morning there were 4 or 5 teams that had him as one of, if not the best receiver left on the board. One of those teams was not the Patriots, but he wasn't going to last much longer. I was checking here, refreshing here, what team's going to be next too. So I'm super happy for him. If you got to talk to him as well. I mean, he's a family man. He's an unbelievable kid. He's a pro, along with being a great athlete. So I'm pumped for him especially.
Not just a top 50 pick, but a trade up. I mean, come on.
Trade up. Yeah.
All right. Hey, Eric Galco, my man, we're so happy for you. Congratulations on this pick. Best of luck the rest of the day. You're going to have a lot of guys to celebrate today.
I just got myself a bourbon, too, so we're celebrating. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Let's go. All right.
Thank you for jumping on.
Director of the East-West Shrine Bowl, Eric Galco. Thank you so much for joining us. We are getting very close here to the Chiefs being back on the clock.
We got the pick. We got the pick.
Oh, we have the pick.
You don't get to announce it.
All right. With the 53rd pick in the NFL draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Cincinnati wide receiver Alec Pierce, a player that we know the Colts were absolutely in love with.
They were enamored by him.
They were. They really were. Big guy, lots of vertical speed. This is the pick for him. This is about the range where I expected him to go. The Colts needed a receiver. Made sense.
We'll talk a little bit about more hit in a minute, but we are at Kingdom Bar and Grill hanging out, watching the NFL draft. The Kansas City Chiefs, after trading back a little bit from pick 50, are on the clock with the 54th pick in the NFL draft, making their first selection in the second round. There's been a little bit of a run on receivers here right before some raw visits. You're going to probably get some raw visceral reactions from us. Tyquan Thornton got traded up for pick 50. You saw George Pickens at 52 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think really disappointing some Chiefs fans here. We'll get into that later because we're waiting to find out who the new Chief is. It's not George Pickens. Get over it because there's still a lot of really good football players sitting here on the board.
Cheer back up. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of glad that it wasn't the pick. I'm glad it wasn't the Colts that got George Pickens. I said, we're talking about, but like now as Chiefs fans, we get a reset. We've got a couple minutes have gone by. We're waiting on the Chiefs pick on the clock again. We're hypothetical. We're talking about the board that might have been there when they decided to trade back. You can make the argument that only one guy of those guys that we mentioned went off the board.
Absolutely. The board was good. Like we said, they trade back 4 spots. Now they're able to sit here and they're able to get the guy that they wanted. It's not done in a vacuum. The Chiefs generally know where guys are going to go, who's going to go where. This trade back was made with the idea that they'd still be able to get one of their guys. So take that to heart here. It's not like they traded back and went, oh, no, there went our 2 players that we were looking for. They have a guy in mind. I'm anxious to see who it is.
They obviously felt good about where they were sitting with the board. And I know that's going to disappoint some Chiefs fans because I know there was a lot of fans of George Pickens. And but there's a little bit of run on receivers. Maybe this is where the Chiefs go. And I'm telling you guys, I mean, if you're one receiver, Sky Moore is still sitting on the board too.
We love Sky Moore.
He's a great consolation, and there's so many different reasons.
He's not a consolation.
He's a great
stop you right there. He is probably.
I have the pick. I
He's
have
happy.
the pick, and I'm trying not to smile right now. With the 54th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select wide receiver Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. And we got Chiefs Kingdom. It's really excited. The Kingdom Bar Grill is absolutely lit. I am beyond excited. I love this pick.
Maddie's
go.
guy.
This is another
Take it
Maddie
away,
guy.
buddy.
Okay, so first of all, I gotta say this to the top. We didn't talk about it yesterday. Boy, am I killing the KCSN draft right now.
I was going to look right now.
I'm up 2-0 in the first Chiefs, first 2 rounds. So he's one of my guys. I love Sky Moore out of Western Michigan. Like, he's absolutely electric. He's a guy we talk about him a lot. New to the position. He's played wide receiver for 3 years, and he absolutely destroyed any competition he played this past year. The only game he wasn't good in was against Michigan in first-round pick Daxton Hill, and it still wasn't his fault that his offensive line couldn't block that terrorizing pass rush. Like, he's such a good wide receiver. He can win on the outside. He wins from the slot. Like, I absolutely love Sky Moore. I think he's one of the better fits for this offense. Like, I'm not going to say Pickens wasn't a higher-rated guy for me, but I'll say this. Andy Reid's traditional offense, what it's been, Sky Moore's a better fit in that offense than George Pickens was.
Well, and this is something we need to discuss because we've been talking about X-type receivers and potentially getting some of these X-type receivers. The Chiefs kind of deviate a little bit away from this. I don't think they've had a true X receiver, really. I mean, Sammy Watkins did a lot about that, but he had a lot of versatility too. With Travis Kelce isolating on the backside of formations, it gives you a little bit more flexibility on the front side of the formations. You saw Sammy Watkins very often tucked into that bunch formation. Sky Moore is a guy that can X a little bit. You're not going to lean on him too much to do it. He's capable of doing it. You can put him back there. He can be pressed, but he's a guy that can kind of move all over offensive formations. And as a route runner, he's one of the best route runners in this entire class.
He really is. I love the way that he plays with leverage against cornerbacks. I think he does a great job setting guys up, recognizing when people turn their hips a little bit too early, getting in the blind spot. I very much love the way that he uses the leverage of the corner against him. But he's one of the best vertical guys from the slot, and we have seen Andy Reid use that slot position to get vertical a lot. We've posited maybe that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I know everybody wants to slot Juju into the slot in that role, but if you are expecting the Chiefs to run a similar offense, obviously it's not going to be quite as electric as it was with Tyreek Hill, but he offers you that vertical threat. He offers you that route running ability. He's not just speed. He's a great route runner. He's got speed. I love this pick. We picked Sky Moore in the KCSN mock draft a couple weeks ago.
In the first round.
This is why we don't draft 30. For a cheat team, I guess.
Hey, kudos to Brett Veach.
Can I gush for a second?
Gush.
We might get happy rant.
Gush.
Brett Veach is absolutely dominating this draft. This is unbelievable what he has done. His instincts have been so good. They have addressed the 3 most important positions that they have to address heading into this draft, and they've done it with just perfect timing.
He read Chris Ballard like a book.
Oh my goodness
gracious! The
gracious!
rumors were Indy like Sky Moore.
There was a lot of buzz about Sky Moore to Indy.
Read him like a book. They traded behind him, and they said that's okay. Even after George Pickens, don't panic. We know you're going to take somebody else. You're going to take a guy that has a different profile. They did. The Chiefs get the better receiver right after.
Well, and they got an extra pick out of it. They got pick 158 now. They just had such good instincts with everything that they have done to this point. You see them moving up for one of their first round grades. I'm just telling you, it was one of their first round grades. I don't know if Brett Veach flat out said it. It was one of their first round grades.
He didn't flat out say it, but he said it.
So they went and go get their corner. They had the instincts to say, all right, we're gonna let George Karlaftis fall to it. He does. They trade back 3 receivers that I don't think as highly of as Sky Moore go off the board after they trade back.
Yep.
And they get him.
Yeah.
And they get an extra pick.
Sky Moore, 82nd percentile in 40 time and 97th percentile in 10-yard split. The short area explosion for Sky Moore is ridiculous.
And I think it shows up on tape.
I think
like,
so
and
too.
I think that's one of those things. Like
There's
this is
natural separation there.
I think he was tied for one of the fastest wide receiver 10-yard split at the at the NFL Combine.
I believe so.
He has long speed, but it's the burst, it's the explosion. You see that when he runs routes. I mean, there was talking about the best slant runner in this draft class, like in terms of production efficiency, it's Sky Moore. Get the guy that was probably the best at running slant or bubble RPOs in this wide receiver draft class. It was probably Sky Moore.
Yep.
Guess two things that the Chiefs lose with Tyreek Hill. Yes, the vertical threat, slants, stuff off of the RPO game. Like he can replace that. He can do it immediately, not as good, but he'll do it. And he has the athletic profile that Craig just outlined to do all of these other things, to run these deep overs. Like, this is such a great pick. My personal comp, I was serious with you guys, and I don't think I said it completely public yet, for Sky Moore, I do think he's a little Jeremy Maclin-esque. Not the biggest guy. He's a little shorter. He's not skinny. He's shorter, but he has that ability to make some contested catches. He's not a traditional X, but he can operate in those same areas because of his route running and his burst out of his breaks.
I believe you said that in the KCSN Discord, that you had published that right there. And that makes sense. We know how Andy Reid knows how to use those types of guys. I am thrilled with Sky Moore here. Sky Moore is one of the guys that I was always going to be super excited about in this draft. The Chiefs drafted him, and to get him now at pick 54, this far into the second round, that's a great move. That's a great move by Brett Veach.
The pick is being announced on the broadcast right now. And the Chiefs fans are thrilled.
I love it.
Oh, this is so much fun.
I'm glad there was a rebound.
This is so much fun.
Yes.
You're seeing fist pumps. You're seeing a lot of people excited, and they should be.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Sky was.
I'm bubbling right now. I'm just like, this is incredible.
So, no, we don't have any hard feelings about the Chiefs not landing George Pickens now, right?
Not at all.
No hard feelings.
No,
right?
I
mean, I will say this. I think the Chiefs knew they were passing up on George Pickens when they traded back.
I think so too.
I think they knew they were doing it when Brett Veach took the stand for his presser, and he talked right after talking about wide receivers, talked about they have more information than everybody who likes to have fun on mock draft machines. I don't mean that in a bad way. I have fun on mock draft machines.
Yeah.
I love George Pickens to the Chiefs. I think we kind of should have been prepared for this.
I mean, yeah, he spelled it right out there. You still get a top receiver. This is still in the tier 2 of receivers. Easily still in the tier 2 of receivers. That's where we wanted the Chiefs to play because they were going to miss out on a lot of those top tier guys, likely. And with the wide receiver run in the first round, it didn't make sense for them to trade aggressively up to try and get a guy. Staying put, not staying put, trading back and still being able to get Sky Moore. I mean, what a phenomenal pick.
I know. I'm buzzing.
I'm beside myself.
Look,
I love it.
I'm looking here. I'm trying to look up and down this board. And if we're going to talk about value, Sky Moore was one of the highest rated players we had left on the board. Bernard Raymond, Devin Lloyd, Bernard Raymond, DeMarvin Leal. Those, I think, were the only two players, and Malik Willis, that we had rated higher in the KCSN Draft Guide big board. So, I mean, they crushed it. They absolutely crushed value and need met. And it feels like value and need has met about every time the Chiefs have drafted to this point. And that's so hard to do. And that's why I really want to give credit to Brett Veach for what he has done so far. Because that's what I'm saying, that instinct, that understanding, it's special. This is a special start to a draft. I'm beyond excited. You think I gave an A today?
Yeah,
or yesterday?
Listen, yeah.
Well, okay, but
you think I gave an A yesterday?
This is entirely different right here, right? Like, this is entirely different when you're getting Sky Moore after trading back in the middle of the second round. So here's another thing that's really cool about Sky Moore for me is he's still young to the position, right? He's played quarterback in high school. He's now played wide receiver at Western Michigan. No shade at the school, but that's not a Power 5 program. That's not a program known now. Corey Davis did come out of there. So recent, talent has come through there, but it's not like it's a blue blood in terms of production. He has 3 years there. He gets this good. He now jumps up to the NFL level. Where who's to say where he's going to be in another year or two after what he gets to do in this, in the Chiefs offense? Once he gets in here with these guys, works with Mahomes, works with these, Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy, Matt Nagy, all these guys. The sky is the limit. I mean, quite literally here, because there's so much place for him to go in terms of his development. But in year one, I've already highlighted what he does well is something they're now missing.
Absolutely.
So that's the beauty. You get a little bit of a floor that's safe in terms of useful right away in year one, and you got so much room to grow into.
I haven't listened to like anything you guys have said because I'm just beaming.
We're aware.
Have you guys mentioned how good he is in the RPO game?
Yes.
Okay.
Matty definitely has mentioned how good he is in the RPO.
Because we've had a lot of conversations about that, but the Chiefs love to run those glance slant RPOs.
They do.
Hello, Sky Moore.
Yeah.
They just he fits it right in there perfectly.
I think you see the quarterback background in the way that he toys with cornerbacks. And I think that that's very important because when we talk about wide receivers in round 2, there are a bunch of natural comparisons made, not to just guys that the Chiefs have taken, but wide receivers in the second round in general, guys that need to develop. And so Matty's saying, he's new to the position. He needs to develop. It's not from a route understanding. It's not from a spacing understanding. It's not from a leverage understanding. And those are some of the harder things for these raw guys to pick up. That quarterback history really plays in. And that's why we're so excited about him, because the athleticism's there. The understanding is there. The refinement that you have to do is so much narrower than other guys that you kind of look at as projects. He's just that. Let's talk about the cons of this. He's small.
Short, not small.
Short.
He's
short.
still pretty dense and thick.
He is dense.
There's another dense, thick receiver the Chiefs just lost.
I know, but he is short. So he's not a guy that you're going to say, hey, you line up on the line of scrimmage. You're going to beat that guy at the catch point. You're going to be able to go up and get a pass over them. He is a shorter guy in that regard. Now, obviously, Andy Reid knows how to use those guys. This isn't, he's not reinventing the wheel with this offense here. But I think we had kind of thought they might go with a little more size on the outside there. This is definitely not it. So we talked a lot of pros. That is a potential con.
And I would say the other con is this. The size thing is the thing. I don't even know if I want to count that as a con just because they clearly didn't prioritize that with this pick, right?
Correct.
So that's not fair to say he's not an X receiver because they didn't draft to do that. I will say his deep route tree, his vertical route tree is pretty limited. It's pretty much goes or a post corner.
But what he's shown down the field is still pretty good, I think.
Right. No.
His ability to track the football over his shoulder and run underneath footballs. I think there's been a lot there. Sorry, go.
Right. No, I was going to say, that's just one of the big things that we kind of. Oh, okay. Here we go. Right now on the screen, we have some Sky Moore highlights. You guys, we can see it here as we're going, and we'll see on some of this. Here we go. Vertical ability right here. He's beat the corner. We're tracking the ball down the field, making a catch, staying on the feet. You're not going to see him get caught from behind very often either here.
Maintains
this guy's
acceleration.
Catching up. He's still pulling away because he's, there it is. This is the vertical route tree. I just wanted to say. It's a limited sample size. He runs very few routes vertically, but 3 years and the most RPO heavy offense in the entire college football, right? Yeah. That's what you're dealing with here. That's not a big worry. It's just where he's at right now.
And it's not necessarily, what it's what he's asked to do. They ran so many RPOs at Western Michigan. It was absurd. Some of the games you watch, doing the work on Caleb Ellaby and trying to chart it, it was like traditional dropbacks. You really didn't get to see a ton of them. Some of them were just quick fades out to Sky Moore at times too, when they weren't deviating away from throwing RPO slants. But it's sometimes it's just as simply as what you were asked to do, and you see the building blocks and the components of a guy that's a capable route runner. And I mean, he already is a very, very good route runner with what he's been asked to do. Allow him to build on that route tree. I think he can develop the vertical tree, but the components of being a guy that can win downfield are undoubtedly already there. And reference to the athletic testing too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's another thing. Beyond the vertical route tree, I have some stats, and these are coming straight from Sports Info Solutions. This is part of their draft coverage this year, but they've developed a way that they kind of essentially give you points created per game. Sky Moore, number 1 in points created, receiving points created per game. So just as a receiver, he's first in this entire draft class. Out of the slot, he's 4th out of the entire draft class. I believe he was inside the top 10 from out wide at 8. Wow. Yards per route run, 5th overall. You want to go to yards after the catch, 2nd overall in this draft class. Catchable catch percentage, 3rd overall.
Wow.
Receptions per game, 6th overall. This guy checks every single box you can ask for. If you really want to see everything Sky Moore can do against the best competition he played, go watch him versus Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
They're going to have a corner named Damari Mathis that is going to get drafted.
Maybe a future Chief. Who knows?
You'll see Sky Moore go up against him and other guys that will play in the NFL at Pittsburgh. He lights him up. He crosses him up. He knocks him down. Like, if you're watching this right now on YouTube, one, you should be. And while you're doing it, drop down, hit like, subscribe, leave some comments. Let us know what you think about the pick. But also, you can flip on over. You got to go check out. We're watching the highlights now. You can see what he's doing in these games. These are some of the best highlights you're going to see out of any wide receiver in this class. He just played at Western Michigan, so not everyone may know about it.
Yeah, it's the exposure aspect of that. I think Chiefs fans are going to quickly fall in love with this guy because of his competitive toughness. You see him taking hits, making catches on some of these slants and immediately getting hit, hanging onto the ball. Very secure, good hands, good route running ability, good vertical ability, and once again, still learning at the position. You have that floor out of Sky Moore with room to grow with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Mecole Hardman. That is a mean 4-man tandem right there. I love that wide receiver core. I really do.
We talked about, Sky Moore fit that group of receivers that we felt comfortable the Chiefs just taking as their high-end receiver and maybe not having to feel the need to double dip. Like, this was one of those guys, and they got him at 54.
I would have been happy with Sky Moore at 30. So I'm just chilling here. We traded back. They traded back from 50 and still picked him. Like, you can't make me feel any happier.
And you think about it from some perspectives too. Like, you build it like a basketball team, right? The Chiefs have a lot of these bigger bodied receivers now with guys that kind of win in different areas. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, big body receiver. Obviously Travis Kelce playing a lot of receiver. And Juju Smith-Schuster. Now this guy kind of supplementing all these guys here too. He fits in extremely well in that regard too.
He slots right in.
He really
perfect.
Does slot right in. I mean,
oh man, now Craig's coming onto your corner.
Listen.
Craig's coming for your corner. Veach says, hey, I'm going to draft a corner in the round 1 and break some trends. Matt and Craig decide, we're coming for kids corner.
Not just that, but Veach then trades back, breaking every
it's
single
so good.
Every single
We're
narrative
getting the Pitt
is
highlights
gone
right now too of Sky Moore. We're getting him up against Pitt. This is the best competition he's going to play.
All right, so Patrick LaVon Mahomes gets a new toy to play with.
Yes.
Where in the field are we seeing Sky Moore, really targeted a lot? How happy do you think Patrick Mahomes is to have this guy?
I mean, so it's early on, right? So early in his career, I think you're going to see him used a lot underneath, over the middle of the field. He's going to take a lot of, I said it already, the Tyreek Hill kind of rolls on these RPOs, on these bubbles, where Patrick Mahomes gets that ball out there quicker than anybody else. That's what it's coming to. You want to actually know what is the most perfect quarterback to wide receiver connection this entire draft class? Patrick Mahomes to Sky Moore on a slant. Sky Moore's ability to react to passes coming on a slant through traffic immediately out is incredible.
Tons of experience doing it.
Ton of experience. The biggest hands in the entire draft class, despite being shorter, the biggest hands in the draft class. He doesn't drop the ball. He can take those bullets, those rifle shots from Mahomes over the middle of the field.
He's
going to pick them up. He's going to see them. He's going to catch them because that's what he does. That's what he specializes in.
Chiefs fans their ears are perking. Biggest hands in the class, he doesn't drop the ball. How many times last year did we see on some of these quick reaction plays, these short passes that resulted in popping the ball up into the air, interceptions? We saw the interception luck essentially go the other way with Mahomes this year. Now he's throwing to a guy with very sure hands, very big hands, going to be able to haul some of that in. Lots of experience with it.
We spend so much time talking about ceiling, ability, upside of all these players because, when you're looking at some of the draft, you're looking at some of these guys with the highest ceiling, trying to project. George Pickens, one of the reasons you're so excited about him is because he does have some really elite ability. When you talk fit, though, when you look at how the Chiefs roster has changed so drastically since the Tyreek Hill trade, and you see the areas where this guy wins and this guy has success, it makes a lot of – when you look back, you look back, you say, that one makes a lot of sense. I think he was the best value on the board, or one of the best values on the board.
Now, here we go. I think this is going to be the easiest one of these that we've done yet. Real quick here. Let's get grades.
Yeah.
A+, moving on.
A+.
We're going around the board here. A+, a guy that we loved in the first round. Brett Veach gets in a trade back at pick 54. What a move. Sky Moore to the Chiefs. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Just got done breaking down the Sky Moore pick. Thank you everyone so much for listening, for watching, for hanging out at the Kingdom Bar and Grill with us. It really means a lot. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of catch up on where we're at. We've been gushing and waxing poetic about Sky Moore.
I just got one I want to share. You can share the first pick if you want to, but I just want the next one. I want the Cowboys pick.
Okay, so at pick 55, the Arizona Cardinals have selected tight end Trey McBride out of Colorado State, the very first tight end to go off the board. Pick 56, Matthew.
So this was the easiest money bet you could make in the entire draft. There was only 2 teams that were going to take Sam Williams. It was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs, or it was going to be the Dallas Cowboys.
No, it was just going to be the
and
Dallas
sure
Cowboys.
enough, it's the Dallas Cowboys take Sam Williams out
Good
of Ole
player.
Miss. Great
Really
player.
good player.
I would have loved the Chiefs to take him here too. I like Sky Moore better. But Sam Williams, for the reason that people might not know, off-field incident that the charges were dropped. I believe it was a domestic violence incident. The charges were dropped, but just when it goes into stuff like that, there's 2 teams that get connected every time. It's the Chiefs, it's the Cowboys. The Cowboys are the team that drafts them. The Chiefs sign them once other teams release them or cut them.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we have 2 picks that have happened since. 57. This is a surprise. Luke Gedeke, the offensive lineman out of Central Michigan.
Do you think they were just freaking out that McBride was taken?
Maybe.
I know, I'm just messing.
They
They needed a guard.
They go before Bernhard Raymond.
Yeah.
So
needed
the
a guard.
first Central Michigan offensive lineman is not Bernhard Raymond.
That's okay.
That's just surprising.
He's going to project as a guard, definitely. I mean, he's a guy that's going to kick inside there. Listen, Tampa Bay Buccaneers have done really, really, really well with building their offensive line. This is one that, even if you look at it as like, I don't know about that one, they typically develop those guys really well.
All right, one more pick. 58. Not Nakobe Dean going at linebacker.
Surprising.
Troy Anderson out of Montana State. Absolute freak athlete off the board.
And we got one more. We
and-
can pick another pick now.
Yeah, we do. It's Ed Ingram.
Guard.
Out of LSU, the interior offensive lineman. A run on interior offensive lineman. Imagine not getting a stud interior offensive lineman in the 6th round. Cannot relate.
At 62. I mean, that late in the draft, too.
Cannot
just
relate.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, I feel good about where the Chiefs are sitting for 62 again. Travis Jones still on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
That's a wicked pick.
If they do that.
Nakobe Dean is on the board.
Another linebacker just went off the board before Nakobe Dean did.
I know, and so you have to start thinking it's something with the medicals,
Yeah.
right? You have to start thinking it's just there was so much hype around him. You feel like by now it would have been leaked out from his agent to justify why he's falling. We're getting to the point now where you got to protect him, and now maybe we've missed it. Maybe something has come out. Like you're at the point where you kind of got to protect your player. I'm sitting here looking at ESPN. I don't know if it tells me the rank of him. He's the 19th overall player on the ESPN board right now. We're coming up on pick 6.
Yeah, there's something else there. There were some rumored medicals a little bit, but to this point, like they have to be pretty severe. Like it'd have to be, hey, this dude is definitely having surgery, because the impact that he made on the best collegiate defense in the modern history. I mean, is it fairly safe to say Georgia was that level of good? There's certainly in the argument the impact that he made on that defense is immeasurable. So for him to be here, definitely medical, maybe character. We'll see. Haven't heard that. You guys, do you want to go offense here? Do you want to go defense?
I don't care.
I want to go Nakobe Dean. Okay, listen, if the Chiefs come out of this with a Trent McDuffie, Karlaftis is fine, but a Sky Moore, and they come out with a Nakobe Dean, like not all these guys got my guy. Not all these guys got my guy.
I'm gonna have a problem.
But
with
these
that.
are all my guys.
It's the Vince McMahon meme.
These are just like a list of guys that I've been talking about for so long, and like it's even guys like Nadine and McDuffie. I didn't think they'd have a chance to get.
Yeah.
You put those guys on this roster though. At this point in time, I don't know.
I'm
hoping it. There's just got to be something wrong though.
Now let's see here. What positions could they realistically still add on offense that you could see? Tight end. There's only one that's come off the board here. I know that right tackle is one of those that you would consider.
Yeah.
A lot of offensive linemen have come off the board. So
Abraham Lucas
is
That's
still
another
there.
one.
I gotta go check his arm length for the Andy.
I don't know that it's long enough, but a lot of those guys have come off the board already. I hate to even utter it for fear of what is running back in play. Maybe running
33
back.
33 and 7/8 inches.
That's a little short.
Combine measured everybody short,
That's
baby.
true.
Let's go. We're
That's
calling
true.
it. We're fudging it. No. I think if Kenneth Walker was there, I could make the case.
Yeah.
No, I like Isaiah Spiller, actually. I really do like Isaiah Spiller. I'm not going to be upset at this point if it's Isaiah Spiller. I know Kent's not as high on him, but I really like Isaiah Spiller. The only issue I have, I don't think he adds a new level of, like, dynamic ability. That's my only qualm with him.
Really quick. So Albert Breer 2 hours ago. A lot of questions on Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean. It's straightforward. He had a laundry list of injuries in college: ankle, foot, shoulder, wrist. Pec and groin hurt before the pro day. May need pec surgery post rookie year.
Oh, there you go.
Post rookie, that's
knee has wear and tear, and being smaller magnifies all of that.
Okay.
So, I mean, he can play 40% of the snaps for me.
Oh, he's coming. He's their best linebacker.
I know,
day one.
I'm just saying.
Day one, he's their best linebacker. He's their best.
The Bengals.
Hang on.
Immediately?
Yes.
Day one?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. He's certainly the most talented, maybe.
Best.
But I don't know that I'll go.
I think the Bills just keep trading back. I think they just traded back again.
The Bengals are now on the clock.
And the Bengals traded up, and they're now on the clock.
And the Bengals apparently did not give up pick 63, so they're about to double dip here at the end of the second round.
It looks like 63 and 209.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yes, the Bengals gave up picks.
Yeah,
the tracker probably didn't get up yet. 63 and 209. This is going incredibly
okay,
for
I'm
the Chiefs.
consulting back onto my horizontal board. I've tried to keep it updated here for those in the Discord. I share it with you guys. Other guys that I'm kind of intrigued in. Drake Jackson out of USC, still on the board at edge. Get a double dip on edge. Josh Pascal gone. Cameron Thomas, Nick Bonito, two guys I also like at edge. I think they provide some pass rush. You want to go with corner? And we're going to work through this. So we got Jalen Armour Davis out of Alabama. Absolutely love him. Thanks to Tariq Woolen, name to watch now.
Oh, okay.
Tariq Woolen, I got one more. I got one more.
Oh.
One more. My tight end one, he has been for a while, Greg Dulcich out of UCLA. I think you want to get a tight end that provides the best pure receiver to all three levels. You get Greg Dulcich to do your X wide receiver stuff, your big guy stuff, and Sky Moore both in round 2.
You are going to live in 12 personnel, and defenses are going to be in a little bit of a blender with that personnel.
We're living in Maddie's world.
Oh, man,
Maddie,
we really
guys.
are.
Oh.
I mean,
I'm beside myself right now. I'm levitating. This has been such a great start to the draft.
We got the pick for the Bengals.
Yeah, let's have it.
They come up, they jump the Chiefs and the 49ers and the Chiefs and take Cameron Taylor Britt.
They were jumping the Niners.
Yeah, they were
100% jumping the Niners.
It's a very Niners pick. So they take Cam Taylor Britt out of Nebraska. Super physical corner, maybe the most physical corner in terms of tackler, blitzer, taking on blocks, pressing corner in the class. Very good player. I really like him. I think is a little bit earlier than I expected, but he tested well, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. Not quite to the CBAT 1 level, but a very high CBAT 2.
Really quick, why don't you just let people know what CBAT means for those that don't know?
Cornerback
we say it all the time,
testing.
but go.
Yeah, no, this is something that I do for the KC Draft Guide every year, KCSN Draft Guide every single year. I kind of formulated this formula here. It's very nerdy, but it is a predicted methodology for the cornerback position. 77% of Tier 1 CBAT guys are contributors within their rookie deal. For reference, 35% of all cornerbacks succeed, are in their rookie deal. So basically, you take one of these guys, there is a great chance that he's going to be a contributor, and it doesn't matter what round. It's every single round. Last year, 6 of 8 Tier 1 CBAT guys were contributors immediately, and the other 2 still played 50% of the snaps. It's an insanely predictive measure here. None of the Tier 1 guys have come off the board yet.
Oh, baby. They double dip in corner.
Maybe Tariq Woolen comes off the board at pick 62. At pick 62, I love Tariq Woolen at that point. I love the position that he would fill. He still needs time to get up. I mean, it wouldn't be something that you'd start immediately, but it would be a position that I would love for them to dip into.
The Kansas City Chiefs will be on the clock very soon. Thank you all so much for listening, for watching right now as well. We are at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Tell us who you want the Chiefs to take at pick 62. Also, you want to talk about Craig's, you want to read about Craig's cornerback athletic testing and see all the cornerbacks that fall within that criteria. When it comes to the athletic testing, there's a link for the KCSN Draft Guide, which is 300 pages of Chiefs-specific content. in the description of this show, so you can get caught up on all the Chiefs picks that we've seen to this point. You can read about the cornerback athletic testing that Craig has the model that Craig's built. The link is in the description, and it's a great companion for the rest of the draft and following up with some of the players that the Chiefs have already selected as well.
The pick is in, I believe.
Oh, I don't have it.
Pick 61. Let's confirm here.
I see it.
Do you see it?
Yes.
Go ahead and announce
The
it.
San Francisco 49ers, with pick 61, have taken Drake Jackson out of USC. That's a guy that we just talked about.
Nice.
Here's the thing with Drake Jackson. Super high upside, incredibly high upside. But guess what? You watch an entire game and you maybe see 1.5 plays that upside.
Absolutely.
You're taking a long walk for this one to pay off. And I'm not saying it won't. It's just you're taking a long walk for a very, very, very elite athlete.
And do you know what that means? That means the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock again.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock at pick 62.
Are they picking here?
The back end of the second round, and I'm telling you, I'm still levitating off the Sky Moore pick. I'm going to have to recover a little bit for pick 62 because the board continues to look very, very nice for the Chiefs. You'll be getting our live reaction here on the KCSN live draft reaction show here. Cannot wait to see who the Chiefs are taking at 62. Maddie, you could go anywhere, honestly. There's so many. If Brett Veach is continuing to chase value, which he's somehow value and need met at 54, this could happen again pretty easily.
Let's let the need part go. Let's just go after value. N'Kobe Dean, he steps in. He's your will linebacker. He doesn't leave the field. Okay, here it is. People have asked a little bit about what's going to happen in terms of if you get N'Kobe Dean. He's Ben Neiman, but souped up to 500%. He's a better athlete.
500% Ben Neiman.
Yeah, that's what his role would be. He'd play in the dimes. That's one option. That's the guy I love. If you're going to chase a need, though, what's the biggest need you think they'd have?
I will counter with that. I'm going to go Travis Jones.
Okay.
Defensive tackle. You've got a nose tackle. I think that the value of Travis Jones at this point, that's not necessarily a need. They've got Derek Nottie there. They've got some defensive line there. He is going to be a guy that tested really well. We know athletic nose tackles tend to be a little bit of rare breeds. Travis Jones is still hanging around here. He would fit into that defensive line really well. Give Derek Nottie some breathers. You can rotate those guys. He's got a little bit of juice. Young player, big player, strong, fast. All the things that you would hope for out of a nose tackle. I would be over the moon with Travis Jones.
What if they go after need and go to the other side and actually take a right tackle? That's probably their biggest need left. Tight end or right tackle, probably your biggest needs left. Dulcich, we talked about at UCLA. Right tackle, Abraham Lucas is kind of my best tackle. Bernard Raymond,
I mean, he's the 39th best player in the KCSN draft guide on our big board. He's still sitting around. He's an older prospect.
Yes.
That's another really quality pick. I'll go with Tariq Woolen, the cornerback out of UTSA. Down here, this is a freak, massive athlete, a little bit linear. I think he's got some, we've talked a little about route recognition. I think he's a little bit better in that regard than you guys. I think he figures things out as he sees it. But the athletic profile that you have for him, it would be just ridiculous. It'd be a really great addition. You get the big, long guy to pair with Trent McDuffie. Oh my goodness. There's so many situations I would be levitating right now.
There's a lot. Okay, so with that again, would you advocate for trading back another 5 spots given the amount of guys we just talked about? I don't think they're doing it, but would you advocate for that?
I would understand it. I won't advocate for it because there's only so many spots for rookies that they have. I really think that there's going to be a certain number of guys, and I realize the value on the board is there. Maybe you're looking to churn the bottom of your roster a little bit more. If you're looking to do that, overhaul. Maybe there's some guys that we see as valuable pieces that they're looking at and going, those are replaceable. We can find younger guys and reset the core, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe they do end up trading back a little bit, collecting a few more picks.
Well, and I think they can still move up. You could trade back and use some of these assets to kind of move back up into the draft. That remains to be seen. So we'll find out if you're getting the live visceral reaction from us right now. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. We're waiting to see if they are making a pick. We're waiting to see if they're trading back. We don't know for sure yet.
And that's why I was intrigued with the trade back is I think if you trade back again, you might have the ammunition to move up in the 3rd round too for some of these guys we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you trade back 5 spots, you might be able to package up and catch another 1 or 2 of these guys.
I'm going to throw one more name out before the Chiefs pick is in. I'm going to say Perion Winfrey.
Okay.
That would be a
I
very
have the
interesting
pick.
one.
I have the pick for the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 62. The Kansas City Chiefs are taking Brian Cook, safety out of Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
my goodness.
no.
I like Brian Cook a lot.
Right, and this is a guy that we haven't given a lot of, we haven't put out a lot here. But here it is. Brian Cook's a really good football player. Actually, he might be the best tackling safety in this entire draft class. You watch him. I mean, Lewis Seen's the hardest hitter in combination of best tackler. Brian Cook doesn't miss tackles. His ability to break down, whether he's coming down and filling the alley from too high, whether he's playing in the box, he's this super versatile safety that is great versus the run, and he has like the coverage instincts and know-how to go ahead and play too high, single high, drop down, give you some man coverage reps.
Absolutely. And guys, yet another ridiculously smart player to add to
Football
the secondary.
instincts.
Football instincts are outrageously good. Like Matty said, a really good, tough tackler, really good, just an overall football player. Doesn't have necessarily a defining athletic trait that you look at and you're like, boy, I get what that is. But overall, just a ridiculously well-rounded player. Fits really well in what Spagnuolo would want to do from a too-high structure. Gives another defensive back. And just now, the Kansas City Chiefs are selecting. There's the broadcast right there. Chiefs fans in the Kingdom Bar and Grill.
That's a
Yeah,
good pick.
yeah.
They would
We
get
like
the people
it.
that
We
are
like
excited about it. I don't think you're not getting the same kind of pop for some of the other guys, and maybe isn't as sexy as some of the other options that are still available on the board. But another defensive back in the back into that defense, they've continued to kind of rework that group. They've added another safety. They've added two at this point now. You've got Justin Reed and Brian Cook additions to this offseason at this point.
They've overhauled the secondary, right?
Absolutely.
And now, okay, here it is. They are now essentially selecting the same spot where they took Juan Thornhill 3 years ago, and they're coming back to the draft board to look at a safety. I'm not saying that that's entirely telling, but I also don't think it's not telling at all, right? You're going back to the safety room. You're getting another safety who I think is probably a little bit more versatile. He can do a little bit more.
Yeah.
Juan Thornhill's really good at what he does well, but it's been a little bit more of a narrow scope. I just wonder if their Chiefs are seeing something in terms of Brian Cook, Trent McDuffie, Justin Reed. You're getting a lot of guys that can do a lot of different stuff that all can kind of grow together at the same time.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I love best when I was watching Cincinnati tape is the fearlessness that he attacks offensive linemen, attacks pulling blockers in space. And now this is the second guy that they've added that has that sort of fearlessness. Trent McDuffie does as well. They are really improving the perimeter run defense, which makes sense. When you've got guys like Nick Bolton, you've got bigger bodies in the middle, you're clogging things up. We have talked for years about defending the alley, defending the edges, lack of speed, being able to get to the sidelines, being able to fill that stuff. When you've got guys like Brian Cook, Trent McDuffie, Brian Cook specifically, just the willingness he is to throw his face mask into an offensive lineman and absorb the block. You spring other players, you turn it back into the defense. I think that not only does he improve your pass coverage, I think he improves the edges of your run defense as well. That's something that we haven't seen in a little while.
That's something that Juan Thornhill's really struggled with.
It is. Absolutely it is. And it's a spot that with Justin Reed, you can play too high. You can play Juan Thornhill back there with a third safety as well. This doesn't necessarily spell the end of Juan Thornhill. Maybe one of those guys can kick down in the slot a little bit, especially if you're playing a little more zone. I like the move a lot just because he's a very tough, very strong, just well-rounded football player at the safety position.
3 picks so far on the defensive side of the football. 1 for the receiver spot. She still have more picks to make too, but no, I don't believe we got any pro day testing from Brian Cook. I went to go check to see, do we have any pro day testing from him? And I don't think we got any. So you're just kind of projecting based on the tape. But again, hey, you talk about football character. These guys, the Chiefs continue to grab high football character players.
Absolutely.
And look, they very obviously, we've talked about safety as a potential option for this team, and they prioritized it. Maybe it was value falling to them. I think there probably is a little bit more value. I think this was more very specific than it maybe some of the value. I don't know if they had I don't know if they had him as the best player on the board necessarily. Maybe they did.
I would hope so. Okay, so we're going to start peeling it back a little bit. It's not all sunshine rainbows with every pick. And this is probably the first one I think I kind of have the most qualms with.
Okay.
I had him as a 4th round value, right? And they obviously get to know more. They talk to him. Maybe he blows them away. They might just see it differently. But this is the first guy where I think you kind of do see a little bit of a reach, right? And then especially if you start looking around, I don't know. over a guy like a Nick Cross, over JT Woods, they have talked to a little bit different player, Kirby Joseph. Like, there was a handful of safeties that I not only had ranked higher, but I think you would at least lump into the same group to be the first team to take it, and to take a guy that I don't think a ton of guys, not just, not a ton of teams maybe had this high. That's the first time I feel like they've maybe reached a little bit.
Now, I will put it this way. He is a former corner. We are looking at a guy that is a former corner. He understands.
Really good length, too.
Really good length. He understands leverage. He understands the ability to work. Maybe it is. They're looking at him as more of a slot defender, a guy that's coming in the nickel or the dime to be the fifth
in round
defensive
two
back there. I don't know. But I do like the presence. I do like the length. I do like the physical. Like, this is a Spagnuolo defensive back.
100%.
No
this,
mistake.
I was going to say, this feels like a Spags pick through and through.
Yeah, high IQ, length, physicality. Like, it checks all of those.
Runs the alley well.
Yeah, absolutely it does. I think it's interesting looking at player comps, which, are what they are. In the KC Draft Guide, we comped him to Anthony Harris. I've seen some comps to Julian Blackmon. Those are players that I love. I really love those kind of guys. Not supreme athletes, but just really well-rounded football players that can make an impact in a lot of little ways and be the third safety or the second safety, complementing some really good players around.
Yeah, and I think that's what he does. He does a lot of stuff. Now, this is where we are. I'll tell you what, Dane Brugler, one of the best guys in the biz, safety 6. After Jaquan Brisker, who came off the board earlier this round. And I'll say this, I kind of retweeted out. I was talking with Jake on Twitter earlier this year. I said, Brian Cook, discount version of Jaquan Brisker. It's a guy that I said that I wouldn't mind the Chiefs taking. I see a lot of similar traits between the two. He's clearly thought of a little bit higher by at least Dane Brugler and the Chiefs and maybe some other people. So, you can start to make connections on how, this pick obviously makes sense and can be a great pick. For me, I would have preferred to wait this one. I mean, I'm looking at Nakobe Dean. I understand there's medicals. I'm looking at Travis Jones. So 60 other teams have passed, or 32 other teams have passed on him as well.
Yeah, you gotta wonder. You gotta wonder on Travis Jones. Like, this is one of those. You're starting to asking for an explanation pretty soon here about him. And
they're
so
falling that far. Yeah,
right. So
it's not just the nose tackle part of that, but let's go back to safety.
Yeah,
let's talk about that. Now you've added a corner. Now you've added a safety. You added another safety in Justin Reed. Like, this is the young core that has been completely overhauled on defense. They have really focused on making sure that they have turned over the defensive side of the ball, which is something that we have been asking for all offseason. It's like, we wanted them to play in free agency a little bit because we wanted them to overhaul the defensive core. There were holes on there. We wanted them to draft a lot of defense. So far, they've focused on a lot of the same positions that we looked at and went, hey, they could really do with some depth on those positions. So far, again, we keep saying it. This is a great job by Brett Veach yet again.
And I love the position they go for. I think it did need an upgrade. I may be a little bit lower on the player, going a different direction, but I love the idea. And like I said, I think you do have to consider what's going on with Brett Veach. Or not Brett Veach, but Juan Thornhill at this point in time, right? What is Brett Veach's decision going to be on Juan Thornhill moving forward? I can see how Brian Cook factors in to pair with Justin Reed. You have two safeties that can both do a little bit of everything.
You're not sticking him in middle field very often.
No.
And you're probably not doing that to Justin Reed either.
No,
right? But you can do it in spots if the team doesn't know you're going to do it, right? Yeah. That's the trick. The New York Giants with Steve Spagnuolo played Landon Collins in center field, plenty of reps just because it was hidden, right? So I can see the path and why this pick makes a lot of sense. I actually see something cool here. Before Brian Cook went to Cincinnati, his first 2 years he spent at Howard University. That he was a no-star recruit coming out of high school. He went to Howard University for his first 2 years before getting the transfer into Cincinnati. And now Howard University, that sounds familiar to you guys. I think we all know. Kent, what should people do that are recognizing Howard University?
Well, if you are a fan of Therese Paylor, Howard alum Therese Paylor, and I'm just gonna say maybe this might have been an all juice guy that the Chiefs just selected at Howard University initially. I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry if you're listening to this before Saturday. We are doing a raffle to support Therese Paylor's foundations at Howard University. Also at powermizzou.com, some scholarship programs. And we are doing a raffle with the KC Sports Network Venmo. If you donate $10 to the KC Sports Network Venmo, you will be entered to win a drawing to win a Nick Bolton jersey, a Travis Kelce jersey, a Patrick Lavon Mahomes signed helmet. You could get one of those if you go to the KC Sports Network Venmo. Every $10 that you donate will go towards one of your entries in the drawing. So you give $100, you got 10 chances to win one of these great prizes supporting Howard University. How about that? All juice forever, man. All juice forever.
Love it.
So okay, here's the thing, and this is something we talked about. We want to talk about Brett Veach making, like just going off the rails. Brian Cook was injured. That's why we don't have testing numbers.
Yep.
His left shoulder injury kept him from playing in the bowl game, working out at the combine. Brett Veach comes out, trades up and takes a corner, trades back, takes an injured player.
Wow. Unbelievable. Just breaking every single rule that we had previously thought that he'd had. That's fun. I like that. This makes the draft more fun. Like, it really does. You don't narrow your scope as much and all this stuff. I mean, it's really cool to see. It's fun. It's really fun.
Football character perspective, they're 4 for 4.
Oh, for sure.
You're
absolutely.
not asking questions like you might have been with John Dorsey picks. I mean, there's a little bit less. Like, it's not as boom or bust with some of this stuff. They are taking high quality football players with really high football character, and they are going the approach of building a really solid core around Patrick Mahomes. I think they've given themselves 4 great swings to really build a strong core, and they've really started to do that last year as well. But man, you look how this team's coming together, and they're building the Spags way. Mm-hmm. Big investments at safety. At this point, and a cornerback, and obviously a pass rusher. Like this defense is coming together really nicely. I really like it.
So
I really like it.
What are we looking for the rest of this today? Right, like we got a little bit more draft still. Like, this isn't over for the day now, so we got a little bit more coming up. What are your thoughts about the rest of the day? You look at Brian Cook's latest selection. And they took Sky Moore a little bit earlier. Where do you see them going forward from here?
Man, it's hard to be picky at this point. They really have addressed a lot of positions that I wanted them to do so. I am still looking at tight end. I am maybe still looking at offensive tackle a little bit, try and get some depth there. I would not mind going back to the well with cornerback or edge, or adding to the defensive line. Maybe we see a Sam linebacker. But at this point, you're talking about building the depth part of it. I think that we see how each of these 4 picks fit within the scheme and immediately fit within the scheme. It's not projecting, and that's a year 2 guy, year 3 guy. Maybe we get down the road and he can be something. You are getting players that are going to play immediately. I think maybe you take some more swings on some guys that need a little more seasoning or developing.
Well, and the Chiefs, they've got a little bit of draft capital here. They don't pick until 103 now, so there is going to be a little bit of lull between when they're just picked just now, Brian Cook, and now. So they very obviously felt that they had to go grab Brian Cook now. I think they weren't trying to get cute. They were just going to make sure that they were going to get their guy. This is very clearly one of their guys. I think by all indications, you can tell it's a Spags guy. So it's going to be interesting to see their strategy from here. They've got, a round 4, a round 5 pick, 4 round 7s to play with too. You could see them moving up, at some point too here. But for now, they've got another safety into the mix. It's just, this team, like they like their round 2 safeties.
And linebackers, they like those middle of the field defenders. All right, so here it is. I wanted to share some more stats actually about Brian Cook, because I'm going back to the SIS data hub. We're looking at it again. Total points per game, and I think this is essentially saved because it's a defender. Brian Cook ranks 10th out of the safety group. Total points. If you limit that to just pass coverage reps, 9th. He's still right there. If you go over to where he lined up in the slot, 38% of the time on the year, which is top 10.
38% slot.
38% of the time he spent in the slot. You look at, so tackles per game, I believe he was just outside the top 10. But if you look at missed or broken tackle percentage, number 2 at only 7%.
Oh my goodness.
He's a sure tackler.
It gets better. Tackle share. The tackle shares on his defense, on that Cincinnati defense with
that
Sauce
was
Gardner,
loaded with
Kobe
studs.
Bryant, Myjai Sanders, Darian Beavers, great team. He ends up with, what was his tackle share? Let me scroll down and find it here. I got to find it again. Third in all the safety class at 11%. He made 11% of the tackles. And I think we might have some Brian Cook highlights coming up here soon. You're going to see a lot of tackles coming up, right?
Yeah.
11% of all of Cincinnati's tackles were made by this man, and he only missed 7% of those. He's an incredible tackler, but you saw good in coverage as well. Here we have him working coverage, delivering
physical
a little
in the
bit
middle of the field.
Oh, we're getting a little celebration.
Little
we're
attitude.
Getting, we're getting
Little
the attitude
attitude.
talking a little bit.
Little swagger to him.
No, he didn't. Put his sword back into the sheath like Trent McDuffie did. But this is still good. I like the stomp. I like the flex.
Instincts there too. Like he's reading the eyes of the quarterback.
Yeah. So I mean, I think you see the way he patrols the middle of the field is very similar to Justin Reed. Both of those guys love to hit in the middle of the field, and so you're going to see two guys that are perfectly capable of making receivers and tight ends afraid to come across the middle of the field, making offenses avoid the middle of the field. That's what Steve Spagnuolo has done in Kansas City so far. And they got a little bit of an upgrade on the outside with Trent McDuffie now. Like, I think that you add the physicality in the middle. Maybe he doesn't have the same top-end speed, deep range, but the physicality in the middle to take that away, an improvement on the outside. Your secondary got immeasurably better.
Really long arms, too. Like, he's got pretty good length. He doesn't have the biggest hands, actually. I was looking at his mock draftable a little bit, but he does have pretty good length. He's like 80th percentile when it comes to the length.
Arm length just under 32 inches at 31 7/8 inch. If you're not able to watch the highlights, we're going to get them up on the KCSN YouTube channel. While you're there, go ahead and subscribe, hit like to all the videos that you go through. Make sure you sub, make sure you watch them all, like them all. But if you want to go watch these Brian Cook highlights, you're seeing a lot of big hits too. I mean, not only is he a sure tackler, but like we're going through these right now. If you're watching live, he's making a lot of hits. He's driving guys to the ground. You're getting an enforcer over the middle of the field. Justin Reed can hit. He can play the run, but I think it's good if you add another guy that you can dedicate, more of as the enforcer. And that's something I think Brian Cook can really do.
And I think over the past several years, that the safety position has lacked some tackling ability. And I'm not trying to dunk on anybody specifically because there were other elements that people brought to the table there, but there was a clear focus to add tackling ability to the secondary.
And physicality, like even more than just being physical. Because like whether or not they are good tacklers or not, it doesn't matter. Like the physicality, the level of physicality between a Reed, between even a Trent McDuffie and a Brian Cook versus some of the stuff we've seen over the middle of the field is kind of night and day.
Yes. You're looking at this entire group, and I think you're seeing guys with the kind of effort and intensity, football character, toughness, physicality, like all these things describe every single defensive player that they've taken to this point.
I know. It's crazy.
It's awesome. Really, and it's almost like it was on purpose.
Yeah, it really is. Okay. Grades for this one. It's not going to be the A+ that maybe Sky Moore was, but what are the overall grades? Maddie, let's start with you. I think you're probably the lowest on this.
Yeah, no, I'm going to give this one. Okay, harsh grader.
Yeah.
A C means proper value for what I think. I'm going to have to go with the C-. I think it's a little under what I think the value of the 62nd pick is, but that's come up from when we started. Getting to see some more of the highlights, looking around at some of the analytical profile of what he's got. I can buy it. I see what they're going for. I see the plan for him, and I think the fit is really good. I just think it's a little early, so I wouldn't be being true to myself if I didn't go below what I think is average. So this one's a C- for me.
I think I'm going to go with like a C. I think I'm liking the idea of playing value, and I don't know if he was the best value here at this pick at 62, but at the same time, you get the why. I understand the pick, and there's a lot to like about this pick, intangibly, tangibly. He fits the scheme extremely well. He's a physical, sure tackler. There's something to be said about making the simple plays when you've got Patrick Mahomes on the other side of the football. I think just being sure and sound adds value to this football team, and that's what Brian Cook is going to be able to do in a lot of different areas. I'm going to give the pick a C. Just because I'm a sucker for all the value play, but I'm not going to be complaining too much, and it's not pulling the grade on this draft down far for me.
I'm going to go with the highest grade of all of us. I'm going to go with B-. I love the player. I love the physicality. I love the former corner experience out there. I love what he's going to bring to the table and the little bit of versatility there. It's not the most athletic guy, and there are maybe some other safeties that could have been on the board with more of that supreme athleticism, but the football IQ is off the charts. Now you've got so much football IQ in that secondary across the secondary. I love schematically what they can do here. I think it all just fits together. We got a comment on the YouTube. Looks like he belongs on the Legion of Boom from a decade ago. He really does. He plays with that kind of physicality. So I love the pick. I'm going B-.
Well, thank you all so much for listening.
Ever the optimist.
Here, while we're hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill, reacting to pick 62 in the 2022 NFL Draft. It's Brian Cook, the safety out of Cincinnati. Well, guys, we've had a lot that has happened since we gushed about Brian Cook and what he brings to the table. So let's kind of get into some recap and reaction of the picks that have happened. We are into round 3. Since the Chiefs have picked James Cook off the board at 63.
Running back out of Georgia.
To the Buffalo Bills. Nick Bonito. You're going to like this one, though. Nick Bonito off the board at edge. Out of Oklahoma, so he's off the board, and then we go. That's the end of round 2. Now we're going into round 3. We've got Luke Fortner out of Kentucky going off the board.
That's a really good.
That's
pick.
a really
That's
solid
a really
value there too. Brian Asamoah, the linebacker out of Minnesota, also off the board. Josh Azudu to North Carolina, or out of North Carolina to the New York Giants. So there's a couple players that have gone off the board. All right, so we're gonna tuck in here real quick.
We're gonna scooch.
I'm gonna charge my computer too. Here,
yeah, bring it in there.
Moving over.
Brian Asamoah, player that had gotten some early hype. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you,
Daniel.
One Daniel in. Glad you got
Tyler Irwin.
Irwin.
If you found us tonight, please hit the like and subscribe button. We do all kinds of daily podcasts covering the Kansas City Chiefs. We have a lot of good stuff going. And someone wants a Craig Stout signed beer mug, which
fine. Let's go. Let's make them. Hey BJ, we got a new revenue stream. It's a beer mug with my name on it. a stout mug.
The stout mug. All right, I'm gonna. Craig, just talk for a second because
okay.
I gotta charge my computer.
You go right
here.
in here. I like the picks that have come off the board since the Chiefs pick. Luke Fortner, I think, is an absolute steal. I really do. I think he's a really good player for the Jaguars. They needed some more offensive line help. I expected him to go a little higher than this. I didn't expect him to make it into round 3. Really good value. Like I said, Brian Asamoah out of Oklahoma, inside linebacker, had gotten some round 1 hype. Had really had a lot of guys all over him. Like, he really thought that he was going to go a little bit higher than this. But as we've seen, the linebackers have fallen.
Yeah.
Nakobe Dean still on the board. Those medicals. Man, those medicals.
The medicals got to be pretty scary. We have another pick. The Cleveland Browns have drafted cornerback Martin Emerson out of Mississippi State. One of my favorite guys in this class. Yeah. I really enjoy watching him play. I mean, if you're looking at a Steve Spagnuolo corner, I think there's some traits there that you would like from a physicality, toughness, length perspective. There's some really, really good stuff there too. I saw the Chiefs had traded up, but that would have been insane.
No, that would have been insane.
That didn't happen. But Martin Emerson, the cornerback out of Mississippi State, real long, athletic guy, willing tackler. I don't know if sometimes he's not always the most sure tackler. Sometimes he comes flying in without trying to wrap up. But I think there's an overarching physicality to his game that is really, it's really desirable for sure.
It absolutely is. That 33.5-inch arms, like really long,
just super long arms. Some of the longest arms in the class.
Yeah, it made sense. Like we talked about Martin Emerson a little bit, in the lead up to all of this, as a guy that made sense for Spagnuolo. 4.5 40. So, not the fastest guy. You're going to ask him to play a lot of press. You're going to ask him to line up and try and
operate on a vertical plane.
Yes, absolutely. Operating on the vertical
We're going to let the CEO, founder, whatever his name is, of KC Sports Network step in for a little bit. BJ Kissel hanging out with us now. What's up, BJ? I'm going to step out for a minute because you go for so long. You can only do it for so long, man.
You guys can take a break. They're going to trade right back up, and you guys will be scrambling to run over
probably,
here.
But I'm going to go take advantage of this moment.
BJ and I will just grade every pick with an A+ from here on out. That's what's going to happen. Hi, BJ.
Listen, it's house money at this point, is it not?
Yes.
There's a couple guys that still have our eyes on that I like just from a kind of a roster composition, just building standpoint. The UCLA tight end, Dulcich,
Greg Dulcich,
whatever his name is, the guy who makes plays.
Yeah,
looks good down the field. That would be exciting. We've been clamoring for them to draft the number 2 tight end. It seems like for years. I know Noah Gray got drafted, not really in the same boat there as what they like to do with the tight ends, but it's exciting. Man.
It really is exciting, and I think that the value at tight end is very strong. We saw a lot of guys at the East-West Shrine game that we liked as, tight ends, guys that could fill really, really well with the Kansas City Chiefs, but we haven't seen some of the guys that maybe were projected to go a little higher than them off the board right now.
Yeah.
We might be looking at tight end as a round 4, round 5 target, as a guy that's going to contribute, not just for the Chiefs, but at an NFL level. I really think that it's possible that could be the case.
Can I just say this? I love the Brian Cook highlights. For everybody out there that's watching that has a chance to see these are fun. Watching these Brian Cook highlights are fun. We did not have this video. I was actually cutting this for everybody watching the live stream. I was over off to the side cutting a lot of these highlight videos that we're watching right now. He was not somebody that we had through our deal that was put in the initial wave of highlights that came in. And so we're kind of reacting after the fact. But one thing I did want to jump on here.
You love him, though.
I absolutely love. You know how much I love safeties
yeah.
that do this. Going back to Justin Evans back in the day and Carl Joseph, all of those guys. Abram before he went to where he did and hasn't been great. But watching safeties to set the tone like this, it's going to be a lot of fun. I like the way that they're changing kind of the identity of the defense over this offseason with some of the guys that they've brought in, some of the attitude. We saw it with Karlaftis, McDuffie. Now you get Brian Cook. They've already got Willie K. We know what he can do as far as being that energy conduit. But this has been so much fun, this draft. This has been my favorite draft. This is the most fun I've had in a long time.
We are now to the point where basically every single draft that is occurring now is our favorite Veach draft. Like, we see him build. We really are. And it's not just from a homeristic standpoint. Like, we're looking at this. Last year, obviously, we liked the value of Creed Humphrey, Nick Bolton. We like the build, the swings that they took, in day 3 with some of those athletic profiles, which they still could do that in this draft, paired with an insanely great first and second round here. Yep. I really like where he's positioned himself on the board. I really like how he's positioned himself on the board and how he hasn't reached so far. I mean, for everything that's said about Brian Cook, at the end of the second round, that's where you're starting to find safety value. I think that Brian Cook makes sense from that. I just really like the approach. I really like how everything has happened so far for this team in this draft so far. Like, it's going to take a lot to ruin the rest of this draft for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a whole lot they can do, but I've been off camera and following some of this stuff. And one of the things I do want to talk about, I know we announced our deal with, we reached a new agreement with Tickets for Less to be a partner with KC Sports Network. And we appreciate everybody over at Tickets for Less. And one of the things that we're doing with this partnership that we had announced, our partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Kansas City. And one of the things, and everybody out there who's watching, we appreciate the more than 1,000 of you who are watching right now on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, wherever you're watching, we appreciate it. But if you're watching this, we're probably a Chiefs fan, and you've probably been to Arrowhead Stadium, and you know how special that is. And so as a group of people who are all Chiefs fans who know how special that is, we wanted to give that opportunity to as many kids and as many people as possible. And so with this partnership that we announced with the Boys and Girls Club last week of Greater Kansas City and Tickets for Less, we're going to have something called the My First Game campaign this upcoming season, where we are going to have 4 tickets allotted for the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Kansas City for every Chiefs home game, to take kids to Arrowhead Stadium that have never been before, to give them, again, that My First Game. And it's the cool stuff.
Awesome.
And there's so much fun to it's not work to do these kinds of things and to talk about football and do all of this. And it's very important for us, and we appreciate all your support for KC Sports Network. It's important for us to do campaigns and things like this to give back to our community and just do cool stuff.
Yeah,
and
it really is. It's the best part of all of this for me. It genuinely is. I love all you guys. I love working with you guys, and the charity side of it trumps it. It really does.
Yeah.
Like, I love being able to do this, talk football with my friends, and still be able to help people. Like, it's the best part of all of this. It's the best part of KCSN.
And the best part of this draft weekend, the draft has been phenomenal. But what's real and what we can control as Chiefs fans is the support that you guys have given for the Therese Paylor scholarships at both Howard University and at Mizzou. Thanks to Power Mizzou. Both of those scholarships have already become endowed, which means they reached $100,000, and so they are guaranteed to be around forever. That doesn't mean you can't still continue to support and give money. And so for us to go out and buy some jerseys and get some different items, we've got the Nick Bolton jersey, we've got a Travis Kelce jersey, and we've got the Patrick Mahomes signed mini helmet. You don't donate $10 to the KCSN Venmo. We are taking 50% of the money that comes in and giving it to Howard University and Therese Paylor's scholarship name, and this other 50% going to the Power Mizzou one. But we're at almost $3,500 raised already total from Chiefs fans that obviously love and support
You guys are the best.
everything about Therese Paylor and what he meant to Chiefs Kingdom and what he meant to us as not only as a media person, but just as a friend. This is the real. It's to steal something that Coach Reed always says, what's real? And that is a real impact, and nothing is going to be better this weekend than that. So I want to come on and talk about those couple things, but we can get back to the draft. But thank you, everybody out there who has supported this over this weekend, and we'll continue to take in those donations until tomorrow at the end of the draft, and we'll announce those winners. But thank you, everybody, so much. It's special.
Awesome. Like, share, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Let's get back to the draft. The Tennessee Titans at pick 70 select offensive tackle out of Ohio State, Nicholas Petit-Frere. Athletic guy, a guy that had some round one height before the season started. Didn't really live up to that, but pretty good steal here.
Is Bernard Raymond still available?
Yes, he absolutely
Are you
is.
surprised?
I am
You guys
surprised by that.
get it. I didn't get into the depth. We started getting these late second, third round into the fourth. That's when you guys are going to shine, because you guys know all of these guys this year. But Bernard Raymond was a guy that around the first, the second, was kind of one of those outside the box type picks that the Chiefs could have made, where it could make sense depending upon Lucas Niang's injury,
right,
and how he's going to come back from that patellar. I had a chance to talk with former, Chiefs and Eagles athletic trainer Aaron Borgman about that injury that Lucas Niang suffered at the time that he suffered it late in the season. And that's not an injury that you come back from easily, and definitely not one for the bigger body guys to come back from. So right tackle was kind of a low-key pick that I could see making sense if there's some medical stuff there with Niang that they're not exactly comfortable with. We'll see how the rest of it plays out. But, it surprised me that Raymond's still on the board a little bit.
Okay. Pick 70 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Chad Muma, inside linebacker out of Wyoming, a very good player. Rumors out here. Nakobe Dean declined to have pectoral surgery before the draft, and that is the reason why he is falling. Something that we mentioned, they were saying maybe he was going to have taken care of after this NFL season. It looked like maybe, again, rumors here, that he has declined that. That would explain his fall. NFL teams maybe don't trust that. They don't trust the medicals, and that's why he's fallen to this point. That's
a tough decision for him and his agent. And we're just I'm just guessing. We have no idea what's actually going on. But if you know you have to have surgery and you have surgery, knowing you're going to be out, you're not going to get drafted. We've seen it with some other injury guys. Although Ojabo went, but obviously not the same kind of player. But to decline it, knowing that if you have it, you might not get drafted at all.
Right.
And if you're willing to play through it for a year and then have it whenever the team gives it to you, maybe they've talked to some teams that are willing to feel comfortable with it at a certain point, and they just made a calculated guess, and maybe the agent and the player know kind of where they're going to end up. But that's a tough situation.
That is a tough situation. And then at 71, my guy to the Chicago Bears, wide receiver Velus Jones Jr. I love this guy. I loved him when we got to see him, at the Senior Bowl. All the tape that was out there for that, I just felt like the man beat any coverage that was put on him, beat press, was able to gain easy separation, has a little bit of problem with his hands a little bit, but that's a guy for Justin Fields adding to the room there. This is earlier than a lot of guys expected him to go. He was mainly mocked as a day 3 guy, but I really liked him. I love the juice that he brought, and especially as a returner. Like, you're going to get like a dual threat guy there. You're going to be able to get some special teams ability out of him. I mean, again, if I got to put a my guy stamp on somebody in this draft, it was Velus Jones Jr. Go 71 to the Bears.
And I'm just going to say he went to my guy, Ryan Poles.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't looked at the entire draft that the Bears have had, but like to see Ryan Poles go out there and have some success. He's a great dude. Was always really helpful. during my time that I was around him when we were working together for the same organization with the Chiefs. But yeah, want to see him have some success.
How do you feel about Ryan Poles' job so far? Defense to start, is specifically focusing on defensive back now. Comes up here.
Who they get?
They got Velus Jones Jr.
Yep.
in round 2. Let me back it up here and kind of go through some of these. Let's see here. Kyler Gordon out of Washington at pick 39. I believe they turned around, took Jaquan Brisker out of Penn State, a really good safety there. I mean, those 3 picks today, I feel like are pretty quality guys.
Yep.
I mean, I realize that I'm obviously biased towards Velus Jones Jr. here, but I feel like they're really quality guys. For a first draft and at a spot where you didn't have a first-round draft pick that you were really relying on, I feel pretty good about that. It's a tough situation as a GM coming in your first time, and it's just like, hey, rebuild this roster. You don't have a first-round pick.
And you don't have your staff in place, and they haven't even been working with the guys to know exactly how you want graded, how you want everything set up, how the boards are set, how the coaches and the personnel staff are going to communicate and all of those things. But, that's a lot of the job. It's not necessarily sitting here and just trying to break out that crystal ball and saying this guy's going to be good, that guy's going to be good. It's getting everybody on the same page for exactly what you're looking for, and that's something that Ryan Poles is going to be very, very good about. And one of the guys that we ran into when we were out in Vegas, you saw me talking to Trey Koziel, who at the time was still with the Chiefs, but has been one of Ryan Poles' best friends since they were 18 years old. They went to Boston College together and played. Trey was a longtime area scout, lived in the Los Angeles area, worked for the Chiefs for a number of years, and he has now since joined Ryan Poles there in Chicago. I don't know if he moved to Chicago or if he still is an area scout or whatever his title is, but those 2 guys together are going to bring a lot of just success, a lot of knowing how to work with different guys. So if you're a Bears fan, you should be excited about the way that personnel staff is shaping up, and it's good to see Ryan Poles get some guys and get one of your guys.
One of my guys, and one of Maddie's guys just came off the board, a guy that we have talked about to the Kansas City Chiefs, to the Seattle Seahawks, right tackle Abraham Lucas out of Washington State. Really liked what we saw out of Abraham Lucas. I would have been ecstatic with him as a potential option at right tackle for the Chiefs. We talked about that position, you just did. I would have been very happy with that. So with that off the board, that was probably the number 1 guy that I was looking at for right tackle off the board. If you're moving on from right tackle or looking at it a bit later in the draft, is your focus at 103 here? And it's still a little while to get there. They got a whole bunch of picks to go through here. We still got to get to the end of the draft, but this is about the time when we start seeing, runs on players and maybe some of these positions that we haven't seen a ton of. Is it tight end that you're looking at?
Yep.
Running back? Would you even go running back? Or you're not adding to that room. You're looking at linebacker. You're looking at a Sam linebacker to try and help out there. Defensive line depth, maybe. Travis Jones is still on the board.
When you start talking about the guys who you thought were going to go a lot higher, it's either value and holy cow, how is this guy there? Or, and you guys have been alluding to this earlier, there's something going on that not everybody else is privy to. But for me, because the UCLA tight end was somebody that I was watching coming into this, that just athletically, the way that he moves in space and knowing they don't have that guy behind Travis Kelce. Blake Bell is on the team. Blake Bell can absolutely provide value, but you watch a little bit of highlights of Greg Dulcich. You say Dulcich? Dulcich. Yeah, I got no shot. Dulcich. But you watch him in the open space. He's a different kind of weapon.
Hey.
And so that gets me excited when there's a possibility to get something like that.
We got one of our guys just came off the board to the Colts. Pick is in. Tight end Jelani Woods, a guy that we got to see at the East-West Shrine game.
We're going to go back to Eric Galco after he's put down a couple of bourbons.
He's going to be going crazy over there. He's got to be ecstatic. Jelani Woods is this very big, very long tight end, a real kind of specimen. I think we got Jody Fortson vibes out of him a little bit when we were watching it. But Tucker loves Jelani Woods. That's one of his favorites there. I'm very happy.
I'm happy for Jelani Woods. He was an awesome interview. Here's some highlights we'll watch again. Jelani Woods from Virginia, his size, his ability over the middle of the field. You'll see with some of these highlights that he was just a man amongst boys when he was out there. They're just sometimes you see guys that are just kind of toying. I mean, look at that. Just going up and over guys. But after we're done watching these highlights, we're going to be able to go if Tucker, we're going to produce and host at the same time. And as soon as we get done with these highlights, I want to go to the interview that we did. And again, I know we had Eric Galco, the director of operations for the East-West Shrine Bowl, and a special shout out to Eric. It was the first time that we had all had a chance to be together.
Yes.
We're doing it here for the draft party, but we all went out to Vegas and got some sit-down interviews that you see that was from a speakeasy inside the Luxor Hotel. The amount of access that we got and the sit-down, the players, for a lot of the content we were able to crank out, you can find a lot of that on our YouTube channel, was special. And I've been to a lot of these pre-draft events over the last decade, and the access that we got and the number of players that we got to come in and sit down with us was awesome. And of all the interviews that we did, outside of like Marquand McCall from Kentucky, who was awesome, Jelani Woods was one of our favorite interviews. And I put out on Twitter a few days ago a video of him getting ready for that interview. And Tucker, I don't remember what they were joking about, but Jelani Woods was just rolling laughing with whatever story Tucker was sharing.
Yeah.
He couldn't even get the thing started because Tucker was making him laugh so much. But that was a fun trip, and that was a fun interview.
The access we got made us fall in love with some of these guys like Jelani Woods. Like, it made us want to root for these guys even more. You know, throughout this draft process, it would be kind of cold, very detached from some of this. So to see Jelani Woods go at this point, it's great.
You said he went to Ballard and the Colts?
I did see he went to Ballard.
That makes sense, because who was the quarterbacks coach for the Colts was actually out there at the East-West Shrine Bowl, because they were looking at Jack Cohn as a quarterback that they really liked. But they got a very good view of Jelani Woods, and he's a guy, again, even in the pre-draft, where a lot of those guys that we saw are going to get drafted are going to get at least to get a chance to be on rosters going into training camp. And he was a man amongst boys within that group. And there's a couple other guys that we saw out there. We already saw Tyquan Thornton go, and he was a guy that we got to sit down when we were out there. Kyle Phillips, another receiver, and
I would expect he's going to come off the board soon here. Yes.
And we've got little interview bits from a lot of these guys you'll see over the next couple of days. So for everybody who's still watching, the draft nerds who really want to get into this stuff, you get into the rest of today and tomorrow. We've got the highlights that we've been putting out, but we've also got a lot of interview cut-ups for the players that are going to be drafted on Saturday throughout this entire live stream. So you've got the highlights, you've got the interviews, you've got the analysis with these guys, going over all the stuff that they put in their draft guide. It's the reason why we are so confident that the content we're putting out at KC Sports Network is so special. And so right now, let's go and take a look at that interview. Again, this is from the East-West Shrine Bowl back in January, sitting down with former Virginia tight end and new Indianapolis Colts draft pick, Jelani Woods.
Armstrong with the fake to Thompson, has a receiver open again. That's the tight end once again, and he'll score. Jelani Woods, 2 big catches on the drive, and he finishes it off with a touchdown.
Jelani Woods, what a way to start off this game.
I myself as being that dominant receiver or blocking type of versatile type of tight end that can pretty much do everything you ask. You want me to block the ends, linebacker, if you flex me out, fullback, whatever it is, I'll just make sure I take care of that job. So.
For the moment, Armstrong with a short chuck. Woods gets away. Jelani Woods out of bounds, picking up another first down. Good luck taking him down.
The way I run routes is physical, aggressive, dominating type of way. I just try to keep that switch on no matter what. When I'm off the field, I'm kind of that chill, laid back, laughable type of guy. I laugh, smile all the time, and I like music, so that pretty much helps me well. I like calm, jazz, R&B, hip hop, country. I like all kinds of music, so that kind of helped me relax. Jermaine Smith, he first instilled just the morals of football into me, and just having that aggressive attack type of attitude that Jason McAdoo. He kind of took me under his wing, and he helped me develop into a really good, like I said, dominant blocker type of tight end that had that attack mindset as well. And then when I got to Virginia, it was Coach Robert and which was our OC and tight ends coach at the time. And he kind of just toned up everything and added some extra aspects to my game as well. So I got to credit all three of them for, making me into the man I am today.
There's the big tight end, Jelani Woods.
Never think I'm covered. So that's just the motto I go by. Attack the football no matter what I do. So if I do have somebody on me, I'm going to attack the football. If I don't, I'm going to attack the football. So
Greg, we've done a lot of cool stuff. Vegas, for a lot of different reasons, looking back on it, was...
We're not allowed to talk about those.
I got my powder blue hoodie on. We all were wearing that night. But that was a lot of fun. Jelani Woods, one of those guys you're going to root. When you spend any time with him, you're going to root for him. So not when they play the Chiefs, but Chris Ballard got a good player right there. And he's a player that, from a fantasy football perspective, because there's not a lot of tight ends, be one of those that you're picking a flyer on. Because they're going to have some red zone targets for him. And get a quarterback, get him the ball, Matt Ryan.
That's a fun matchup. I like those two. All right, catching up here, the Atlanta Falcons, a guy that we thought maybe they make a trade up for, try and attack early in this draft. They wait till pick 74 and take just the second quarterback off the board in Desmond Ridder out of Cincinnati. I love Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder is ready to get snaps. Now, he's going to take some development as a player, but he is ready to get snaps and contribute at an NFL level. I'm not going to be shocked if Desmond Ridder, by the end of this year, is getting, starting games for this Atlanta Falcons team. I think that this is a hell of a pick by the Atlanta Falcons. I don't know. I just really love the value that they got at Desmond Ridder here. Manny, you're our resident Desmond Ridder stan. How do you feel about the Falcons collecting him in the third round of the NFL draft?
So here's my question. What wide receivers have they drafted so far? Just because I got to know who he's throwing to, right?
Well, they drafted Drake London.
That's right. Did they draft? I don't remember the whole draft. If you don't remember, you're good.
Well, they didn't draft Velus Jones Jr., my guy who went in the third round, guys. Welcome back.
Oh, hi, Craig.
Yes. Desmond Ridder, though, goes pick 74.
Best quarterback in the class, right? He's QB1. He goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Here it is. I just got the connection because I'm settling in. Arthur Smith. Hello. He's Ryan Tannehill. He goes to Arthur Smith's offense. This is perfect.
Yeah.
This is his spot. This is his jam. Desmond Ridder to Atlanta. Perfect. Kyle Pitts, get him on your fantasy team. Drake London, maybe wait a year, see what he does. But get Kyle Pitts on your fantasy team because Ridder is gonna cook.
He's gonna start this year. Do you think he's gonna start this year?
No, because Arthur Smith's familiar with Marcus Mariota.
Familiar with Marcus
next
Mariota.
year, next year,
there's some similarities there. They're both rigid passers.
How are their elbows, though, kid? When you watch them throw, how's their elbow height?
Ridder's elbows are a little bit too. They're a little bit too up. Are they? Just a hint. There's some moments where the elbows just get a little bit too out of hand. Which is, and now this is Kent breaking down elbows. So there's just some moments where that back elbow, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a problem.
Yeah, we like to tease Kent about.
I make fun of elbows sometimes when I'm talking about quarterbacks.
Desmond Ridder's elbows are absolutely fine.
Well, we got to talk about pick 76. That just happened. This is a bummer.
We didn't talk about Houston Texans. Christian Harris, inside linebacker out of Alabama, goes to the Texans. Who's pick 76?
Pick 76 is Travis Jones, the interior defensive lineman out of UConn, a guy that we would have been happy with taking at pick 62.
Guys, I love him. I like Travis Jones. I would have been very glad to take him. So he would have made a lot of sense. But here's my thing. For me, I'm all in on Nakobe Dean right now. Give me Nakobe Dean.
Have you seen the rumor? Have you seen why he's falling?
I don't care.
No, but have you seen? He has opted not to have surgery on a pectoral injury. And so teams are scared off of his durability this season.
So? What? Oh, man, he's too tough of a football player. He wants to play slightly hurt and get surgery after the year. We don't want that tough SOB. Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you kidding me right now?
That's a choice.
That's wild. Give me Nakobe Dean. If the Chiefs come out of this draft with Nakobe Dean, it's going to be fireworks here at the Kingdom Barn Grill, where we are finishing up this day two of the draft.
I feel like this is Breece Hall from last year all over again, where we were talking about him for so long. He's just going to keep falling because of medicals, and eventually he's going to go in the 5th round, and he's going to play a lot for the team when he gets picked 5. But what position specifically are you looking at if you're the Chiefs right now? Is there a specific position? Or are you just letting it fall?
You just let it fall, I think, at this point. You go BPA, and you just take whatever value is there.
Tackle and tight end are still there, though. We have this. Okay, they covered safety. but they still have all of the same needs that we just talked about for 62, right?
Yeah.
So you could still come back and go tight end. Greg Dulcich is still on the board. You still have, any other tight end. Jeremy Ruckert's still on the board. You go right tackle. I don't think Bernard Raymond's come off the board.
He has
Abraham
not.
Lucas.
What's happened? Abraham Lucas did come off the board.
Did he?
Yes,
That's right. I saw it
did.
was Titans.
72.
The Titans.
Yes.
Interesting move. Titans, power run team going with a Mike Leach style air raid offensive tackle. Jamari Sawyer out of Georgia. I actually kind of like him as a mid-round right, as a tackle guard, flexible guy. Matt, well, let's go. Our guy that we talk about out of North Dakota. There's tackles. There's tight ends. The board's still fine. I'm getting antsy though. I'm getting antsy to go up.
There's a lot of picks still between the Chiefs and their next pick. Real quick, from Adam Teicher, I asked Assistant General Manager Mike Borgonzi what Sky Moore brings to the Chiefs and what they might have lacked at wide receiver. He's dependable, as we talked about. Mm-hmm. He's going to run the right route. He's going to catch the ball.
Oh.
I mean,
does that feel directed?
That feels very directed.
Shots fired across the board. Ex-players, current players, those are shots fired.
Mostly ex-players.
Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Demarcus Robinson and Byron Pringle. I'm saying the names.
I was thinking of a different one for running the right routes because we've seen a specific wide receiver get yelled at by the quarterback.
That's also true.
Okay, those are very directed, right? And whether it's ex-players, current players, those are very direct quotes. I mean, reliable. I mean, come on. Was Tyreek Hill reliable last year?
No.
How many interceptions? Okay. I don't say he's a bad player, right? Don't get me wrong.
Right. Yeah,
don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's a bad player.
Yes.
I just mean reliability. You had to feel a little questionable throwing him some of those quick routes over the middle of the field because 3 of them dropped, turned interceptions. So those were shots. Those are very direct shots.
By the way, Bernard Raymond comes off the board to Indianapolis. Central Michigan offensive tackle.
That's a super Colts pick
That's
to me.
a Ballard pick.
That is a Ballard pick.
That's a super Ballard pick.
Can we have a little Ballard discourse?
Yeah, let's have it.
Is he good? Is he a good GM?
I've really liked the last 2 picks, Jelani Woods and
good.
Bernard Raymond. I like both of those
We have
picks.
Jelani Woods and Mo Alley Cox.
Oh,
And Alec Pierce and Michael Pittman. Matt Ryan can't throw an inaccurate pass.
that's true.
No
He's got
chance.
monsters. We're talking about building a basketball team. He's got monsters out there.
He's got
it's all power
60s
forwards.
Lakers.
Yeah. It's crazy.
But is Ballard good though?
I think, I still like Chris Ballard a
Really?
lot. I
Okay.
think he's done. It's just kind of weird because you got to take some of the process with a grain of salt because I think he's built a very good deep roster, but there's glaring issues with how he's had to navigate the quarterback position. He's finally got a veteran quarterback in Matt Ryan. He's trying to build around him a little bit here. I mean, they are going very in on trying to protect him and trying to give him a lot of different targets and options. They're giving him some big targets. But I like what they've been able to do in a lot of different areas. There's some Bernard Raymond film right here. You're kind of getting a chance to watch a little bit of him. The Indianapolis Colts pick here in the 3rd round of the draft.
So he's an interesting guy. I think that a lot of people kind of had him as pegged as a mid-first rounder, right? Bernard Raymond is a mid-first rounder, but it's a developmental tackle that's older in his career arc. It's development. He's got a lot to work on. You got to work on some core strengths. I think there's some stuff that still needs to be worked on with him, but I think it's a good value for the Colts, right? I just want to circle back to my Ballard point. I don't know if he's good. He saves so much money, and the team never gets better. Because he saves money year after year after year, and they're just not actually competitive.
I mean, it's true. It's true. You would expect more out of the roster that they've built time and time again. Last year,
build a better roster, spend some money in free agency once in a
I think
while.
he's too conservative at times. That's the critique I would have with him is that there are some moments where he needs to be a little bit more aggressive. I think, part of the problem is he's built a competent roster that has not put him in a position to have advantageous draft capital all the time. I think that's one of the things that kind of makes it an issue. And we have another pick here. You're not going to like this one, Maddie. Pick 78. The Cleveland Browns have selected defensive end Alex Wright out of UAB. A guy that you're really high on, and a C Spagnuolo edge type, but he does have some injury issues coming in right now.
That's a good pick. I mean, that's a good pick for I think he hurt his pec at the NFL Combine, so he was not able to compete for the athletic testing portion besides the bench press or his pro day. But I like him. Good player. developmental mass, 270 plus pounds, super tall, super long defensive end. I mean, he's not Myles Garrett athletically. Not as a player either, but he's not Myles Garrett athletically, but that's a good player to learn under him, right? Like Myles Garrett is a freak of nature, but he's going to deal with some issues of being really big and really tall. He can help Alex Wright get through this. That's a good place to go for him to learn how to be a good pass rusher. I like that pick, Luke.
Absolutely. He's a raw guy. He's a guy that we talked about maybe in that sort of, that fourth round-ish range, similar to what Joshua Kando was. Taking a swing on the traits, taking a swing on the length and the athleticism, and being able to try and translate that to a premier pass rusher. And so we see them come off the board. That could be scary. If he translates, that could be really scary. Myles Garrett and an Alex Wright that hits close to his ceiling is a really, really scary tandem.
Well, I'm kind of just catching up here a little bit. I can't believe that only 2 quarterbacks are off the board.
That's a little bit shocking.
I'm a little bit surprised, and I'm not even a biggest.
And Malik Willis is not one of them.
I mean, and you got. I'm trying to figure. I'm looking at the New York Giants here, pick 81. You didn't pick up the 5th-year option on Daniel Jones. I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers just double dip. Not really.
They should, because then Willis could beat out Kenny Pickett, and we can just move on with our life, and the world can be real life. I mean, come on.
I mean, you're looking at the board it's surprising.
So I accepted this about 2 picks into the 2 second rounds. We don't know what's going on now, and I mean, we never will, right? At this point in time. But this year, everyone said it. They joked. It's a wild year, guys. We don't know what's going on. Nobody has any freaking clue right now. Nobody has any idea what's going on. There's guys flying off that are on day 3 for everyone's board. There's Malik Willis, rumored to be number 2.
How rumored was that? That seemed like one person was kind of climbing that train.
I mean, all these teams made a big deal. Multiple teams brought GM, QB coach, offensive coordinator, and everyone else on staff to his pro day and skipped. What was it? NC State and South Carolina, multiple good, Power 5 programs to go watch Malik Willis. Everything we've heard about him, good character. They like the person.
Yep.
He's been not necessarily impressive on the chalkboard, but as the interviews, what? How? That's wild. Tariq Woolen, one of the absolute best athletes ever seen at the corner position, still on the board into the 3rd round.
I have pick 80.
Okay.
The Denver Broncos have selected Greg Dulcich, the tight end out of
UCLA. Man.
Son of a cow.
That's a good pick for them. That's a really good pick.
That's disappointing.
They replaced Noah Fant with not as athletic, but a similar type of player.
It's a very similar type
better
of player.
blocker, a 3-level threat at tight end. It's a really good pick by the Broncos. I think he pairs well with Albert O, who I think is a lot more limited, actually.
Right.
That was a wild pick. So he gets to go there. That's a good pick. That gives Russell Wilson a tight end. He likes his tight ends. He doesn't use them super heavily, but he likes to rely on them when it matters. So that's a pretty good pick for the Broncos.
Marquand McCall, just so you know, is posting up some prayer hands. I don't know if that means he was. I doubt he's tweeting if he just got picked.
That seems pretty early. He's probably hoping to go on this particular day. There's not a lot of buzz around him.
And we announced pick 80. We still don't know pick 79 actually. So we're still waiting on pick 79.
Wait, who? Okay.
So we're still
that was the Chargers. It was supposed to be the Chargers.
Oh, JT Woods at pick 79.
That's a guy that the Chiefs had brought in and looked at that we talked a little bit about.
Maybe he's a corner convert.
Corner convert. That would be, if he plays corner, that would be the first tier 1 CBAT guy off the board there. He was a tier 1 guy. Obviously a safety, so he's not in that thing, but a lot of rumors that he could play corner. If he does that, tier 1 right there.
Do they just not care to protect Justin Herbert?
I guess not.
Are they just going to let Storm Norton go out there and get bullied by the Greek Freak too?
Ooh.
Is that what their plan is? If they're planning to let George Lightyear, as shout out to Solely Chiefs fan of the pod, he said, "Oh wow, the Chiefs drafted Buzz Lightyear," and then put a picture of George Karlaftis next to Buzz Lightyear, and it's uncanny how similar Buzz Lightyear and George Karlaftis look at times. Are they gonna let Storm Norton go out there as Buzz Lightyear?
He's gonna send Storm Norton to space. That's what he's gonna do.
To infinity?
To infinity beyond.
And beyond, baby. So there's some recent picks there. Still no quarterbacks falling off the board. This is all very surprising. Just all very. You would think that they would have been taking some chances at least, but
I mean, we heard how terrible this quarterback class was.
I don't like it, but you still look. I don't believe in this quarterback class.
Right.
I wouldn't bet my franchise. I wouldn't bet my job on any of these guys. But the fact that Malik Willis is still on the board is very surprising to me.
I agree. I think when you have those kind of traits, that kind of athleticism, it's usually pretty tantalizing, right? A team's going to pull the trigger. Instead, you have the Pittsburgh Steelers drafting Kenny Pickett in round 1. Do the Falcons get the best quarterback in round 3? You still have Matt Corral, who I don't know if he's going to be good, but I can see a path to Corral or Sam Howell even.
Matt Corral was invited to the first day of the draft.
Why did he accept it?
I don't know. But he was invited to the first day of the draft. He was there.
Is he still there? I mean, it is Vegas.
Oh, my goodness.
So, like,
he's just hanging out, eating good food, gambling, drinking.
Yeah, I mean, listen, after hearing what Jeff Allen had at his draft party, listen, I'll go to any draft party no matter how long I hang out there, right? I'll just be sitting there at the Swedish meatball station making them replenish it all night long.
You want to know some 2023 NFL draft news? Wide receiver Jordan Addison.
Oh, yeah.
Transferring from Pitt to USC. 100 catches, 1,600 yards, 17 touchdowns last
Keep
season.
an eye on him for next year, fans.
Chiefs fans, don't keep an eye on him. He's off the board before you pick.
Because the Chiefs are picking at 32 if you didn't know next year.
Okay.
That's a – okay, yeah, go ahead.
Let's talk about pick 103 a little bit. Double dipping. Is there a position right now, the depth on the board, is there a position that you like that maybe you think, hey, the Chiefs should go back to the well end, they should double dip in with the depth that's there right now? Personally, I wouldn't hate wide receiver again. I like David Bell out of Purdue. I like Eric Ezekanma out of Texas Tech. I think that those two guys, again, size, going to play a different role than Sky Moore that we love, but could add another element to this. I like that they're still on the board. I think that there's value there. Is there another position that you guys like that you would like to double dip in?
Ooh,
I'm continuing to monitor the Tariq Woolen situation.
Right.
I mean, let's see here. I'm gonna just do a little math here. Let's see.
I'll draft the better Tariq Woolen than Josh Williams out of Fayetteville State.
I love Josh Williams.
I would rather have him than Tariq Woolen.
I'm also fine with waiting to round 4 and taking Jalen Watkins out of Washington State.
Or Jamari Mathis out of Pittsburgh. Like, there's guys. So
I will say this, guys. We are getting very dangerously close to trade-up territory. The Chiefs could give up 103 and 135 to move up here to the pick 81, 82, 83 range pretty easily. So we are in Chiefs trade-up territory. And honestly, after recouping that additional asset from day 3, I wouldn't be stunned if they use pick 135 to try to move up. And honestly, they could use 158 here too. I mean, they could move it. They could use it to get up into to the 90-ish range, 89, 90 range.
Yeah, absolutely.
They've got some options here.
Do you think they want to go from 90 to the 7th or till the late 5th round to take their pick, right? I mean,
I thought those picks don't matter, Matthew.
They don't, but do we think they want to? This isn't me. Why are you coming at me like I get to make the choices? Why are you acting like I am the one sitting there sitting in the cards, sir? This is not me. Does Brett Veach want to wait literally from pick 90-something until 150 to do anything?
The Chiefs currently have 6 day 3 picks.
You're not talking about just moving around 7s. You're talking about moving their actual 4th-round pick, though.
Do you think they're signing 11? Do you think they're drafting 11 players?
I don't care about the 7th rounders. I just mean I don't know if they'll move the 4th. That's all we're looking at here.
Well, I think they could use 158 to move up still as well, because that could get them up to about pick 89. So again, the 80s is a sweet spot to kind of monitor here at this point, because I think you can look anywhere in the 80s, and the Chiefs could package some of those 7th rounders too.
All right, we got some picks. We got some picks off the board. The New York Giants go with Cordell Flott, cornerback out of LSU.
Okay.
I actually kind of like him. He's a little bit lower in some of the guys' stuff, but he's so small and played in the slot, but so tall. It's a really weird player.
It is a weird player.
But I kind of like him. I actually think if you get him to fill out his body, you get him to get into an NFL weight room, I actually kind of like that. He's going to go play for Wink Martindale. All right, yeah, I'm trusting that. That's probably okay. The Falcons fall up. They get their speed rusher and Arnold Ebiketie, and they come back with D'Angelo Malone. I think it's a little early for Malone.
Yeah.
But he's very productive. Another speed rusher as a 3-4. I mean, literally hyper productive in college. Interesting, good pick, but interesting choice going double dipping kind of a defensive end / outside linebacker here on day 2.
Really quick, I want to just say this quote from Matt McMullen. As we get information from the Chiefs draft picks that are happening today, we're going to kind of fill you in. Matt McMullen, KC Chiefs reporter. I've been playing this from Brian Cook. I've been playing this game since I was 4 years old. Moments like this are what I've been dreaming of. I'll never forget this the rest of my life. There's your newest safety, Brian Cook.
Love it.
Out of Cincinnati. Again, high football character, loves the game of football. Very obviously the way he plays. And some of these quotes like this, we'll update you with some of those.
And Mike Golick Jr., who calls games for ESPN, also actually had this to say. So Chiefs fans, lots to be excited about with Brian Cook. I called 2 Cincy games this year midseason, and when he got to talk to Mike Tressel, the defensive coordinator, Cook had 2 of his favorite plays of the season. He went on to tweet out the plays. So it was nice to see a defensive coordinator like Mike Tressel with that really good defense,
a good one,
single out Brian Cook for making some of his favorite plays. So I think there's a lot of Brian Cook information and desire for information because not a lot of Chiefs fans or fans in general probably know too much about it.
Right. Everyone, thank you so much for watching the KCSN live draft show. We are here at Kingdom Bar and Grill, still hanging out with a lot of Chiefs fans. It's been really fun to be kind of hanging out. And you know, if you're watching, like and subscribe. It helps us out with the show. Leave comments. Tell us who you want the Chiefs to take at 103. If you don't have a player specifically, just tell us a position that you want the Chiefs to take. We'd love to kind of get your feedback on what you think, and maybe we'll even be able to get a few of these up here on the board, so you can kind of see, you know, some of the opinions of everybody out there. But thank you again. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are having a lot of fun. We got a lot of great stuff going at KC Sports Network. We are covering all things Chiefs with a lot of attention to detail.
The Philadelphia Eagles finally select linebacker, and it's Nakobe Dean out of Georgia. I mean, like, did I really think the Chiefs were going to get him and take him? No, because they passed on him at 62, and if you have him even remotely approved for medicals, you take him. But it's a good pick. The Eagles never I am actually furious. The Eagles never draft linebacker, and these jabronis just got the best one in this class in the 3rd round because the rest of the NFL is mad because he's too tough. That's how come the Eagles, who hate the linebacker position, just got the best one. They just got Fred Warner. Their version of Fred Warner.
You think he's as good as Fred Warner?
Coming out, easily, if not better. He's a better prospect coming out than Fred. I think he's going to have a Fred Warner-like NFL career.
There's some Nakobe Dean highlights for everybody that's going to be jealous. Yeah,
I'm just going to cry. I'm looking away. I can't do this.
I mean, he was a big leader on that defense. You saw him getting guys set up. You saw him holding some people accountable. Even in the national championship game in the playoffs, he was getting on Tyndall, the linebacker out of Georgia as well, for missing some assignments and stuff like that. Just the football instincts, leadership, smart football player, range, athleticism. Obviously, it has. I saw there was some quote earlier that basically said, either like he has a devastating injury or he's a serial killer as to why he's on the board right now.
It's a long list of injuries. I mean, that's why he's available. It's frustrating that the Eagles are getting rewarded for hating the linebacker position. Like, that's not fair. I say that, and the Chiefs got Sky Moore pick 54. So
I know. You're not throwing that much of a fit here. We asked for some of the comments for players that people are looking. Seeing some Marcus Jones, cornerback out of Houston, a player that would make some sense because he's got some return ability as well. Dave Tobe. Like those short shorts are real short. If Marcus Jones is drafted,
they're Matty Lane short.
They're Matty Lane level short. A guy that might be able to play a little bit in the slot. Also, a little bit of Cam Thomas. Matty, how would you feel about Cam Thomas here?
I like Cam Thomas. I do. I see there's some stuff there, but I don't know if I love his fit with the Kansas City Chiefs, right? A lot of his production comes on slashing or stunting.
Okay.
And the Chiefs have incorporated more of that lately, but that's not the basis of their defense, right? They're not looping these defensive ends a ton. They still like to line up and win one-on-one and more frequently. So I don't know if it's the best fit. I wouldn't be upset. I'm not saying there's no chance that he can do that for the Chiefs. It's just I think he goes better to a team like the 49ers that run that kind of defense where they're going to allow him to loop, stunt, crash, move around everywhere, not only his alignment, but in terms of how he rushes the passer.
We have pick 84 in the draft.
Is this also going to make me mad?
This is interior defensive lineman DeMarvin Leal out of Texas A&M.
Okay. Good pick.
I think this is pretty good value down here.
I don't even know who's go up right now. So
I wasn't even the biggest DeMarvin Leal fan coming out, but
no, he's about to play 5 tech in that 3-4. Great spot for him. He's got the arms. You drafted the most tweener player, and you get to literally play him at the tweener spot.
Absolutely.
You add 10, 15 pounds on him, he can be your next guy in the Stephon Tuitt, Cameron Hayward. I mean, that's a great pick.
Juan Thornhill welcoming Brian Cook into the safety room on a tweet. So did Justin Reed, both of them. But DeMarvin Leal, some highlights here.
Yeah, and a guy that had some mega hype coming into this year. Like
some people some people consider him a first-round pick.
First-round dude. And, because of the scheme that he played in, he's a little light. He didn't really have the heft to kind of play in the interior, didn't have the, bend and ability to play on the outside. There were a lot of questions about where he would fit. 5 tech is pretty much perfect for him. It really is pretty much perfect for him. Let's talk a little bit about defensive line. Oklahoma defensive tackle still on the board. Barron Winfrey is there. We see, maybe some nose tackles could be coming up here. This is about the range where we start to see maybe some guys about where Derek Nottie was drafted. We could see a little bit of defensive line, but we have seen a couple guys come off the board here, in the last half round.
No, we have. And I like Perrion Winfrey because if I were to climb up on a table right now, the board is the exact same right now. If I were to go climb up on a table and start banging for guys that are going to be great values right now, he might be one of the first names that would come out of my mouth. I hate how they used him in Oklahoma. They took a 295-pound pure 3-tech with some of the most explosive violence out of his stance, and they said, hey, instead of rushing the passer, can you please just crash into one gap over and over and over and over again? They misused him so bad. If you're the Chiefs and you're even half contemplating moving on from Chris Jones in the future, whether next year or the year after, Perrion Winfrey's the guy. Do you guys have any other guys that you are going to stand up on the table and demand the Chiefs take right now because of the value?
Well, I mean, now that N'Kobe Dean is
that one.
That would be a good value.
I actually got another one too.
Oh, do you?
Jeremy Ruckert's hurt.
He is hurt. He'd be good value.
He'd be a good
you're
one.
Gonna rest him for a year.
Tariq Woolen down here is really, really good value as well.
He's no Joshua Williams, but
I would have been geeked out at 62 to get a Tariq.
I'm ecstatic at 103 to get a Tariq.
Leo Chanel. You put Willie at will.
Oh.
You put Leo Chanel out there at your Sam. You have arguably the best blitzing linebacker out there. I mean, you get George Karlaftis, an off-ball linebacker, to play behind George Karlaftis.
I mean, you do. You do. He's relentless. He's powerful. He's going to run through everybody in his back. You do.
I love it. I just love it.
Loves football. A guy who also loves football.
They can work out together.
That absolutely. No, he's another guy. Cincinnati corner, Kobe Bryant. Another high football IQ guy.
High football character.
High football character.
Guys, man.
Listen, we're seeing a trend. Those are guys that fit that trend. And I think those are guys at this range, incredible value. Leo Chanel, a little bit surprised that he's still here. I mean, linebacker position in general.
When do the Patriots pick again?
I'm
next.
I'm going to throw this one out for you. Yeah. Did you take Malik Willis?
No.
Just go take it. Just go take a quarterback and try to flip him in a year.
But why would anyone take him if they obviously no one likes him?
The Andy effect, baby. You turned Kevin Cobb into a second-round pick.
Listen, that was a long time.
What about? Okay, here's another one. I know Kent's not a huge fan of Isaiah Spiller, but come on, into round 3, if they go Isaiah Spiller, it's pretty good value.
It depends on who they pass him over. Tariq Woolen, if they pass him over Tariq Woolen, I'm not going to be very happy.
Okay.
Oh, Marcus Jones off the board of the Patriots. That's also a
very Patriots pick.
Move over Matthew Slater.
Yeah.
I believe he won the Paul Hornung Award for the most versatile player in college football.
Correct.
So he's a uber talented guy with return ability, slot cornerback.
Hey, Bill Belichick loves him special teams.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He
loves
got himself
special
a great
teams.
special
And
team.
He really did.
We got some Marcus Jones highlights right here. Can you see a little bit of his return game, I believe, in this video?
Oh, you're going to see a lot of stuff in this video. Actually, his highlight film is probably one of the best you're going to
it's
see.
so fun.
Well, I mean, he's a good football player. He's just a very, very good football player. He started his career, I believe, at Troy University, and was an all-conference player there.
Ooh.
Moved on to Houston, and had a successful career there as well.
I think Malik Willis's slide has ended.
Oh, my.
The Tennessee Titans
baby,
go snag Malik Willis, quarterback out of Liberty, formerly out of Auburn, where he lost the job to Bo Nix. That's not fair. It was politics. It wasn't based on play. I just wanted to throw some slight shade.
Well, there's Malik Willis off the board. And, hey, if Sam Howell wants to come off, if Matt Corral wants to come off the board before the Chiefs pick, I would be totally fine like that. Good for Malik Willis.
Now, Desmond Ridder ends up at Atlanta. Malik Willis now ends up here at Tennessee. You got Kenny Pickett at Pittsburgh. That's more or less what we kind of expected. Like those three teams to take one of those three guys.
Round one.
It's just it ended up in round 3 for 2 of those guys. Are the Pittsburgh Steelers? Do we think that one of these teams was going to take Kenny Pickett? Like
No,
do we,
I don't.
I mean,
They took guys with completely different skill sets. You want to tell me that a team took Matt Corral because they didn't get Kenny Pickett? Okay, maybe. That makes some sense. But Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder don't share a lot of traits.
No, they don't. They don't. It's just you have one quarterback that was taken super high, and then we waited almost 2 whole rounds for the other 2 to come off the board. Could the Steelers have gotten maybe a little more value?
Well, we are hanging out here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. We've been sipping on some 360 vodka drinks out here. It's been great. If you want to catch me and BJ recapping the entirety of the draft, we are going to be doing a show at the Holiday Distillery in Weston, Missouri. You'll get a recap of everything. We're really excited. I think the Ben Holiday Bourbon is releasing May 21st. Oh, I can't wait. And so here's the thing: me and Craig, Maddie, we got to sample it in October. Was it October of last year? And oh my gosh, it was absolutely delicious. They made an old fashioned for us, and it was one of the best old fashions I've had in my life. And I'm not just saying that. So the Ben Holiday Bourbon will be releasing May 21st, 2022. We cannot wait
This
for
is
that.
me putting it on my calendar.
He is literally putting it on his calendar.
No way will Craig miss this. Here's something fun that I didn't realize. Nakobe Dean is going to go play behind Jordan Davis.
I know. They took
Weird.
both of those 2 guys. So for the comment that was earlier, it's like playing behind those guys and looking that good behind those guys. Guess what? Still gets to play behind one of those guys.
He's playing behind Jordan Davis, Javon Hargraves, and Fletcher Cox.
And he's got Josh Sweat coming off the edge too.
And Hassan Reddick.
That's
a good front.
That's a good front.
Hey, Howie's had himself a draft.
He
also,
really has.
That trade for A.J. Brown and that contract, good
Great
deal.
trade. Yeah.
Like, they've had themselves a nice little draft, actually.
They've been them and the Ravens, who that's not unexpected, have arguably had, and the Chiefs. We can throw them in there. I know that's a little bit homeristic
No,
of
it's
us,
not.
but I mean,
No,
seriously,
they
they are easily in the top 5. Easily.
Hey, the Eagles made the playoffs last year, by the way.
Yes, they did.
This is a playoff team that's doing all this. So I think they've had an outstanding draft. I want to talk about Malik Willis really quick. Do you think that the athleticism that he presents, mobility, we know the Titans like to run the football. Do we think that they try to introduce some packages to get him a little bit involved in year 1 as a rookie?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never had a lot of I don't know how they're going to go about trying to do that, right? Like, I don't know how that works. I've never been a big fan of that in the NFL. But, I mean, like I said, I think that it's worth trying. It's worth exploring, right?
Yeah, it's definitely worth exploring. I mean, I don't know. Getting distracted because I'm hearing that we maybe get some presents, from the good people at Holiday Distillery.
Boy.
So I got really distracted. Our ace producer, BJ Kissel. We got Scott over here as well, doing an awesome job on social media.
Scott smiled.
Tucker Franklin
And Tucker
over here
on the
has
dials
been
and the
killing
sticks
it.
and the
You
mouse.
You're all
guys,
doing great. That's
the
what we're
producing
saying.
group
They can't
is
hear us
doing
right now.
Awesome.
They can't hear us right now. We're just gonna say you guys are doing a great job. So that's
We're
a shout out
saying
to
they're
y'all.
doing a great job. If you like this, even if you don't, Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button.
But if you're
Give us a
watching, you might
comment.
as well just hit like while you're here.
Hit it. Share it with people. Chiefs are coming up on the clock again. We are about to go through this again. How do you feel about the board so far? I mean, it's the end of round 3. It's hard to get upset about the board now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of working through it right now. I'm kind of trying to pace out what I really like, what I don't, because I think there's definitely guys to like, and then there's a lot of other stuff that like, and I don't mean to throw this in a completely negative way, but there's other stuff like a Brian Cook where I'm not upset, but I'm also just like not super inspired like I was with the first 3 picks, right? So there's a lot to work through. I think the fun part now, though, is like we're kind of getting to the point to where when I go home tonight and go back to my Airbnb and then tomorrow morning before I got to come back here, I get other guys I had to go watch.
Yes.
And like that's almost even more exciting as I can now send my focus at exactly one player. Like Brian Cook's going to play on this TV a lot tonight when I go home.
Maddie, if I had talked to you, I know the answer to this, but
Okay.
because you don't think draft picks after like 60 matter.
Fact.
If I had said that the Chiefs end their draft and their draft starts with Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, Sky Moore, I wouldn't need to say anything else for you to give them an A.
Oh, that's a very high end draft right now, right? Yeah, like I think they're doing really good so far. Love the McDuffie pick. Love the Sky pick. Fine with the Karlaftis pick. Good pick. The Brian Cook it's not like it's a terrible pick, but it's my least one. I'm least high on right now, right? So
I think that's our least favorite pick, but like even then, like
well, it's a good draft. This is a really good. Okay, I'll say it right now. I don't know how they're going to play. This is Veach's best draft as of the conclusion of the draft.
Yeah.
As of the conclusion of the draft is the best one. There's the most playmakers. There's the most high-end talent. There's the most talented players. This is the best draft that you're going to be leaving the draft with.
Yeah. No, easily.
So like I'm cool. I'm good with that. Like that's a good spot.
They can't mess this up for me. Like
I don't think so.
I don't think they can mess this up for me. They can make it better. Let's say Jalen Tolbert, a name that we haven't thrown out before, but a guy that had some serious day 2 love that would be a massive addition. A Project X receiver, a guy that may take a little while to come into it, but has a ridiculously high ceiling as an X receiver. Doesn't need to go off the board, or doesn't need to be.
Well, Jalen Tolbert's off the board.
Well, I didn't want him anyway.
All right, so David Bell,
David
Bell is actually the wide receiver that we were looking for.
I tell you what, terrible fit. Who wants that guy?
The Cowboys.
That's a hell of a pick.
The Cowboys take wide receiver Jalen Tolbert out of Southern Alabama. Sorry, I love you, Craig. Oh.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. So like, I mean, he should be. Oh, and there goes Cameron Thomas too to the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals at pick 87 take Cameron Thomas, the edge. That Zach Allen, Cameron Thomas. This is an extremely Cardinals pick, if you ask me.
Let's watch. If you're watching the YouTube page here, Jalen Tolbert highlights right here. I love how he attacks the ball. Got some route running ability. He's got the physical profile. It's just level of competition wasn't great, but when he did see competition, he blew it out of the water. Like, he was the one guy on South Alabama's squad that any defense had to account for, and he still consistently put up big numbers, even against, I believe it was Tennessee, that he lit up for a ton of yardage and touchdowns. Like, showed out against the best competition. I think this is a sneaky contributor in maybe year 3 of his rookie deal for the Dallas Cowboys.
I think he's a guy that probably has a role immediately. I don't know if it's going to be a big role, but I think they'll find a way to get him involved in some capacity, give him some opportunities to throw some rail shots outside, especially considering like CeeDee Lamb operating in the middle of the field a little bit there. Like, you can throw him outside. He's giving him some one-on-ones, let him go be a big physical receiver on the outside, which I think is an area that he has a lot of success. I mean, I think there's value that they could potentially get out of him relatively quickly, even though he's got more of a narrow skill set. Like, I think at this point in the draft, you're looking for a guy that can win above the rim, win outside. Jalen Tolbert's a guy that can definitely do that.
Yeah, no, it's a good pick at this time. I think he's one of the few guys left that you kind of look at and you say, maybe not a number 1, but he could become a complete receiver, right? There's not a lot of guys left that you're looking at as a complete wide receiver. You're looking at a guy that's good at A, B, C, stuff like that. Tolbert's one of the few guys that I think can do a little bit of it all. So yeah, that's a great pick at this point in time. I'm surprised he kind of lasts this long. That said, I mean, two receivers that Khalil Shakir is a guy that Craig and I both kind of like at wide receiver.
Same. Hi.
Hi. Okay,
Hello.
all three of us. Doesn't maybe not the best fit.
I don't know that he's
Sky
the
Moore.
best fit with Sky
Not
Moore
now.
anymore.
Not
yeah.
now. He's not.
Same with Kyle Phillips, another wide receiver we all really like. But with Sky Moore, he might not be the best fit. So you transition. You look at Eric Azukunma. You look at David Bell, the highest rated player I think left at wide receiver in the KCSN draft guide. Somebody like Romeo Dubs has some size. Danny Gray, Calvin Austin III, super speedy guys. Man, I don't love Calvin Austin III, but at the end of the third round, you get that speed, and you're just like, okay, him or Sky Moore, one of the two is going to work out.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know.
Personally, I'd take Bell. You know, not a
Same.
big mover, big body, able to, a pretty good route runner. Just the athletic profile has caused him to fall. Like, I think before he tested, a lot of people had him as maybe a high second-round pick, mid-second-round pick, fairly comfortably in there with the Mechis, with guys like that we saw go in the second round. Then he comes out and he tests terribly. Now, athletic testing isn't everything. He's obviously proven on the football field that he can get some separation. He can make plays. He can be a contested catch guy as well. I think it's an element that the Chiefs don't have on the roster right now. I would like to see a guy like that be added. I think that's a good spot to double dip.
We are hanging out here at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas. Day 2 of our live coverage covering every single pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. Thank you all so much for watching. I can't believe how many of y'all are watching right now. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. It helps us as we're growing this thing, as we're doing this show live. And leave a comment. I mean, the Chiefs are getting very close to on the board here.
If you're watching, tell us who you want them to take. Like, I don't need the guy, a whole list of guys. Just tell me the one guy that you want them to take. If you were in the room and you got to stand up on the table and demand Brett Veach's attention, who are you taking? The one guy. I just want one name.
The one guy.
Yeah, you got to give me. You're doing Tariq Woolen, I think. Right?
I am doing Tariq Woolen. He's also the highest rated player on the KCSN draft guide right now.
Fraudulent. One guy.
I'll go David Bell. I will. I've been standing for him. I'll go David Bell.
Perrion Winfrey, I win.
Oh, I forgot. Keep forgetting about Perrion Winfrey. Man,
That'd be a decent one too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get too excited. There's value on the board still.
Terrell Bernard, it comes off the board, linebacker out of Baylor.
I like Terrell Bernard.
I did too. I thought I actually listed him as like a sneaky day 3-ish pick for the Chiefs. They can maybe fill the dime linebacker role. Wrote about drafting for the dime. He would have been a dime linebacker guy.
Hey, listen, Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard, Buffalo's used to guys of that size, right? Like, they'll play linebackers at that weight. So, good pick. I don't know. This draft isn't that weird spot, but this is why I kind of got a little confused when people said this is like a deep draft, because Terrell Bernard's a guy I liked. I feel like I was higher on him than a lot of people, and I still have him, I think, as a 4th or 5th rounder, and he's going to the 3rd round. I'm not mad, but I think that goes to tell you, like, kind of what this draft class kind of is, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, everybody from essentially the end of round 2 till probably mid-round 5 or 6 is the same. They're the same value. Like, there's probably a few guys, like, there's some guys that we're falling that we're talking about we want, but like the talent disparity between a lot of that, or the average, is not that big from round 3 to 5 or 6 this year.
Now, and it's specifically this year,
Yeah,
because
this year.
there's so many more guys in the class. It is a bit of an older class because a lot of guys were super seniors that came back, and so you see maybe some teams that don't want to take those 24, 25, maybe even 26-year-old guys that early, but they're going to be, from a quality of play standpoint, I can see Brett Veach thinking, hey, let's get some more 5th-round picks. Because those would be guys that maybe we'd be looking at in the high 4s in a previous year.
Pick 90's in on from the Oakland Raiders, I believe, or the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
I believe this is their first pick in the draft, if I remember correctly.
Imagine.
The Las Vegas Raiders with the 90th pick are selecting Donald Parham.
Good pick.
Yeah,
that is a good pick.
That's a good pick out of Kentucky. So look, that's the first pick for the Raiders, I believe, for the day.
It is.
And I think that's just a solid pick to make.
Got to go protect Derek Carr's hair.
When you're in.
He's already lost some of it.
That's a ferret. That's not hair. That's a ferret.
Blocked.
Did they trade up for that pick? I think they might have traded up for that pick.
Yeah, I don't know what they would have pulled off.
They did trade up. They traded up.
Now, that being said, he's a good player. Makes sense that they would trade up for a player of that quality at this point in the draft. probably getting a little antsy. Haven't made a pick yet.
At home.
At home. Looking to get out there, get on the board.
Wayne Newton is there to make the pick.
Wild.
Because of course he is.
It's not. That's not more Vegas.
What a weird selection there.
Let me ask you this question. We talked a little bit about linebacker. We tend to focus mostly on Sam, but I'd argue that dime linebacker role is more important to this team significantly. Maybe not just Steve Spagnuolo.
No. I'm
but
still just banking on the fact that Willie Gay Jr. should be there by year 3.
I agree.
Like, I'm kind of trying to lean into that.
The fact that they haven't addressed that position yet would indicate that maybe they believe that as well. But again, last year, when they only had a handful of green dots to pass around, and we knew that Anthony Hitchens got one, Ben Neiman got one, and Nick Bolton got one.
Okay.
Nick Bolton was the guy in the dime. Do we believe that Willie Gay Jr. is going to be the dime linebacker, or are they going to turn around and take a guy like Malcolm Rodriguez?
Well, I'll tell you when they take a linebacker and what kind it is. Malcolm Rodriguez's name. Brandon Smith out of Penn State.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's not a green dot kind of guy, right? Like
Whereas
that's not
Rodriguez definitely is.
But Brandon Smith is a freak of an athlete. He's a freak of an athlete like Willie Gay is, and kind of similar, I guess, to Willie Gay. He shows the ability to cover, right? He's an athletic guy that shows the ability to cover. I guess you do kind of run the risk that he's similar to Willie Gay, and he maybe isn't ready to take over the play calling duty. So I kind of get that. Malcolm Rodriguez could. Malcolm Rodriguez is also really small. Like really small, like 5'10", like 28-inch arms small.
Right.
Okay, maybe not that, but like he's like Trent McDuffie size, but like 20 pounds heavier, right? He's not a big guy.
For a guy,
and he tackles great, and he's really like powerful for his size. It's just he's really small. I actually think you're kind of your dime linebacker specifically. You're getting a little lower on. You're probably looking at guys like a JoJo Doman probably projects a little bit better into that role. Aaron Hansford out of Texas A&M. I think he called plays this last year, but I think you're getting a little low on guys that you feel comfortable calling the defense and being your dime linebacker.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's a tough position. Steve Spagnuolo asks a lot of that position, so it is tough to sit there and look at that and say, hey, that's an easy position for them to fill. I think we as Chiefs fans look at it because Ben Neiman has filled it, and a lot of Chiefs fans want to replace Ben Neiman, but he has done so much and called so much and organized so much that it's tough to, kind of look at that and the responsibilities on the plate and just say, hey, just go grab a random guy in the 4th or 5th round. But maybe a sneaky position that they could be looking at.
No, it is. I mean, there's a lot of positions. I think at this point in time, you got to move away from positions and just start drafting players, right?
Right.
And at this point in time, you're probably looking for guys that can contribute a little bit on special teams. I don't mean as returners like a Marcus Jones. I just mean guys that'll go out there, gun a little bit, be a vice, things like that. Now, it obviously depends on the position. You're not going to go draft a right tackle to compete at right tackle, and then be best special teams player. It's just, we'll see what they do. But at this point in time, I think you're kind of hunting for value, for that word, for the word of value.
All right, we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick at 91. They have selected running back Rashad White out of Arizona State. Went to Circle High School, I believe, in Kansas City, or Center High School in Kansas City. So he was a local kid. So congratulations to Rashad White out of Arizona State. Kind of an interesting guy. I don't think he's a pretty good sized running back, but I don't think he ran well behind his pads necessarily. Does have some very intriguing traits as a pass catcher that, I think Tom Brady would definitely benefit from. It's kind of an interesting guy. Like, I kind of comped him to a little bit more, like he kind of runs a little bit as a runner like Kalen Ballage did, interestingly enough.
Oh, interesting.
At Arizona State. But, Rashad White is the 91st pick. I believe we have the 92nd pick in the draft as well.
From the Green Bay Packers?
From the Green Bay Packers. Yes, we do. The Green Bay Packers have selected offensive lineman, probably offensive tackle, Sean Ryan, with the 92nd pick in the draft, UCLA. Zach Hicks is beaming right now to see his guy going in the top 100. I think he wound up in the top 50 in the KCSN guide with that grade. So,
it's a good pick. He's a guy that some people are really high on. He might play guard. He might play tackle at the NFL level. But Rashawn Ryan's a guy that kind of deserved to go in this round. There's some upside. There's some ability there. So I think we're getting this point now where kind of every pick starting to be probably pretty good. Right?
Probably pretty good
We're
value.
probably
Guys
pretty good.
that we like.
Right. I mean, like even the Bucks could take, or whoever's up right now could take whoever they want. Right. Like the Packers, I think, are up right now. They could take whoever they want. And
Sean Ryan, yeah.
then they took Sean Ryan. I just like, oh, that's a good pick, guys, because I'm sure you guys love him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get it. And that's the point of the draft right now. You're more looking for traits. You're more looking for depth and positions and special teams, maybe. And maybe this is where the punt god comes off the board. Matt, I realize that. Out of San Diego State. I would love that.
Hey.
Maybe not to the Chiefs. Make no mistake. I don't want the Chiefs to draft a punter. But it would be very interesting to see how it can go. Yeah.
Really quick, I do just want to say, because we don't have a ton of information outside of what we're doing with the draft right now, but thoughts, prayers with everybody here in the Kansas area affected by the tornadoes that are flying around right now. I hope you all are safe. I hope you guys all, I hope you all are safe and there's no real damage. It does look like it's pretty intense, Craig. I know that's kind of close to home right now.
Yep.
I hope everybody's okay out there in Wichita. We are definitely thinking about you. We are going to take a quick break here right before the Chiefs pick, and we'll be right back. Here's some highlights from some of the prospects in the 2022 NFL Draft. Got to see a few of your Chiefs here. Thank you for letting us get a quick break. We really appreciate you hanging out at Kingdom Bar and Grill in Overland Park, Kansas. Me and Maddie just ordered the chicken sandwiches on special this weekend. It's absolutely incredible. I can't wait to dig into it. We are getting ready for the Chiefs to make their pick, getting very, very close to the selection at 103, and we're getting close to the end of the first round of this draft.
Yeah,
or the third round of this draft. We were far from first round.
Well, yeah, and this day started off like, fire. Boom, boom, boom. Picks coming quick. We just took, we were out for a second. We only got 2 picks while we were gone, guys. So we got, who's this running back, Kent? Who's the running back that Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, Tyrion Davis-Price. I'm pretty sure he's out of the draft guide. I don't even think he made the rankings page of the draft.
But
guide.
an LSU running back.
An LSU running back. He's the running back out of LSU. I'm gonna go look at him really quick to see if I can find where he wound up in the guide. He was fine. I mean,
was he?
He was kind of a jag to me. If I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, and so right after that, you looked that up. The Panthers come back up, get their quarterback, Matt Corral. I mean, maybe the Baker Mayfield's still coming. Maybe Baker Mayfield's still coming. You're going to have Baker and Matt Corral battle it out with like the craziest clashing of attitudes ever.
Yeah.
Ty Davis-Price was the 341st ranked player on the KCSN draft guide board.
Good news, though, if you're a 49ers fan, the last time Kent did this to a running back, James Robinson
for the Jaguars.
So
congratulations. You just got an all-pro.
I think the Matt Corral pick is very interesting to me. Like you said, this doesn't preclude them from drafting or from trading for Jimmy Garoppolo, trading for Baker Mayfield, any of those sorts of things. That can all still happen. You still feel comfortable making those sorts of moves, but this gives you another guy, a young guy that you can try and see if you can groom and develop.
I'm sorry. I'm just now processing that it was the Niners that took Tyrion Davis.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be good. He's going to produce. He's literally just going to be was it Elijah Mitchell? He's just going to be Elijah Mitchell.
Why would you not why would you do this? You just drafted Elijah Mitchell.
Maybe he's Deebo Samuel 2.0.
Oh, maybe so.
Yeah, Tyrion Davis-Price is going to wind up being pretty good. I just think Kyle Shanahan's obsessed with running backs. Just obsessed.
I mean, look what he's done with his best wide receiver. He's made him a running back.
Joe Williams, the last round 3 running back he took did not go particularly well. But yes, Matt Corral goes to the Carolina Panthers, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. I'm not overly surprised that he fell. I'm not overly surprised the order in which he's the quarterback selected.
Sure.
Before Pickett.
Yeah, I mean, he's an interesting guy. Like, some people talk about him being like Zach Wilson light. And like, there are some things that remind me a little bit of Zach Wilson. Very quick release, willingness to challenge down the field, an athletic mover. But he wasn't really for me, and that doesn't seem like he was for most of the NFL either.
Well, none of these quarterbacks were.
None of them were, to be fair. But operating, like, he was really good in the RPO game, had some mobility, but like his frame just concerns me. I'm worried about his ability to hold up, at the next level.
Quick release, quick trigger, works through stuff really fast. I think if you put him in a system that's not asking him to just drop back and read the full field, you can find some success, right? And I'm not saying he's going to be a starter, but like, there's stuff there that you can like. I think that's why a lot of people linked him to New Orleans with that Peyton influence type of offense where everything happens real quick and you could get him to that point. I mean, I see stuff to like. After kind of Desmond Ridder, maybe Malik Willis, I don't know if a lot of these guys are going to become a starter. I'm almost surprised Sam Howell entered this year in competition with Spencer Rattler as like the number.
Some people thought he was a number 1 pick.
Number one overall pick. And it's not like he was bad this year. He just lost all of his help. Why does nobody like Sam Howell?
Because when he lost all of his help, he got worse.
He did get a lot worse.
But he wasn't terrible, though.
He wasn't terrible, but
he was better than Kenny Pickett was when he didn't have help.
I mean, but that being said, like a lot of these guys that we're looking at, like this Matt Corral here, like you can see some traits. You can gamble on some elements of it, the quick release. Desmond Ridder makes a lot of full field reads. He's progressed as his vision. Malik Willis has a cannon. It is something that you can bank on. And does Sam Howell have a definable trait that you can bank on?
Good arm. He's actually got a really good arm.
He does, but does he have a better arm than Malik Willis?
Maybe not, but he throws a better deep ball.
Sam Howell has a really nice deep ball. I think his ability with his legs is actually a little bit underrated.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's fair.
He can hold up, but I think physically he'll be able to hold up doing a little bit of the run game too. So he's an athletic mover. There's some processing in the pocket that I really liked. I actually liked the way he navigated the pocket. It was kind of touch and go at times. It was spotty, but there's some moments that you kind of get encouraged, kind of like what you saw with Kenny Pickett a little bit. The deep ball accuracy, he did really good on the RPO game, operating, executing, and placing the ball well in the middle of the field. It's just inconsistent process, I think, a little bit with him, though. And kind of being late at times, I think, on stuff inside of 20 yards, I think. Oh, we do. We have something interesting that just happened.
No.
The Broncos traded pick 96 to the Indianapolis Colts for pick 179 and a 2023 third-round pick.
Is that the first future pick that we've seen dealt
I
in this
believe
draft?
that's right.
That's a little bit surprising.
That's the
right?
first future. Yeah, that's the first. And so the pick was Nick Cross, the safety out of Maryland.
A guy that a lot of people were looking at with the Brian Cook pick and going, well, Nick Cross was on the board. Why didn't you take him? We've seen a lot of that discussion in the YouTube comments as the chicken sandwiches.
Thank you, BJ.
The most beautiful waiter in the world just dropped in a delicious chicken sandwich at the Kingdom Bar and Grill. This is on special all week. And it's a really well-fried piece of chicken with bacon and gravy. And it might sound a little crazy to you. It's unbelievable. This is the second one I'm about to have. I had it last night as well. We're going to be enjoying this tonight here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. So
I will probably eat it on camera. If you don't like to watch somebody eat on camera, I would say probably look away. I'll take bites here and there.
We're going to make Craig do all the dirty work.
No, Craig, I can talk with you right here.
Hey, Tucker,
there
how
we
are you,
go.
buddy? Our ace producer, Tucker Franklin.
I can even add myself to the stream.
My goodness, I'm ready.
I think I can. I'm getting nervous
Are
now.
you telling me we've had Tucker Cam this whole time?
Look at Tucker
And you're
Cam
just
right
now using
there.
it? Someone get Tucker a seltzer. Someone get Tucker a seltzer.
A great time. A great time, sir.
Tucker, my friend.
Tucker! Yeah, Tucker!
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
Tucker, we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah.
How are you liking the way that this draft is shaping up so far for the Chiefs?
I really like it. I'm a big fan of McDuffie. I think that I know we're going back to day one here.
No, that's fine. We haven't heard from you yet.
Right.
Yeah.
I think McDuffie was a good pick. That's a good player. And I love that Brett Veach even said stuff like, we didn't expect him to be there. So we didn't think of a scenario like that. That's good stuff. You love to hear that. And a guy that falls all the way down there. I know we saw some crazy numbers from the PFF big board about where both Karlaftis and McDuffie were. Now, I like to use PFF when it supports my argument.
Of course, just like everybody else in the NFL.
So I'm going to use that here. And also, KCS Draft Guide had both of those guys very high.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about day one. And I think I even tweeted out I'm very okay with the first round of the draft, which is more than I can say for past years.
I mean, that's definitely the case. What's your favorite pick for today so far? Of the two that they've taken, what's your favorite pick of those two?
I really like Sky Moore.
Yeah.
I think that pick right there is incredible. Now, if you follow me on Twitter at Tucker D. Franklin, I got to get a self-plug in here. You know that I was kind of on the table for getting on the table for George Pickens.
Yeah.
I wanted George Pickens. I wanted both the Georges. And I think I even saw a TikTok of Chiefs fans reporting themselves when George Karlaftis was being picked, and they thought it was George Pickens because they just heard George and they kind of overreacted at first. So a lot of Chiefs fans wanted George Pickens, but I think that I think that Sky Moore does a really good job of slotting in this offense. Maddie mentioned the RPOs. You guys both all mentioned the RPOs. That's incredibly exciting to me. I'm really excited to see where they go next. Let me throw up the big board here, or what the Chiefs have.
I mean,
here.
right now we've seen Nick Cross come off the board. Kirby Joseph from Illinois has come off the board. So we're seeing a little mini run of safety here. Once again, Brett Veach, maybe rather than reacting to the back of it, has been a little bit proactive on some of this stuff. And it's worked. We love the draft because of it. I think we're seeing right here maybe some guys that
Brian Cook was going off the board before the Chiefs were picking.
Oh,
at
absolutely.
103.
Yep.
Absolutely. That was happening. That was 1,000% going to happen here. And, if you're watching right now, if you go to the KC Sports Network Venmo, donate $10 or more as many times as you donate $10. The link is down in the chat right now. You will be entered to win a Patrick Mahomes signed mini helmet. You will be entered to win a Nick Bolton jersey, Chiefs jersey. You will be entered to win a Travis Kelce jersey. And 100% of the profits go to the Therese Paler Foundation, whether that be at Power Mizzou, the Missouri school there, the scholarship that was set up there, or the Howard University scholarship set up in Therese's name. 100% of the proceeds are going for that. So you support a good cause. You can donate and try and win some Chiefs gear here. Some players that are beloved Chiefs. You can get some stuff there. So if you haven't done that yet, we've gotten almost $4,000, you guys.
Incredible.
It's incredible. That is going to be awesome. I can't wait to donate that. The charity part of this is the most fun of all of this.
Undoubtedly.
So, yeah, get down there, donate $10 for a single entry. Donate as much as you can. And let's try and do that. Make sure that Therese's name continues to live on. We adored him. We love him. We want that name to keep going.
I want to jump in really quick while mid-bite of this delicious sandwich that I'm eating here at Kingdom Bar and Grill. If you come in tomorrow, make sure you order this chicken sandwich. Brian Robinson off the board, the running back out of Alabama at 98. And unfortunately, David Bell, the wide receiver, off the board at pick 99 to the Cleveland Browns.
Damn. Okay, that was my guy that I was kind of hoping for, Tucker. Do you have a guy at 103 that you would be ecstatic, just over the moon with at this point?
At this point, Craig, I think you put it really well when you said that, this draft is already pretty good for Brett Veach. I'm a fan of this draft. I don't think he can really hurt it with any of these picks going on now. That's super cool. I mean, I want to touch on Maddie's point about Chris Ballard in the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Cross with that draft. I just now processed that.
Listen, man, all the Colts do is draft safeties in the third round of the NFL draft. Every single year, it seems like Kari
They know
Willis,
what they're doing.
Julian Blackmon, now Nick Cross. They've got a nice bead on the value there, and that's a good move for them. That's a really good move for them.
Winfrey's still there. Is he still there?
Perrion Winfrey is still there.
I got to think that's the guy that you got to go for.
Oh,
Is there something wrong with him and I'm missing something?
I don't know. If Perrion Winfrey is the pick, I'm ecstatic. Oh my goodness.
That's awesome.
That's easily the best draft that you could expect him to do at any point in time here.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're looking here, pick 100, Arizona Cardinals on the clock right now. I'm looking at the draft tracker. It looks like they're saying Falele. A lot of the chat has been big on Falele for the Chiefs, and I wouldn't hate going to a tackle. I wouldn't
either. And he's a guy that makes a lot of sense. Obviously, a very large human being. One of the biggest guys in this draft. Maybe, there's a lot of refinement that you still got to do with Falele. Hey, he's not a guy that you're going to stick right in over there. I think that you're still relying on a Lucas Niang. You're still relying on maybe even an Andrew Wiley to fill in that kind of role. But, Falele would be a nice building piece. But I don't know. I don't know how active he would be. I don't know how much he would factor into the team as much. It would be more of a gamble at that point, which they can afford to take.
Well, and one of the big things with Falele that you kind of saw at the Senior Bowl, he lost to his inside shoulder a lot. Lost to the inside. And that's kind of Andy Heck's biggest no-no. If you're a tackle, you can't get beat inside. That's a lot of teams, but especially like that Andy Heck tree. So I get how the fit, despite the stature making sense, the fit might not be perfect. So, listen, if you wanted Falele, he's not the same type of player, but Matt Waletzko, I'm telling you,
I know, and also still on the board.
Matt Waletzko is going to play in this league. He's a good Jamari Sawyer, he's an entirely different package, but he's just as physical as Falele if you want that big people mover. It's there's some options at tackle. That's the way the Chiefs want to go.
I got something for you here. What about Myjai Sanders here?
Oh,
Myjai Sanders still on the board
as a pass rush specialist. Not a guy who's going to play typically a base defensive end for Steve Spagnuolo.
I have bad news for you because the Arizona Cardinals have just drafted Cincinnati pass rusher Myjai Sanders. This is just unbelievable. I can't believe this continues to happen. Pick 100, Myjai Sanders. Do you think he should have come back?
I mean, clearly not, right? He was going to go higher than this if he came out.
I think so, too.
is a better year for the pass rush this year. So, I mean, it makes sense why he kind of slid a little bit. I don't think he had the same level of development, that you were hoping for. So it makes a little bit of a sense, but I like his potential still in the NFL.
Man, I got to quit talking about people. Who? Let's ask the chat. Who do you want me to talk about? Because apparently they go off the board as soon as I start talking about them. So put it down in the chat.
Matt
Hit
Araiza.
the like button on the way.
Matt Araiza. Tell me about Matt Araiza, Craig. You did actually do his write-up in the KCSN draft guide.
Is he your number one punter?
Matt Araiza?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. But
the
gap between him and Jordan Stout is very small.
All right, pick 101. The Jets have selected Jeremy Rucker at the tight end.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Ohio State. That's a very good pick down here. I think that's
two
great
away.
value. We're 2 away. Yeah, we're 2 picks away.
Whoa, when did the Chiefs pick get so close?
And Matt Araiza is coming off the board at pick 102 to the Miami Dolphins here, of course. I mean, that's what's going to happen, right?
Because we talked about it.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah, so we are the Chiefs are about to be on the clock, and we are really looking forward to seeing who the final pick.
The Miami Dolphins draft class so far is Tyreek Hill and whoever they're about to pick.
That's first pick of the Dolphins.
Yeah,
First
pick of the Dolphins. The pick is in. They were ready for this. So the Chiefs are very soon about to be on the clock. Like, it's about to happen.
I'm ready for this. These have been some of my favorite picks here at the end of the third round. I think there's a good chance at value here. I really do. I love the end of the third round, fourth round value. A lot of my guys, especially as the guy who watches a lot of corners and linebackers, that's where a lot of value is. So I like catching guys in that range at this point.
There's not really many picks that I will be disappointed with here.
Right. I don't know if there's a way to be disappointed unless it's like an interior offensive lineman, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just saw this from Ian Kenyon. Ty Davis Price and Brian Robinson being drafted over Jerome Ford is something. But I think Ty Davis Price being drafted over Brian Robinson is the bigger something there. I'm very surprised by that. I don't get it. Brian Robinson is a way better football player.
It's the San Francisco 49ers.
The Niners are so weird.
They're not making a bad move at running back.
Ty Davis
I
Price
refuse to believe
top
it.
100.
I refuse.
Joe Williams. How'd that go?
Okay.
Shanny being Shanny.
Listen, I'm intrigued to see who the Dolphins come off with here, right? Like, I think we want to see what this Dolphins pick is, because then the Chiefs are fully on the clock.
Oh, man.
With pick 103 coming up as soon as we can find out what this Dolphins pick is. And yes, the leaking of picks has been a little bit slower as we've trickled out.
It's starting to fade. All the NFL writers are going home at the end of day 2. They're hanging it up a little bit early after 2 long days here, but we're finishing up. We're going to get you the Chiefs kind of here. We're going to break down the pick for you, and we're going to have a little something for you tomorrow too. So we're going to be back here doing this live from the Kingdom Bar and Grill once again, breaking down the day 3 picks. This is the day that Brett Veach has arguably been his most successful. He's found a lot of diamonds in the rough. He's found a lot of guys. He's been very concerted in the types of guys that he has drafted so far. So I'm very excited to get back here for day 3, but we will be here live the entire time, all the way through the end of round 7.
And you'll have something available to you with the Best Available Player podcast that we'll be recording, kind of giving you a preview tomorrow morning of the players that you can expect that are intriguing for the Chiefs potentially in day 3 of this draft. I know, they have pick 135, 158 and 4 7th-round picks. With 6 picks in day 3. So
it's a lot of picks. I mean, that's a lot of picks. There's no way they hold on to all this, right?
No, there's no way. I'm surprised they didn't trade up right now or trade up earlier today.
I mean, I think it's worth noting the Chiefs did pick 3 times in
yes, they did.
Day 2. Now,
unless they trade out here.
No, they did trade back. Unless they trade out. They did trade back a little bit.
According to Matt Derrick, the Chiefs are officially on the clock with pick 103. They are officially on the clock. Everybody in the building has been told where to go in case of an emergency of a tornado. So they've been warned, but everything's about ready to go.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock with pick 103 in the 2022 NFL Draft. Ken Swanson, Matty Lane, Craig Stout hanging here at Kingdom Bar and Grill, getting ready to find out who the newest Chief is. This has been a great draft so far for Brett Veach. They're sitting here at 103. I think there's a lot of different ways that this board could fall from. There's some very intriguing players at about every level of the offense and defense that you'd be interested in.
There really is. And like right now, we're kind of waiting for the Dolphins pick to finally get announced before the Chiefs. Like we're, ready to wait for the Chiefs pick. So we're waiting on this last pick before the Chiefs are up. But it's a good board. And at this point in time of any draft, it's hard to say there's ever going to be a bad board. But really, there's some guys that we like a lot more than the kind of range we're sitting in here.
I'm very wary of mentioning the guys that I like, because so far tonight, every time that I've mentioned a guy that I've liked, they've been taken off the board before the Chiefs. So I'm going to say that the board's terrible. I think it's terrible right now, and that the Chiefs are not going to be able to pick. I mean, we're excited, though. Like, we are really excited to see who the Chiefs are going to land this with, because I think regardless of who it is, I can safely say this is my favorite Brett Veach draft.
Oh, easily.
I know that's a lot of defense, but
I know they had a lot of draft capital to play with, but also I think you could have some disagreements on some of the values that we've not liked some of the picks in the past. Love where this draft is heading. Matt Miller is tweeting that the Rams are on the clock, which would indicate that the Chiefs have made a pick and that they are in.
And we're still waiting for the Dolphins selection first right now. I mean, we'll talk about the Chiefs one first, but right now we're still kind of waiting on the Dolphins pick. Then we'll go right into the Chiefs reaction as soon as we hear it. But right now we're a little bit of a standstill waiting for these last picks to come through.
I don't know. Who do you think it is? What do you think it
for
is,
the Chiefs
Maddie?
or the Dolphins?
For the Chiefs.
I don't know.
I do have the Dolphins. I have the Dolphins pick.
Okay.
The Dolphins have taken Georgia linebacker Channing Tindall.
That's a good pick for them. But I can safely say it now: draft Perrion Winfrey.
Please
do it right now. I think that he's the best player on the board. I think he gives you some 3-tech insurance. I think you can have him behind Chris Jones, and you can build up your pass rush. You can play in the dime and get him in there and have a fairly fearsome rush. So go out, add Perrion Winfrey to the squad. I think defensive line depth is something they need. He fits a need, and you can get juice in your dime by adding Perrion Winfrey.
I got the pick. It's not Perrion Winfrey, but the Chiefs with the pick 103 are taking Wisconsin linebacker Leo Chanel.
Hey, there you go.
The Chiefs just drafted the linebacker version of George Karlaftis at pick 103, and that's in the best way possible. That's literally the best way possible I can say. You are getting the biggest, the most physical, one of the most relentless linebackers in this class. This guy is absolutely amazing. He's probably the best pass rushing linebacker in this class. Maybe you've seen that over the last couple of years. And I mean, this is fantastic. I absolutely love this pick. I think this is one of the best values that you're going to come across. And that gives the Chiefs second level one of the nastiest, most physical big group of linebackers that you can come across.
And I mean, that's a very Spagnuolo pick. The athleticism from Leo Chanel is undeniable too. Like, that is a guy that makes sense. The density, this group is a physical group right now. Like, if you're looking at the totality of this draft, adding Leo Chanel into the mix, this is a massive human. This is a massive linebacker. And he's a good athlete, good blitzer, can set an edge if you need him to. Like, there's a lot to like about Leo Chanel. And he was the 51st ranked player in the KCSN draft guide.
I mean, it's you look at this. He's going to run through everybody in his face. So now you've got...
Oh, Tyler Linderbaum never wants to see this man again in his life.
Ever wants to see this man again. He ruined his day all day long. The physicality, the football character. We talked about Leo Chanel before, throughout the course of the day. He just makes sense as a Sam linebacker. You're going to be able to play him. You're going to get some athleticism. You can have him behind Willie Gay Jr. If Willie Gay Jr. cannot go for any reason, Leo Chanel is a good guy to slot in there that sort of role. And you don't have to, have a step back in athleticism at that position. And Steve Spagnuolo is sitting there right now diagramming up every blitz in the book. He is. It's blitz in the book. He's going to go crazy blitzing these linebackers between Willie Gay and Leo Chanel. And even Nick Bolton coming downhill is a hell of a linebacker. That second level as blitzers are going to be scary.
You want to talk about value falling. He was the second highest rated player we had left on the board.
That's great.
It's Tariq Woolen at 44, Leo Chanel at 51 on our board with KC Sports Network.
This is such a good pick. Okay, we got to start from the top here, right? Okay, Who is Leo Chenal, right? He's a Wisconsin linebacker, 6'3", 250 pounds. That's a throwback linebacker.
Monster.
You see this guy walking on the field. You see him, in the workout room or whatever. He looks like, an 80s linebacker. Dude,
He does.
Huge and
He's
like
huge.
no bad weight. So then he goes to the combine. He runs a 4.53 at 250 pounds
freak.
with a 1.5 10-yard split. He has an nearly 11-foot broad jump, over a 40-inch vertical jump, puts up 34 reps on the bench press at his pro day. And I think that was a bad day for him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's like a 48 plus.
Yeah, they projected that he was just going to just annihilate and obliterate the record and put it in a place that it'll never be touched again. So, yeah.
This dude is an absolute athletic freak with the size and the explosion downhill he has. Now, so that's the physical profile,
Correct.
right? That's what you're looking at from a physical profile perspective. When you get to the play, great run defender, great blitzer. I mean, he's one of the best run defenders of the linebacker in this class.
Yes,
absolutely. And some of the high-level moments of watching him blitz are some of the most fun moments you're going to have watching tape of anybody in this class. I mean, he is an absolute problem. And you talk about throwback, but throwback linebacker, but it's throwback from the physical profile, not the athletic profile.
Right.
Guys like that don't move the way he does. And you can't coach some of those things. So you're letting them get downhill. You're letting them blitz a little bit. That's a very disruptive player. You've talked about some of the Chiefs' issues, issues with, rushing the passer and affecting the passer. Well, yeah, like as a run blitzer and a pass blitzer, this is a guy that can help disrupt. He can just push the pocket a little bit with his length or this density and his power, just pushing the pocket a little bit. This is a valuable piece that Steve Spagnuolo now has at his disposal. And, I mean, it probably a core special teamer off the bat, too.
I mean, the Chiefs now have two linebackers above, I believe, a 9.9 relative athletic score.
Yeah, they should.
Yes, between Willie Gay Jr. and Leo Chenal. The density-adjusted athleticism is rare. Like, getting those two guys on the second level gives you range, gives you agility, gives you power and strength. Like, it's not necessarily a position that you're looking at as like, oh, it's the most important position on the defense, but it gives you two guys on the outside. And Steve Spagnuolo's scheme, as we've talked about before, as motion occurs, if you got one guy down on the line of scrimmage, tight end goes to the other side, they don't swap and follow, they rotate down. And now all of a sudden you've got the other guy that can kick down there. Willie Gay Jr. and Leo Chenal on either side in the base defense. It's going to be really hard to try and get that matchup nightmare in that regard, especially in the run game.
I mean, very rarely am I going to come to bat for a linebacker that's going to impact the game so much through the run game that it's going to be a super plus value.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where it's going to be the case. Whether he's running through an offensive guard, whether he's demolishing a puller, whether he's making the tackle, like this is such a good run defender that he is one of the few guys that actually do alter the game through his run defense. And it's just the ways he does it, whether it's shooting the gap, his contact balance when he gets hit from the side,
crazy.
He doesn't move. I mean, Tyler Linderbaum really, I make jokes. Tyler Linderbaum's an amazing round one center, an amazing center prospect. He hits Leo Chenal from the side. Chenal doesn't move. Linderbaum moves. Linderbaum is the one that moves, and this is from the side, and he just runs right through him. He runs completely through tackles. Like, this guy is great as a run defender. Now, the question is in coverage.
Yeah.
What does it come to?
Yeah.
He's a spot dropper for Wisconsin. He's a spot dropper. If it's in front of him, he can close on it. He can annihilate it. And he's got enough size and length that I think he does a pretty good job. But he's not very familiar in man coverage. He doesn't look great with his fluidity. He's kind of rigid. So he's not much more than a spot dropper right now as in the zone defender. But maybe there's room to improve. He's a 3-year player. Wisconsin's young. He's 21 years old, I believe, is what we're looking at right now.
We don't know Brian Cook's age, but everybody else in this draft has been 21 years old.
Now, that is the thing. This is the second year in a row now that you're taking a guy that isn't a great pass defender at the second level. You're still relying on Willie Gay Jr. to have some of that. You're not going to stick Leo Chenal in the dime linebacker role and say, here you go. You got it. You're in charge. No, he's got to grow into that role still. Not to say that he can't. Just like Willie Gay Jr., you're hoping that athletic profile translates. As it stands right now for Wisconsin, he blitzed like almost every passing down. Like, I mean, most passing downs, a lot. He was primarily a blitzer. So, relying on him to come in and be able to play coverage quickly is not going to be something that you're going to ask him to do or expect him to do. And Steve Spagnuolo won't either. That's not to say, again, that he can't get there like we're hoping with Willie Gay Jr. It just gives you a little more flexibility in the base defense. So with that being said, we talked about this a little bit earlier, unless you want to go on about coverage. We talked about this a little bit earlier about dime linebacker versus Sam linebacker. Is this indicating that they believe that they have the dime linebacker on the roster currently?
I think so. I think this does indicate that. Is it Willie Gay, though?
It might be Willie Gay. It might be Nick Bolton.
They're signing Ben Neiman back.
What about Jermaine Carter?
Oh, it might be Jermaine
That's what
Carter,
I'm saying. They're
a smaller guy. Yeah,
So I don't think Leo Chanel's the guy you're looking at as a dime linebacker. I'm really intrigued how Steve Spagnuolo used him because I don't know if he can kick down and necessarily be a defensive end, hand in the dirt rusher because his arms are short, but he's a really good blitzer. So if you want to use him the way that LSU used Devin White, you know what? I bet Leo Chanel and Devin White are very comparable athletically. And I don't think anyone thought about that before the draft because who thought Leo Chanel was going to be this level of a freak athlete, right? But you use him the way Tampa does. You just have him float around, play as a QB spy and blitz. I think you're going to get a lot out of him from like kind of that usage, right? So like I see ways you can use him on third down that's not in coverage, and you can just have three defensive linemen, a floating Chanel, a floating Willie Gay, and you just tell people to figure it out.
I mean, for what it's worth, Leo Chanel's athletic profile is much better than Devin White's.
Extremely rare.
Is, yeah, it is extremely rare. So Devin White dropped a lot of weight to try and run as fast as he did. Leo Chanel kept it on and still ran as fast as he did. So
Leo Chanel tested out at 6'2.5", 250 pounds.
250.
Benched it 34 times, 40.5-inch vertical, 10.8 broad jump, 4.53 40-yard dash, 4.24 short shuttle, and a 6.98 three-cone. He was one of the rarest athletic profiles. Arms are a little bit short, 31 inches. If he has 33 inches, he's probably not. He's probably not on the board. But yeah, this is a very good pick from the Chiefs. Again, almost a top 50 player for us in the KCSN draft guide. 51 on the KCSN.
This is a Matty my guy. Matty loved Leo Chanel. I don't know that you actually got the stamp on it, but you've been talking about Leo Chanel.
I don't know.
For a long time.
It's another guy that I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I got the stamp on him, but it was another guy that I did really like. I think what pulled me off of him as being my guys, I low fitted him, I think, as a team fit because I didn't know if the Chiefs were going to be looking for that Ross Sam guy, and I didn't know if he could kick down and play on the line of scrimmage, right? And I thought he'd go higher than this. I think that's a big part of it. I think if I'm going to read through
I think you were not prepared to spend a second-round pick on a Sam linebacker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at. Love the player, but I wasn't ready to spend pick 50 on a Sam linebacker. You spend pick 103 on a Sam linebacker and one that this good with the upside to get better.
Athletic profile.
Rare athletic profile. Like, it's absurd. He's like in a pick 103, like you're hitting a solid single, solid double here. A guy that's going to play a decent amount of snaps. I mean, he's not going to be an every down player for you. Probably he's going to play a lot out of the base, but he's going to be a core special teamer right off the bat as well. Like, we're not talking about that. Like, this is a redo on Dorian O'Daniel. I know they're different football players entirely. Don't get me wrong, but you're taking a linebacker in the early 100s, a guy that has special teams ability, but can actually play on the defensive side of the ball. Like, has a very clear, defined role, and a lot of optimism that he'll actually be able to see the field. It's going to be hard for him not to.
Guys,
I think so.
Think about the Chiefs linebacker core. Let's call it 3 years ago. Like, think about where you were, the types of players that you were looking at, and who you wanted on the field. And a real significant increase at the athleticism, at the physicality, at the intensity. I mean, the Chiefs have completely overhauled that. And again, we are talking high football character, ridiculously physical. My goodness, the amount of physicality, tackling ability, willingness to just run through somebody's face. It's not the off-field leadership. That was wonderful. We appreciated all of that. It's not the off-field leadership. It's athleticism and just the physicality. I don't know how else to say it. It's going to be a shift in what we've seen. We've seen this defense at times over the past 3 or 4 years be a little soft at times. Give up some stuff. Give up stuff a little too easily. I don't know that this set of guys is wired in a way that will allow them to do that. I mean, we saw Nick Bolton, some of his coming out parties was when, the defense was struggling. A little soft, was not really bringing the intensity, and Nick Bolton was still there bringing the intensity. Now, all of a sudden, you've got a whole bunch of guys very much like him that are going to step in and just raise that level.
Yeah, defensive end. You got safeties in free agency, safeties in the draft. You got a cornerback, and now you put Leo Chanel there. Like this, it's a different look. It's a different level of physicality and intensity that this defense went and overhaul. And we can talk scheme stuff all we want in terms of overhaul and what might be changing, but demeanor. I just want to say demeanor.
Demeanors.
The type of player, the demeanor, the personality of some of these things. And like you can go back and see that. I'm not saying Tyrann Mathieu had any kind of bad personality as a football player. We know that's not true. But it was just Frank Clark, that kind of same mentality, that, chip on the shoulder. All the guys they're bringing in now, all of them have that, and they look hungry. They look a little bit hungrier than some of the Chiefs defenses have in the past, where they've looked a little like, maybe I make a business decision here.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are young, so they can't, but like, good luck finding even in college Brian Cook, Leo Chanel, or George Karlaftis, or Trent McDuffie making too many business decisions on the football field.
No, they're not going to be making business decisions for Steve Spagnuolo, and that's contagious. I think that's the other part. Very contagious.
Every single room has one of these draft picks on the defensive side of the ball now.
Absolutely.
And that's I don't know if the defense, the tackles and the ends split up very much. I don't know. But you've got it.
There's still time.
Every level of there's still time. We still got a bunch of picks. It's time. Marquand McCall, baby. I mean, like, there's we got some people. We got some Marquand McCall fans, but like, there's every level of this defense, every area of this defense has got somebody with high football character, with an edge to them, like you said, a layer of physicality, a willingness to tackle. There's no business decisions being made. This is a culture changing kind of draft on the defensive side of the football.
It really is.
And I mean, I loved how do I say this? The way in which Brett Veach spoke about that just desire to play football, that love for the game, high character, high effort, how those guys don't fail, that fervent belief in those kind of kids. He's went out and grabbed one for every single room in his defense so far. And I think that's so fun. There's a very obvious trend here.
While infusing youth.
While
resetting the core.
And not sacrificing athleticism.
Correct.
Because, Steve Spagnuolo loves physicality on his defense. Like, that is something he does covet. But they didn't sacrifice athleticism either.
Yeah.
To make it all work.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the key, right? That's what makes him such a good pick here is you're getting this level of player that's going to change the game and this one dynamic. Now, granted, the less valuable dynamic, but you're going to get going to change the game as a run defender, but he has this upside.
It matters to Steve Spagnuolo, though.
That's true. It does very much. And it matters to Chiefs fans. I mean, come on. You can jump on Twitter during any game where they're getting run on. It matters. But, you get a guy that's going to completely alter that. He can single-handedly alter your run defense.
Yeah.
You put him with Nick Bolton, who had spurts of being able to single-handedly alter your run defense. You're getting it.
And then you've got a super athlete that can chase from the backside and Willie Gay,
who may not even be the best athlete at the linebacker position anymore.
How crazy is that?
Right. So it changes the run game, but I'm intrigued by where his development leads him to as a coverage player. And I don't need him to be great, but what if he follows a Devondre Campbell, who just became an all-pro for the Packers after going 4 years in Atlanta, not quite maximizing what he had. All of a sudden now he goes to a new system. He learns not even to be great in coverage, but adequate. And now all of a sudden he's an all-pro because he's a freak athlete that's huge. Who's to say that something like that is impossible?
Okay. I've done this for every pick. What grade do you give this? Maddie, we'll start with you.
Strong A, right on the edge of A+. Strong A.
Wow. Is that the highest grade? No, Sky Moore.
That's why I couldn't go A+, right?
Gotcha.
Because Sky Moore got the A+. I think the value's great. I love the player. It is the limitations. There's less limitations with somebody like Sky Moore, who I still thought was a good value. Yeah. Leo Chanel slightly limited in his coverage, so it's an A instead of an A+.
Gotcha.
Real quick, Leo Chanel's the pick at 62. What's your grade?
At 62, B-.
You're still getting a B- at pick 62.
Right.
Which
I'm thrilled with a B-.
Right. Yeah. Love the player, but you're getting knocked for the fit there, right? The value's great at 62, but you're getting knocked for the fit of being a part-time thumper for the Chiefs at 62. But you're almost double those picks back now.
Absolutely.
A+. Let's go. What a tremendous value. I know he's got a very defined role, but I think his ceiling as a player with the special teams aspect. this guy is going to be a core special teams player.
Oh yeah,
and a Sam linebacker. I think this is fantastic value here. I think they took the best player on the board. I think they took. I mean, and on our board, the second best player on our board. The only player we have ranked higher is Tariq Woolen.
Yeah,
maybe they go straight up for Tariq Woolen in day 2 or day 3. Why not?
Yeah, I'm going A-. I'm going A- here. A round of A's here. Like, listen, the ceiling is ultra high. Good luck getting through that Chiefs second level.
Bring it.
I mean,
bring it.
The energy that's going to come from both of those outside linebackers, and then the leadership, the IQ that they're giving to Nick Bolton in the middle, like, it's going to be tough. Like, that second level is rough.
This defense is going to be fun.
Oh my gosh.
It's going to be so fun.
I don't know how
I might even pay attention now.
I'm not even saying good right now. I'm just saying it's going to be fun. Guys are going to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
Guys are going to get hit on the offense. Like, it's going to be a fun thing to watch. Even if it's not good, it's going to be fun.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And if you're going to inject young talent, like, these are the kind of guys you want to inject. This is a hungry group of guys pairing with a hungry group of vets on the last leg of their core. You know, I think this could be a really interesting kind of, pairing together. There's some guys that know how to do things in the building already. I can't wait. I cannot wait to
Fun.
I can't wait to watch the defense.
No, you're right.
Wow. I'm never going to get used to that statement. Well, thank you, everyone who has hung out at KC or at Kingdom Bar and Grill. Thanks to everybody that's been watching our live draft stream. It's been so much fun. We really appreciate everybody that has spent a little bit of time hanging out with us.
And real quick, before we get out of here, make sure you like and subscribe before you get out. When you guys jump back in, you're watching here. You might as well like and subscribe real quick before you get on the way out.
Yeah, why not? So that's the end of this KCSN live draft show. Thank you so much. The Chiefs take Leo Chanel to end day 2 of the NFL draft. An outstanding pick. Brett Veach is on a heater. Maybe he should be in Vegas. Thank you all so much. We'll catch you later.
All right.